Futures back in negative territory here this morning to kick off a brand new week. We're going to get a whole bunch of important economic data out over the next few days that could definitely move the market as we head towards the next Federal Reserve decision coming up December 13th and 14th. We'll talk about that coming up this week as well. But before that, we get personal consumption, that PCE number that Fed Chair Powell likes to refer to before any of these meetings come out. That's going to be coming up over the next couple of days. We'll get GDP. We'll get even consumer confidence coming up over the next couple of days. So busy week ahead. Unfortunately, starting to the downside for futures, a little bit negative here on more COVID concerns coming out of China over the weekend. More lockdowns, more restrictions put in place, both in Shanghai and throughout the rest of the country as well. So anything with ties to the Chinese economy, including Tesla and Apple, the two main ones right now, downside for both of those. There is going to be, Bloomberg reporting this morning that there is going to be a deficit on the production side of things for the iPhone 14 Pro model coming out of Foxconn. Going back to both September and October. So Apple under a little bit of pressure, Tesla under a little bit of pressure. Casinos, however, back to the upside. New licenses coming from Macau coming up in January. A ton to get to this morning. It's Monday, November 28th, 2022. Brand new week. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at, some negativity. Unfortunately, red numbers across the board right now. 0.74 for the S&P, about 0.72 right now for the NASDAQ. There or thereabouts for the Dow as well. All downside coming off of a decent week. Remember, even though it was a holiday short week last week, all three U.S. markets were positive at the end of the week. 3% now. For crude oil in negative territory, there's Bitcoin, Ethereum, both about 2% each to the downside to get things going. As we kick off the final 3 days of November here, heading towards the final. It's crazy to even think, guys, good morning. Crazy to even think we're almost at December, if you can believe that. What a year it's been. It's going to be interesting how we wrap this up over the next couple of weeks here, heading towards the next Fed decision.
Yeah, welcome everybody. It is only a couple of days left, and then we're going to be in December. Going to have to get the Christmas lights up, like that kind of thing. But hey, the long weekend is now over. We've got some good Black Friday, I guess, numbers have come through. Some of the retail names are going to be relatively strong. You see Shopify's up a lot. Amazon's up a little, but then the market's actually down. So that almost 0.% up on Amazon, looking like some strength here. You talked about some of the Chinese ADRs we'll be looking at here today with more COVID concerns. With the exception of Pinduoduo, who blew out their earnings, they're all going to be to the downside. But PDD looking incredibly strong. And now Sean has joined the club of people who know what happened in Avengers Endgame, I found out 5 minutes ago. So now we can actually talk about it. Not that we will. But yeah, Tony Stark, sacrifice.
Yeah, I came in and I was actually last night, my wife took my son to it. So I was at 5 arenas yesterday alone.
Only 5?
Back and forth, yeah. And so actually 4. The wife took my daughter to, and we watched the Endgame at night, and it was really fun. We actually got halfway through it and we left it, and then we saw who took it down there. And yeah, the sacrifice was made by Tony Stark there, and I thought it was a pretty fun movie. But on to Black Friday. I've done some Black Friday shopping myself. Yeah, what's up, Playmaker? I know. You know what though? I say on to the next year with Jordan Love. Maybe now.
Oh, come on. No.
Did you see how good he looked though?
No.
He only had 2 drives. One was a touchdown. And the other one, what happened? Oh, they just ran out of time, the last one. So I don't know.
You don't want to do that.
No, I don't want to go to Jordan Love, but
you don't want that.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers now. See you to Aaron Rodgers. But yeah, welcome back to everybody. I'm glad to be here as well. Sticky Notes ready to rock and roll. I came in and Neil was like, we didn't miss much last week. We're not expecting there to be too much. I missed one day anyways, but the volumes,
it was
I think
literally
is what we're looking for.
On Friday.
How was Pratt, by the way?
We'll show some of the opening moves, but it was like the opening moves was like to the downside on a few things, and then there was Manu. And Manu just kept going up. But Pratt did a great job. I think we had a lot of fun.
Great, yeah.
As usual, the show was, we're always going to give you what's moving, and there's always something out there. So it's not a matter of trying to force the action, but there's a heck of a lot more in play today. So thankfully, we have a few more places to look for opportunities.
Yeah, liquidity was the, or a lack thereof, was the big story on Friday. Man, wow. Not a lot of volume to consider. Let's jump right into a few things to consider to kick off your brand new week here. It's all about, more COVID. It's unbelievable that we're still talking about this, but 40,000 new cases reported in China over the weekend. So more restrictions, more lockdowns. That means more production delays for any of the companies that use China, obviously, for manufacturing. It's worth noting there was a move back higher about mid-pre-market for Tesla shares. On that note, about a brand new, apparently, Model 3 getting ready to make its debut coming up in the new year. But we got Tesla downside, we got Apple downside. Those are the two main ones right now.
Yes, sir. My coffee tastes like soap. I'm gonna have to dump that one out there.
Doesn't they say something if you start tasting like soap, that means, no, if you
scary.
smell toast, I think it means you're going to have a, not a heart attack.
Yeah, that's a
What is
very
it,
big,
seizure?
smelling toast is like a stroke.
Stroke. That's what it was. That's what it was.
No, but like this tasting like, so maybe it's the cup.
Don't you sometimes, I sometimes feel like I smell toast. Like I think it's just because it's in your head.
Okay, now it's gonna.
Right, now everything I smell is going to be toast related, but.
Yeah, that's
All right,
not a
what
good
were
way
we
to start
talking
the
about?
day.
You
Well,
talked
we
about
were
soap. Stroke, yeah, good one. Seizure, yeah, no.
It was Apple and Tesla and some of the names that are exposed to China being under pressure. I think that's what we're talking about. But just actually one of them that's not those two. Alibaba here for a quick second, because Apple's doing this as well, and we'll get to this when we talk about Apple, but below the 50 period, you're going to kind of notice that this has been riding the 50 period, but not in a good way, like to the downside. It's been bouncing off of it, but it's been having trouble getting away from it. So I kind of look at this and say, well, I got to be thinking short. That 50 period is about 75.5. So anything in front of that on BABA is just setting up this week, I guess, for some short opportunities. That's where we close as well on Friday, 75.5. But yeah, what I was getting at with the opening, like right at the open on Friday, like there was big flushes down. I think I had NEO. I wanted BABA. If we didn't get it, that was pretty much it. And then there was a couple little spikes up, and then it was more or less just sort of trading inside of the range. So either you got that first move down, caught a bottom off that move, everything else was toast. But I like the shorts in front of that 50 period on the daily chart on Alibaba. That's where I'll be looking. That isn't Pinduoduo, I should say. We'll probably have a look at some NEO, but yeah, BABA, that 50 period. Apple's doing the same thing as well, oddly. So Apple beneath the 50 period on the daily, kind of hard to see with all these wicks here, but this is 147 change. And as long as you're beneath that one, you've been, again, kind of hugging it, managing to open and close above it for the greater part of the last week and a half. And it looks like under these concerns, you're going to be heading lower. Now, obviously, I think it's Foxconn saying that, yeah, okay, we'll be able to make up some of that production next year. Sure, fair enough, but it's been inside this channel. The stock's been inside this channel for enough time here, rejecting the 200. Now that you're below the 50, that is a bit of a momentum downside for me, and then you get that negative catalyst. So I'm not going to be looking for the long today on Apple, though I suppose we weren't looking for the long on Friday either.
I think I was reading the chat there. Yeah, it's burnt toast, obviously. Like I don't know if I said toast or not, but yeah, it's burnt. It's burnt toast. On Friday, we went out and did some tree cutting. See, I got the axe. We wound up cutting it. There it is. Well, that's my kid cutting it, but he didn't really know how to do it. Then you got to get right under it. That's the worst part. Is like getting these little needles in your face, and there it goes, timber. And then we're like, yay, success. And then we're, dragging it. Although that was a couple seconds. And then they even put it on your roof for you.
They do it for you. Nice.
Yeah. So it was a good time. Follow
Did
me.
you just make Baron drag
on Instagram. No, he wanted to drag it for a bit,
okay.
but then the thing is like you got to pull it so far.
I was gonna say, like, he's not caring.
It's like, no, he could do it, but he's like running into stuff, and it was just taking way too long there. But yeah, get your own trees. I mean, I think that was a really fun opportunity there. But the thing is that the tree that we wind up getting spoke to my daughter. So we had no choice. So that was the point. Like, we saw all these trees, and she's like, oh my God, I told this one that it can come home with us, and it spoke to me and everything. So I was like, I didn't really know if it was the best tree, but
well, that's the one right there.
Yeah, it's about 7 feet tall.
You got no choice at that point.
Yeah, we have like 10-foot ceilings, so it could be a little bit higher, but she really liked it. I think Shopify here, we just talked about, these are all going to be on our watch list. So Tesla, Shopify, we're going to get through all these in a little bit more detail, but up 7% because apparently there's stronger Black Friday sales. I mean, I know that they're going to get a piece on all that if there's some of their storefronts and whatnot are part of that. But I don't know. I just feel like Shopify's been, ooh, yeah, that's right. We don't have the pre-split charts here. What's up? There it is right now. Yeah, so I'm just looking at this and saying like, we were just $31, $32 back in November 10th. Are we ready to go and break above $40 on this Black Friday news? We've been here before last week, so it's not like we can't do it. I just want to see it. I want to see it break 40, and then we'll judge it from there. But I am going to go short in front of it first. When it breaks 40, then we'll get out, and then we'll test. There is a beautiful level up here. I know someone talked about it there on the chat as well. It's just like 42.50 area. If we can really get going on Shopify, and for some reason it's up like 11, 12, 13%, and we get to this 42, 43 level, then that's a spot that I want to be shorting 100%. So for right now, it's on the sticky note. I like Shopify into this level. On the 20-minute, it's up here. We're well above it. You go from 37 to 40. I just feel like it's too far, too fast on Black Friday. We still have Cyber Monday. We have Christmas coming through. And I don't know, is Shopify still the big beast that it once was? I guess we'll see if it can get back to prominence. But for me, it's a short. All I have written down today, okay, I was going to say, is that a bull or a bear over there? I don't know if it's going to be right, but Tesla, Apple, Shopify, all shorts, and some of the Chinese names, including XPEV short as well. The only long that I have written on here is AMD. Maybe we can catch that on a little bit of a dip like we've been doing, but for right now, my sights are set on a short there, Brendo.
Yeah, there was three. Just trying to find the third here. There was Baird, it was Jefferies, and then there was a third analyst note, positive analyst note, specifically on Black Friday sales right across the board. They even mentioned, guys, I saw Adobe sales were much higher than expected specifically on Black Friday, and then ahead of what's to come today, obviously Cyber Monday. So some of the e-commerce related stocks going to be worth a note. Here's that new Model 3 I was mentioning. It has a code name. I don't know if that makes it more important or not, but it's codename Highland right now. Apparently, I was just reading through this. There's not much detail, but apparently there's a revamped interior. There's some new technology as far as the software is concerned, but the car itself not going to change. It doesn't sound like a heck of a lot, but yeah. So e-commerce, we have Tesla to watch, and then I was just checking, guys. So it's Wednesday this week. We'll get. It's tough to see here, I know, but this is PCE. So that's that next important. We also get GDP, worth noting as well. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, a ton of economic data to come. And then the following week gets set as well because the 12th is CPI. The 13th, the two-day Fed meeting starts. And then the 14th, we obviously get the Fed decision. So the next couple of weeks going to be huge here for the market.
Yeah, we even get some employment data to end the week because of, hey, stronger job market means the Fed can keep on trucking, or as they call it. I'm just watching. I have Tesla up here just because we're just talking about it. I know we kind of glossed over it, but there's a 179, and it's weird. Like at a 179, there's 50,000 shares just sort of sitting on the NASDAQ book, which I've been seeing a lot more of that lately. Like you just have bids and offers sitting out in the market that are large size in the pre-market, which is a bit different, but you've been seeing a heck of a lot more of it. Tesla down that 2%. Kind of, I want to say it's in no man's land, but the 180 level is looking pretty prominent here. Now, that 180 was a previous support in the daily. These may not be split adjusted charts, but you can always just sort of do like that quick rough math. I don't know if this wants to even go back far enough, but if you go all the way back, and I think it was like 2021 bottoms, they did have that 540 level, and I've kind of been looking as we got back toward it. That turned into some resistance. You're finally seeing it happen. Yeah, I have to go back way too far to be able to see it. But as long as we're hanging beneath that number, I'm going to like Tesla for some weakness. Now, you're pretty much right there, right here, right now. So it's kind of set up for that little pop and fade idea. But it just feels like if it fails 180, there's a little bit more room to recover into the downside than sort of pumping up here. So I do have the look here for Tesla of kind of like one of those opening trades. I know there's that new, okay, fine, they got a new Model 3. That's what that spike was. And it has been holding in the pre-market, doing basically nothing inside of the range. So it's a pretty tight one. It could be a quick in and out at 9:30. I don't want to be sitting in this one, but I want to take any kind of pop. If it fails 180 at the open, that's where I'd like to have that short, and then just see if we can sit on that one. But I just noticed that there is a bid at 179. for what it's worth, and 50,000 shares in the pre-market, usually that's a big order, but there's been so much of that lately that I don't want to think too much of it.
Yeah, I was looking at this 178 area. I mean, it looks like we're going to probably, whoops, why did that line go that way? Can I even delete these lines? There we go, remove, okay. So it's supposed to go this way. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so right there, so 178 coming into play again. It looks like that's going to hit at some point today. So I'm going to look short in that spot just because of the China news. I think the COVID is a bigger story than we think it is. I don't think that their policies are going to be changing anytime soon. They said 40,000 new cases, something like that. What's going to happen when the deaths start rolling through? I look for a short here. It has nothing to do, again, like I posted that thing last week about Tesla, and it was like all of a sudden everyone thought that I was against this stock. I'm still an investor in this name, and I still actually like it. I just think that right now it's been getting hit pretty badly. Its PE is still relatively high, and until China worries are sort of behind us, I just don't see Tesla as being. It's an investable name if you have a longer time frame, but I don't like the name right now, and I favor the short if we're going to day trade it. And Neil and I have to be flat at the end of every single day, so I think that remains true for our strategies there. But up to 184, kind of where we were on Friday there, danced around. There was a big move off the open, a big move down from 188 down to 181, bounced around, popped. And this is the area that I'm looking at right here. That's that pop to 184, right? And so popped to 184, came back to 182, and then just did nothing all afternoon as sort of expected. And then, of course, we were only a half day, right? So the last of it was right here at 2 o'clock, and we ended it at 182.50. So for me, I think if you do get a bump up into this 182, 183 area, it's a short for me for Tesla, and then also a breakdown below this 178. I don't like the talk here on COVID. We know how serious it is as far as it's spreading, whether or not you believe it's a serious virus or not, or it's going to change the world, or pandemic this, endemic that, end game there. China does have its pretty strict policies. Tesla's pumping out a car every 20 seconds or whatever it was in that Shanghai plant when they have to shut that down. And then you have protests, workers protests, this and that. It doesn't make sense to go long Tesla right now, but if it does dip far enough, I guess we can. But for me, I'm going to be going short 182, 183 against that 184, and also possibly on a 178 break, as the market's kind of flat here right now, Brendan.
Yeah, just kind of chopping around a little bit. Wanted to mention some of the chip makers, speaking of chopping around a little bit. If there was a group that was relatively weak back on Friday, even though it was a half day, the chips were definitely that. This was going back to last week as well, into the final session on Friday, talking about shipments suffering record declines in Q3. I wanted to mention this as well, just a chart showing AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA. And this is just year over year Q3 market share. Just pointing to Intel with a bit of an increase that came, it looks like, from both NVIDIA and AMD. But it's a minor story at best, but that was going into the final session on Friday. And as I mentioned, a bit of a sell-off into the weekend, even though it was a half day. Here we are for AMD, down again 1.5%. What do we do with these today?
So for the record, Intel was still weak on Friday, despite some of those numbers. So I've been trading some NVIDIA here and there, and every time I trade NVIDIA, I look back and say, well, why wasn't I just trading Intel from the start? And I think that's where I'm going to go back to the well. Intel, for the last couple of days since it failed 30, it's just been a short. I got to it late on Wednesday. I guess that would have been, of course, Wednesday at 29, like 85. It rolled over there. And on Friday, I should say, it was just one of those, okay, short it. Even when the market bounced, it ended up closing on those lows. So I'm kind of looking at this previous bottom, this double bottom at 28.85, and saying, okay, you've got some room to get all the way back into the bottom of the gap. I'll short first at 29.5. That's the ideal sort of entry price. At least if I get that one wrong, I'll then look back to that 3/4 level as well. So I like those quarters on Intel. That's been something that's worked for me. I'm not going to sit in it at 29.25 or so, but on any pop in strength, I want to get the fade play in Intel. And it does set up that if there's a break of the low, if things get really out of hand to the downside, and we start breaking down 28.85, that low could get pretty interesting, and then your support would be probably 28 even. That's that 50-period moving average. So it's got some support down here, but since failing 30, it just feels like it's headed toward a test of that 50 period on the daily, and that just means going back into the trend shorting it. If it gets to that 28, I'll be long at 28 even if we're to get there, but that's $1 away.
All right, so my plan is pretty simple. We wrote it, find it at Trader TV Sean on the sticky note. I'm just going to go back to the 22nd, which isn't that far away. It's last week. This is what it was doing in the pre-market. It was hovering around 73, 74. Forget it, this was the day before where we shorted the same level, 73, 74. This is where it was hovering around. Then you get this dip down here, and then we just waited pretty patiently until about 9:45. Made a bottom down here at 72. Then we ripped it to the long side, getting $1, $1.50, $3, $2 at some point there, all the way to the upside. And it just kept on going the rest of the day. I don't know if that's going to happen. We came in the very next day. We went long there in 9:30 the next day as well, and hit that to the upside before switching it around to go short. And then of course not here on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? No, I was here Wednesday. Well, not here on Friday. Move downside. So I'm sort of expecting the same type of thing. Remember, here's that move that happened a couple days ago. There, see, sometimes there it goes. Now it shows. So we are hovering around 73, similar to what we're doing now. Right now it's 74. Drops down about $1.50. We let it make a bottom, then we go long. So I feel like that's kind of what's going to happen right now again. Like Neil said, pretty negative day there on Friday for the whole market. Nice move to the downside, although the S&P is only off 16% from its all-time high, which isn't that bad. But of course, AMD's in the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ's still down about 27% from its all-time high. So there's a move downside. I could see it continuing. We'll see if it can stop around 73-ish. We have that bottom of 72 as well. But if the sell-off sort of continues here, and it's not even really selling off, the market's starting to go back to the upside. So I could see some AMD strength coming in. I mean, Brennan brought this to us minus 1.4, and now it's 1.26. I could see us starting to go back up to the upside here, and we missed the bottom. But let's try to sit around. And if there is any strength in the market, I want to be long AMD. We just got to find the right spot. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. I don't want to short this name. I feel like Amazon, Shopify, Apple, Tesla, there's more catalysts to be short these other names. I don't really see one for AMD other than the fact that it's been pretty weak in the pre-market here. So let's give it a couple minutes. Let it settle down. My play is going to be long on Advanced Micro.
We'll get some analyst moves for you this morning. I want to show you this before we do. DraftKings down 5% right now. Chopping around at session lows. Not a lot of volume behind this move, but worth a note. Also, this one, BYND, Beyond Meat, 3%. I saw this come through, this downgrade this morning come through, and it really didn't cause very much of a reaction. It was down anyways, gapping down anyways. Not a lot of volume here, but there you go. Beyond Meat, top of the list there from Barclays. JP Morgan with a downgrade on both DraftKings and Penn. XPEV here as well. Jeffries with a negative note this morning on XPEV. On this side of the board, worth noting, we'll get into these casino stocks. This Macau news this morning, they're going to award new licenses starting in January for additional operations in Macau. So all of the casinos are higher, even with the negative or COVID, I should say, related headlines coming out of China. There's Activision Blizzard we talked about on Friday as well, was downside on that FTC investigation.
That's a heck of a price target.
I found something that's possibly a keystroke error.
No, I'm willing to bet like whatever was on. If we go back to the
there's no way. I mean,
no, the price target
on 44 either.
It's
though,
not 440.
So I don't know what it is.
No, what I'm guessing is, so we update that board every single day. So whatever was like,
damn it, Branko!
Whatever was there on Friday was
the truth
comes
out.
It was priced 440, whatever it was. So I'm trying to think of what stock was on Friday would have been an upgrade maybe that would have a 440 price target. So again, off the top of my head, it's not coming to me. But like, it's just you can think of something in the 350s. It doesn't matter. But
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I was going to say Adobe, but I wasn't here, so I don't know.
Well, I actually don't remember if it was Adobe.
Like
I want to say it could have been, but
anyways, all right. So Wynn's price target is, needless to say, not $440.
I'm not sure what.
Although
it is,
I'm a decent shareholder, I wouldn't mind that target.
5x would be great.
Being hit.
If it went 5 times, it'd be fantastic. But on the other side of that coin, Beyond Meat, $12 for a potential breakdown. That looks. I wish there was volume on this morning, because when I see that on the board and I look at it on the 15-minute, that takes out 12. You could easily be headed. Whoops, and that's not loading up. That could be headed down toward that November low. at $11. So that 12 breaks looks interesting. Just wish there was more volume here on Beyond Meat. Brendo?
It's 91. I just showed this, but it's 91. So just to confirm, it's JP Morgan raising to 91 for Win, 51 for LVS. There, guys.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Too bad that wasn't the actual price, 440 or even 91. But I don't know what's up with the DraftKings downgrade. I mean, I don't know. DraftKings has really been sort of caught here in the last couple of days of just sort of hovering around $15, $16 and not doing too much here. It does have big moves in it, though, which is pretty interesting for DraftKings. You know, we made that bottom at 11. We talked about that, and I was like, man, are we ever going to see that again? And it's not too far away. We made it twice. So we made the bottom of 11. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. We talked about, I mean, I mentioned this could be one of the better buys you could find, especially if you do like, you know, the whole gambling side of things. I mean, were they way too overvalued up here? I would think so. You got to make money in order to survive in this business. And with rates continuing to increase, I don't think that it's time necessarily to buy a lot of these names. But I mean, if DraftKings is anywhere near $11 or $12 come January, first week in January, I feel like it's going to be a good name, a good runner in 2023, especially as some of those licenses get sorted out. I know there was a little bit of a hiccup in California, I believe. You guys can confirm that on the chat. But I really like this 11 bottom on DraftKings. We just need to get there. But now you're below the 50 period here, which doesn't really bode well for it. I like to short names that are below the 50 period. So them coming with a downgrade. Part of the problem when you see upgrades and downgrades is the fact that why are they doing it? Are they doing it just to send it down here to 11 or 12 again so they can get long? So we'll wait to see. I feel like there's going to be 1350, could be some support here today. But again, unless we're up here near 1550, something like that, I don't think DraftKings is worth a short. I mean, if this market turns around, DraftKings can take off. So for me, a little bit not perturbed, because I don't really have too much skin in the game here for DraftKings, although I believe I still have a few shares of this name. But I don't, you know, $14 doesn't really excite me too much, these levels. There is some bottoms there at 14 if you wanted to try it. That's 30 cents lower. I think you could sit there and then hold out for that 13.50. So I think if you get a 14, I think you get 1-to-1. So if you like DraftKings today, 14 probably, if it holds, goes to 14.50, maybe even back to where we were in the pre-market, which is, you know, up, where were we, up here? Yeah, 14.70, 14.60, something like that. And if you break lower on DraftKings, then you're watching out for that 13.50 bottom. So I think you get 50 cents if you're right, 50 cents if you're wrong. It's just for me on DraftKings, 260,000 shares, not super exciting. Before we go back to Brendan, let me just show up our imbalance locator. We haven't done that today. Nothing, pretty much. Costs. That's they have those.
Oh, that's a different one.
That's a different one. I was gonna say that's not the headphones there with Apple and stuff like that. They have a bunch of those lawsuits going through. I don't know. Those are done now. Neo, XOM. I mean, oil at 70, I believe, right? That I'll call it up after.
I'm gonna kick myself over XOM on Friday.
Oh, was there a big trade there? That's oil's at the lowest level it's been at since in 2022 right now. I saw our gas prices are $1.43 a liter at my house, which is pretty low.
Just quickly on XOM, because I was frustrated with myself because you sit there looking at a level and it's pretty obvious on XOM. Look at 115. It's on the 15-minute chart, on a daily chart. It doesn't matter what time frame you want to look at it. It's just it's a brick wall up there. And I sat there, I have alert ready to go if it ever gets up there and looks like it's going to make a break. But sometimes you should just short a level too. Instead of only waiting for it to break out that one. So unfortunately, like there weren't many there was definitely some good opportunities in the market on Friday, but in terms of finding ones that were popping and fading resistance and then just sort of, you know, riding that one and sitting in it the entire time, it was kind of like one of those free and easy sort of short levels, and now you're gapping away from it. I still have my alerts set. When it gets to 150, I'm gonna want that break, but yeah, it's a brick wall on the daily chart. You don't see that very often.
All right, here is your social sentiment board. We'll kick it off with a look at how things are being discussed on social media so far today. The market pretty quiet so far, which is a little surprising here after what happened last week. Nice positive week. Remember, all three U.S. markets were positive on the weekly basis last week. Q's downside. MMTLP just cannot be not talked about. There's MMAT, so metamaterials both back on the board here. Mullen downside, Tesla downside, AMC downside, Apple here red as well, and DWAC, I just checked, not doing any volume whatsoever on the morning, but a little bit positive anyways. As far as social media is concerned, let's have a look at how Europe is shaping up to kick things off for a brand new week. Red along with North America here. It's Italy and Spain leading to the downside. The Swedish market a full percent in negative territory as well. Turkey as well, 1.8 to the upside. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market to start off the brand new week. We were just saying, Arun, as we kick things off here, a ton of economic data to cover this week as well, and then into next week with CPI and the Fed. But a little bit quiet here. We are chopping around, going sideways.
Yeah, and the pre-market it tends to be like that coming out of a long weekend. So I would expect some, another half an hour. I expect things to be a little quiet until we get into the first little acceleration point, which would be the NASDAQ imbalances coming out of 925. I noticed that Apple was down a little bit in the pre-market. So that's probably going to bring some activity. And then, everyone who hasn't been here on Friday because they took the day off to make it an extra long weekend, they got to get some stuff done, whether it's imbalances or just opening trades that need to be done. So they're going to take care of that going in. So I would wait until the open to make any decisions. For now, the market, obviously we gapped down, we're trading down, we bounced off 4,000 a little bit, not by much. We're still struggling around here. So I think this is going to be the inflection point. So if we go into the open and we get a nice bounce off this 4,000, because going back a few days, I had 39.95 marked as a level. We kind of got underneath, came back above. Now we're just flirting right around it. So if we can bounce off of here, the long could still potentially be intact. Of course, after the open, if you lose it, then we're probably going to go down to the next checkpoint, which is going to be into the low 80s, high 70s. So for now, I'm going to say wait until the open. We're sitting at an inflection point. Let's see if we can break down through the 4,000 or if we get a bounce. If we get a bounce, longs are still in play. 39.95 is still intact. If we break down through there, we have the high, which would be, I would say, 40.55 up top. And if we get far enough into these high 70s, 39.70, 39.80 in the low side, 39.55 held up well. So I'd keep an eye on that as a potential long play if it sets up. Remember, you're going to be going into a downtrend. So if it comes down, sets up, then you have 39.55 down there as well. But again, be patient, wait till the open, see what that brings you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open on a Monday. Grab that every single day. Then come join us at 8:30. It's absolutely free, first of all. Second of all, it comes right to your inbox. Join more than 30,000 now getting that delivered right to their inbox every single morning, including this morning. I was just reading through this one more time. This is the note if you missed it. Anyone joining a little bit late here. Tesla downside this morning on these COVID concerns coming out of China once again, and what is that going to mean as far as production is concerned? The Shanghai facility obviously not going to be good. 40,000 new infections reported from China over the weekend. There was also a minor note with this Model 3, a revamped Model 3 apparently to come in the new year, guys.
All right, so yeah, look, I mean, I'm pretty excited about Tesla trading this week. I mean, whenever there's going to be lower volume, I mean, hopefully the volume does pick up, but Tesla's been moving around pretty dramatically recently, right? I mean, we've talked about it already today. I put it down here on the sticky note that Tesla's looking weak as Chinese COVID policies, yeah, that's right, okay, seem drastic versus the manufacturing sector, right? So we have Tesla right here written down as 178. I just wrote down here more issues in China. Seems like it's going to affect the manufacturing. Look at that 184 top in case we head higher. Look for a 178 bottom break. So there's a couple of trade ideas that I have written down. And once they're written down on the sticky note, you know, I have to take them. I don't have to. That's sort of an inside joke with myself because I rarely stick to the plan, but I look back and like, oh man, why didn't I have that 178 break? So let's try to have that today. I mean, it's just, here's 184 up here. That's sort of the top. We talked about what it did on Friday, went up to the top. I mean, maybe we can look at a 1 minute chart, might be a little bit better as I wasn't here for Friday, but here's the move down. We started at 180. I mean, we really started in the pre-market a lot higher, 187, 188. And then here's the dance early on the open there. Nice little move, just back and forth. I don't know, it looks like we're missing some quotes in there for a couple seconds there. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, drops down. It baselines at 181. That's a great bottom. That's what we're looking for today on any stock, is a bottom like that. And then right at 10 o'clock, we took off. But look where we stopped, right? And this is the 184.50. So whenever you're going to stop at a level and then never look at that again, and then of course into the close, 1 p.m. close, you're not going to get that much action there, right? So there's early trading. So I kind of just look to see what happened in the first half hour to an hour to give me sort of strength to believe in what's going to happen today. So right there, yeah, Lord, give me strength in Tesla. 184.50 right there as the top. We'll see if that can hold. So then you go over to today, and now you're down a couple bucks, right? As we saw some of those rallies, some of the stuff happening there in China, some negative talk about manufacturing, and then the COVID tough policies. I don't see it for Tesla today. I think there needs to be news to rally that Model 3 Highland model there. I think for parts, I think that's going to be good, but I don't know enough about it to be like, oh, that's going to be a long. So I look to say, hey, if we rip, we get into this 183, 184 area, I think it's worth a test to that 184.50. Jack it up a little bit there to 185. So I think that if you get to 184, 185, that's going to be the short. And until then, if the futures, like Arun said, something pretty key there, and that is why we show the imbalance locator. So right now it's only New York stocks at 925. It becomes activated for NASDAQ names. And if Tesla's on there as a sell, I could see us testing that 178, possibly breaking it. And then once we break 178, unfortunately, I think you got to look at, honestly, 170 could come into play today. 168, that bottom could also come into play. I just don't know if there's going to be enough volume today for that to happen. But hey, it's Monday. I was gonna say it's Friday. It's Monday. We're on a new week. So hey, if they want to send this market to the south side this week, then it's going to have to start somewhere. And unfortunately, I think Tesla gets beat up a little bit. It's already down 2%, much weaker than the market. And now you can see, even on the 1 minute chart, I know Neil's probably going to look at that as well. You see it's just fallen $1 here in the last 5 or so minutes. So I would say that we're going to be right shorting Tesla, and definitely wait to pick up some bottoms. Like, there's no way I would say this 178's a long. And you watch, you're going to say 178 long.
No.
No, okay, good.
Absolutely not. Look, I'm looking for the short. It's hard to see, but one of these two wicks over 180 is actually legitimate. It did break a 180 and get to 181. And that's just the level I'm looking at, that 180. When I popped my the 15-minute up, I looked at Friday's bottoms. You're rejecting that. On the way back in, you had some support after it made this wick bottom at 180 and then broke out from 180. And since you broke that level, you've essentially really just spent Friday above it. And so I want to just reestablish that at the open. It's a pop and fade for me at that 180. The only other EV name I'll be looking at is, well, I shouldn't say the only other one because I'll probably look at something else. NIO was what we traded on Friday, and it's simply, that's the breakdown that I had, and I liked it breaking 1030, and it's a very similar setup that Tesla's sort of sitting. It looks like it's in the middle, but it was just looking at previous support turning into resistance, and then it broke down that level, and that was the only trade there. So if I do look at NIO, what's more likely to be this popping back in at 1025. If it gets up there, I like it. Keep remembering that I want to do this for my faces over there. But 1025, I do like that for a fade up there. And if it gets down to 950, 960, maybe you got a bit of a bid. But it's 180 for me on Tesla. If it does pop and wants to reestablish 85, 86, which is previous resistance, I'd go back to that. NIO has to get out of this $10 area. Maybe 25 cents higher is where I'd like it to said short side. But it'll be Tesla first for me.
Not all bad coming out of China. As far as the headlines are concerned, here's PDD this morning. Pinduoduo with a nice earnings beat right across the board. They pointed to actually benefiting from lockdowns and benefiting from this COVID situation in China. Anyways, quarterly revenue topping estimates and forecasts pretty good as well. Up huge here this morning, 13.5. It was 16% at the top up there.
Yeah, obviously, the move that it's made is pretty much counter to everything else. All the other Chinese ADRs are slightly to the downside. So it's even stronger than the 13% is going to be able to lead you to. And this has been an absolute beast of a stock. So all I'm looking at is in the daily chart here. You've got this breakout, and it's there it is. It's pretty obvious to see. You can see like $73 here has been a brick wall. It's broken here for the first time. Like, how many stocks can you show that are 200 period, 50 period, and then breaking consolidation and looking like they're making like the run upside at least 85 if you look at the next kind of resistance level, maybe like an $82 level as well. But very, very strong look. I think as long as it's above 73, that's the place I could look for some longs. If it starts breaking that back down, then you're not really holding above that line that's been in the sand. And that's been there all year long, right? Like the actual 2022 top has been that 73 until right now. So PDD super strong. I know a trader who always keeps telling me that if there's one that you invest in, it's this PDD in the space, and that they're just going to be better than the rest. And he's been proven right on that, so I respect him for that. I'm just looking at 73. We get down there, that's where I want to be able to take the dip buy. If we cannot hold 73 even, then much like everything else, I'm probably going to be looking for some short opportunities. Super strong, and I just want to play that key price level. I think that's a great looking chart. It doesn't mean it has to go up from there, but if I got to pick one to go long, I got no issues with that. And we talked about Alibaba, just to reiterate, because it's a related name. This one on the daily, very different story. Rejecting the 50 period, but gliding down, and now you're kind of gap below it. So that's at 75.30. So I want to be short. If it's beneath 75, I want to be short Alibaba. It doesn't mean I have to short it here at 74 even, but much like Tesla in that 180, if it's beneath that 75, I like the shorts in BABA. But I'll be long in front of 73 on Pinduoduo.
It's a China kind of day because even Apple getting affected by this. Foxconn, I mean, delays at least. This is Bloomberg reporting 6 million iPhone 14 Pro units going to be short, or that's going to be the deficit that comes out of this mess. So they'll be short 6 million iPhone 14 Pro models. So here's Apple, as we discussed earlier, down 2%.
Oh yeah, Apple not good. I just keep coming back to the 50 period on the daily.
Apple a day.
Keeps the doctor away. I have my Apple a day.
Yes.
I literally every single day, I bring my apple in, and it's like, I don't know, I started doing it.
You don't like the apples we have here? Or we do have apples here anymore?
No, see, we used to have apples and fruit in the lunch area, and we don't anymore. So I bring in my one apple. I have it after the show.
Costco has great I know you don't have a membership, but Costco's, you should, yeah.
I'm like the only person around here that is not a Costco guy. But look, it's going to be more negativity here, and it kind of sucks on a Monday. It's like you keep looking at short ideas, but when Apple gets below the 50, when it's been holding it just like Baba had, and it's been riding and bouncing off of it day after day, well, today you're finally breaking it down. So it's at 147. So anything beneath that 147, I am looking for shorts in Apple. That means it could break the pre-market high, and I'd be looking to fade it off 47, which is, that's that low. I guess on Tuesday it would have been that low. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for the shorts, first off the pre-market tops. If it does get up to 47, I'll short that. I don't know about a breakdown, like breaking the low of the day on Apple. That's not really a play I'd usually make, but yeah, my setups are the short side for Apple, unfortunately. It's just all the commotion out of China. Like, you got to really convince me that there's reasons to go long this in today's trade. If it reestablishes 47, I think that's a great look because you would have gapped below the 50 period, then immediately recovered. Like a close today above 147 would be pretty bullish in Apple's case, but until that happens, I'm looking short.
Yeah, the same thing. I wrote on the sticky note, and I just feel like, this one. I mean, what did I write down exactly? 148. So I didn't even give a target to the downside here. I just feel like this 148. You are going to get a little bit of a bump up here in the market. I feel like we only have 13 minutes now until those imbalances come. So if Apple does bump up to this 147, 148 area, that's for sure a short. I think Neil and I are both on the same page with this one. And I want to be long names that have catalysts to go long. I don't. Right now, Apple, Foxconn, the riots there. We know that, that's, oh man, this chart with these wicks, yeah, that really sucks there. So that bottom right now is 144.70. That's why I sort of look here. Even if you go to a 3-minute chart over the last little while, we had some nice moves in Apple up to 152, 153. So, those were some great tops. Wish we had shorted them. Well, we probably did short them when they were there, but if it came back ever up to this 152, 153 area, I think that's a decent short until we get into the new year. My whole thesis is that there's going to be a little bit of a rally here into the new year, and then I feel like there'll be some tax moves happening, tax selling, cutting some losses out there, and then rebuying some of those names in the new year. So that's really where I look to see. I think people will get back into Apple. So I am looking for like a 152, 153 break, but I just don't know if it happens until it's only November. What is it? November 28th. You still got still got a whole month of trading to go, so I don't know why I'm talking about the new year yet. But Apple, again, up to 148, it's a short. I don't like all that talk in China. I do know that they are talking about, or they have moved some of their production to India. That's going to probably be effective in one of their next quarters. We'll hear about that. But Apple just has to come out and like pre-announce something negative, and this stock and the market gets absolutely trashed. So that's a big worry for me. The NASDAQ, like I said, hasn't recovered as much as the ES. The ES is at 4,000. I mean, the ES, like I said, is 16% away from all-time highs. 16%. Like we were talking about, oh my God, this is such a horrible time to be in the market. It is if you're in the NASDAQ names. Those are still, most of those are still down. A lot of the big cap names like Apple, Google, Meta, I mean, it just goes on and on. We can just keep going. Microsoft, on and on. I keep thinking Roku and some of these Cathie Wood names, but I don't want to mention those. Though, you know, some of these bigger tech names are still down that 25, 30+%. So I don't know. I feel like they're not out of the woods yet. This China problem is a big, huge problem. I don't feel good about it, and I want to be short Apple. So let's leave it at that. We'll look for the best spots to short it. I want to be a short near that 147, 148 for now.
As I mentioned, not all bad coming out of China this morning. There is this note on Macau specifically. So you got to kind of look past this COVID stuff and look into January at least, because Macau going to award a whole bunch of new licenses for operators in Macau. So all of these higher this morning. Wynn, MGM, LVS, we saw on the upgrade side of the board, Win that was. But here's LVS I wanted to mention. 3.5%, not a lot of volume behind this, but they all kind of look like this, gapping up about 3% and going sideways here.
Yeah, so it's the mixed news that probably has them going sideways. But look, if you're going to play for some strength, I don't mind it being here. And it's Win that I like. It'll be hard to see on the daily chart. The daily chart's pretty solid, and you can see if it gets above 81 again, it was there in the pre-market. If it gets above 81 again, that's a pretty solid breakout zone on the daily. However, on the 15, this is a little bit cleaner. If it gap fills back down, because you're right between 81 and 76. Like if it gap fills back down, I just look at the bottom channel from last week and say 76 top. Oh yeah, we'll take that. So if there is a break to the downside, I definitely like that 76. Otherwise, I need to see this clearing out through 81 and breaking out through that price. I know it's up that 5% now, but I just don't necessarily see it going sideways. And I'd much rather take this one if it breaks that 81 level and then starts going on from that big level on the daily. If there is a break of 79.50, which is a current pre-market high, throw away some of these other old wicks here. I can always get into that in a dip buy if it starts trending. But yeah, I'm looking for the big dip, and then that 81 break is where it's at. Like I think that's the key level for me on Win.
Yeah, Win's been a beast. We've been talking about that for a while. We really like that. We put that in our portfolio a long time ago and just been holding it. Was able to buy something in the low 60s or mid 60s. Have to double check that. I'm pretty sure we're back to about flat on this position. We were buying this name from a long time ago. I mean, if you guys have been watching the show for a bit, but I really liked. I think it was 80. Yeah, it must have been down here when we were buying this dip into 80. And then when it broke back lower here near this 50 period, we were buyers. We don't have anything down at the bottom here. I didn't buy anything down in 50, 55 because it was looking pretty bleak. But if we liked 80 to support it right here, you know, there's not great support at 80, but you know, with story developing, I feel like 80 should be able to get broken here. You're at 78.90, I believe. Yeah, 78.90 last print. So I like an 80 break, but again, I feel like it's going to happen pretty early, so let's just wait and see. I'm sort of mixed bag here today because you know you have stocks like Tesla and Apple that I'm trying to go short based on COVID talk and China, and then here I am thinking about going long when we see right there on the board it says casinos in Macau. So it's kind of like, okay, one out of one side of my mouth I'm speaking about short China, and the next one I'm thinking about going long Win due to some of the China news. So I want to like sort of ease back on all that, but I do like what Neil was saying. I know he's had some big trades on Win before. I like that 80 level. It could definitely go, and if you're looking long Win today, like I said, remember you want to find names with catalysts. So Neil looked at Win. Maybe I can look at LVS. It's only 918 here quickly. Wow, for 30. I thought this was in the 30s, $44. So yeah, maybe it was down. Yeah, it was down there. But see, again, some huge boosts up for a lot of these names. So just by that reaction, it's only 85,000 shares today. Is there anything on the daily level? This probably doesn't look as good as 80 does, and that's going to take a while to load up here. But yeah, so you still have, this is a little bit more choppy at these areas. This looks like it wants to get test back 50. Both these names are nice longs. I feel like if you want to be real safe, you want to get into like an MGM or something that has more of the US exposure and less China. Again, like I'm saying, I don't want to say bad about China, good about US and back and forth, but you do have to look at the industry that these guys are in. And MGM has been working. It didn't have that huge move from the top all the way to the bottom. Sure, it got cut in half here, right? But I mean, some of the moves that Wynn's had have been pretty dramatic. So let's wait to see. Even MGM is all the way back up. MGM, this actually looks a lot like Wynn right here at $37, $38, but you trade them for different reasons today. It's China related. I like Wynn. I think that ever since I read that article, and I need to read another one, it just shows you how much I read, not that much, that they valued Wynn and their properties at $8 billion. Then I look at the market cap and it's $8 billion. So I feel like the property alone and the value of their location on the Vegas Strip and whatnot is worth in the billions. Then you're not really valuing their free cash flow and everything to be worth anything. And when you're in the casino game, you just need to open the doors to make money. That's how it works. So they can open the doors in Macau, make money. Vegas travel.
You got to turn the lights on too.
You got to turn the lights on. You got to pay a couple people every once in a while. Someone's got to clean everything there. But casinos make money themselves and they run themselves despite administration. Yeah. You need to open the doors. But I like the casino names. I think with travel being hot again, I like casino names, and actually I like Airbnb.
I was just having a look. I saw that interesting note there for the overall market, guys. I was just double checking. The Dow for sure, this is happening. The Q still has a chance to not get there. But 3 days left in the month of November. If we close positive for the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, it'll be the first time this year that it'll be 2 straight positive months in a row. The Dow for sure, that's happening. But the Qs and the SPY still have a chance to kind of decide either way. 3 days left in the month. Again, if we close positive on the month, it'll be only the first time this year there's been back-to-back positive months. Crazy. AXSM here just popping back up on scanner in front of me on that volume spike. Took out the highs there. This is positive Alzheimer's related news this morning, up 23%. Worth noting, Biogen downside on negative Alzheimer's related news as well. Not a lot of volume on BIIB, but a couple of those moving around. There's the note on AXSM, if anyone was wondering. Let's talk about some of these e-commerce stocks. Shopify, bottom of the board there, up nicely here in the pre-market, guys. There was 3 or 4 different analysts with positive notes pointing to higher than expected Black Friday sales right across the board.
Yeah, well, look, there were great numbers for Black Friday, at least right now, and they're saying it's going to be a record for Cyber Monday, which last I checked was today.
Whatever happened to the consumer not having any money? Like we get one freaking report that says, oh man, it's going to be bad holiday sales, and then we get the next one says record Black Friday. I don't know. I feel like we're getting mixed up.
Well, the strange thing is, but I also saw this morning that there was a big bump in buy now, pay later. I'm gonna get to Affirm in a quick second, but I don't love where we're trading in Shopify particularly because I think if you were saying that $40 level, it's just a little bit more interesting if it got to that. It's actually rejected just slightly beneath that. If you look at this, up that 6%. I do think there's bigger levels to the upside that you could probably fade off of on the daily chart. Whoops. Oh, that's not split adjusted. I can't go back too far. But you know what? You would have expected, well, at least I would have expected, that a stock is beat up as a firm on some of that news and the fact that more people were actually using buy now, pay later over this weekend than were anticipated. This would be getting a bump, but it's down 1.7%, Affirm, and not really budging at all. So I'm seeing some relative weakness in this name. Maybe it gives me something to lean on as opposed to, I don't know if we get to the price on Shopify to that upside, but if we do see $13.50 on Affirm, that does set up for a bit of a short for me. It's been in this channel for a while.
13.
I thought this would be testing higher and trying to squeeze a little bit today on those Black Friday numbers. When I see that not happening, I think it'll give me some opportunities to short this name. If it takes out 13.50, I'd just be out of it saying, okay, you got me by being relatively weak, and then all of a sudden it booms at the open. But shocked, because Amazon's up. Amazon's showing strength. Amazon looks like it wants to take out that 94.5. 94.5, 95 has been a big level pretty much all of last week. And I think unless it needs to break 95. I think for that real jailbreak long, it needs to take out 95. But I'm only shorting that level. Like, I'm not shorting any lows on Amazon. It has to be up at 95. And even then, it could break out that price. I'm just surprised. I mean, Amazon's up, Shopify's up. Affirm actually weaker than the overall market after a big Black Friday. How bad do you have to be?
Like when you said Affirm was $13, I was like, what? Like,
that's off the lows.
We were talking, yeah. It's also off the highs a little bit there too. I thought Affirm.
That's French.
I thought it was $20. Honestly, what is even happening? Welcome back to the. I'm not showing that. I haven't traded in a while, but I mean some of those names. That's why I'm very familiar with the DraftKings, Snowflake, stuff like that. But wow, Affirm $13. Look, I mean Neil just went right to Amazon here. That's another level that I like for sure. I already tweeted it out here off the sticky note today. We added it to the sticky note. You can find me at TraderTV Sean. I already wrote down 95. I think that's a pretty key level right there coming through. We'll see if we can short off of 95. So that's on your sticky note today as well. I want to give a big shout out to Adam. What's up to Adam Christensen? Thank you so much for coming on board right there. He said, man, I found this show, a bunch of cool dudes. I'm now a member. So I want to say thank you to that. Yeah, I know Hatem Affirm was 140. I know, it's an absolute disgusting. When it was up there, that's when I coined buy now, pay never. But I really didn't realize that never actually meant never. Like, hopefully people will pay some of their bills and they won't have that problem. But it's a whole economy thing right now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work. And we just said they had great Black Friday and now hopefully Cyber Monday deals. I've already made a couple decent purchases myself into Black Friday. So there's Shopify. That's the name that we're talking about here. So it's at a buy. Again, I wrote down, this is another name that's on the sticky note. It doesn't look like the NASDAQ is here to save the day at all. I don't really see any NASDAQ big names here bumping higher. So I think the Apple short, the Amazon short, the Tesla short, all going to be put on at some point by me today. But that doesn't say much. I'd make over 150 trades normally a day. But right here, Shopify up to 40. I like it. I like the short. It's on the sticky note. I just think you short a name like this, up 6% doesn't make much sense. Is the consumer strong or is the consumer weak? You tell me. We keep getting it back and forth here. I'm going to say weak, not strong. So I think it's a big bump up. I don't know how many sales we're going through on Black Friday, but hey, people that are smarter than me will tell me, and Shopify will just trade that way. So if it breaks 40, we'll get out of the way for that. But I'm already sitting here ready to get short 40 on Shopify. And it's actually, it's earlier than that, 39.70. So any kind of bump up for Shopify, I'm short this name. I just don't believe it. I don't believe in the consumer right now. I want to short Amazon. I want to short Apple. I want to short Tesla. And it's not that, I shouldn't say I don't believe in the consumer. It's just, like, you hear so many different things back and forth. Like, how could Apple be weak when everyone buys everything to do with Apple, yet there was some great opportunities here for Shopify? I don't know. Let's wait to see what happens here. I'm looking for more news. There doesn't seem to be anything hitting right now. We already looked at the Apple imbalance, and there was none. So let's just see, is there anything on this? Nah, it's still 145 and not moving. So should be an interesting open. I think we'll sit on my hands. Brent, anything you want to talk about?
There's this TBLA we mentioned right out of the gate this morning, Taboola. Interesting story behind this. They're teaming up with Yahoo for 30 years. So TBLA going to do all things advertising, digital advertising for Yahoo for the next 30 years. So this thing's up significantly anyways. It was 50 plus at one point this morning. But TBLA, not necessarily a teeny tiny little stock. I believe it's around $1 billion market cap, but a digital advertiser, again, teaming up with Yahoo, guys.
Apparently somebody scored a goal because of that.
Korea, Prad said.
Okay. Yeah, but look, it's not that small of a company, as Brendan said. It's like, this is not a small floater either. So it's done a couple $100 million float, I think, at least, and it's doing some significant volume as well. But double top here at 315 in the pre-market, already making a run. Partnership with Yahoo. At some point, the stock is probably a fade just based on that alone, but it's not necessarily there yet. I'm looking at two levels. First one, we just got some Tesla. First one here is going to be 325, and then the 50 period sits at about 360, and then this level to the upside. I think that's where moves can get arrested on TBLA. So I'm looking at that for a bit of a fade play. That does set it up for a chance to make a run and a bit of a breakout. But I'm not taking that break at 315. I'd much rather stay away from it. As I said, just got into some Tesla. There was a couple of other names that are making some moves. I know that COSM from last week, the penny stock. Some of you guys are looking at that. It looked like it was maybe going to make a run at those highs from last week, but already starting to come back a little bit to 50. But it rejected 65 pretty prevalently on Wednesday, and I'd be looking back into that level. So I just got Tesla in front of that 180 level. About a minute to go here. Apple, I like to short pops. Intel, I'm looking to short some pops on Intel if it gets up to 29.50 as well. So not a heck of a lot that I love to that long side. But PDD, 73, if it can hold that, I want to be on that bid. That's probably the first place I'll go to any kind of long trade is my guess.
Yeah, XPEV, here we have Justin on the bell. So he's going to throw down the bell in about 30 seconds to start off this Monday. We're excited to be back with you a full week finally. I think anyways, unless there's a regular week. Yeah, full week this week. It should be all good unless I'm forgetting something. XPEV was a name that I wanted to look at on the short side as well. Down again another 3% today. Again, more Chinese problems coming into forefront. So we'll watch out for XPEV. Any sort of a bump up near 7, I think, gets shorted as well. So we'll wait for that. With only now 10 seconds to go. Let's go. There he is. What's up, Justin? Here we go. Justin? Only 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, the fake out. And there it is.
You fake us out.
We are ready to rock and roll. All right, let's let this market settle down a little bit off the open, but a nice little move to the upside to start the day here as we're starting to go up. There goes Tesla right now.
That was dirty.
Yeah, I mean, this is the... You know what, Neil? Honestly, in the first minute, man, this is...
No, I was on the bid, and
I
missed the bid by about like 5 cents there. It gave 179s, and then came right through that 180. But like I said, beneath that 180 is where I like to short. So once it's above 180, I'm going to be out of dodge. Pinduoduo is heading to the downside, and that tabula is breaking out the top. So watch out there. It's not just, Tesla's going to the upside, but Apple actually... starting to slide back into the downside. I still like that in front of 46 and 47, so I will play fades on both of those names. I just definitely want to get that first leg on Apple here. Pinduoduo not showing as much strength. I got to check in on Alibaba as well, because if this market wants to try to come up, there are some fades I like, and Baba was one of them.
Yeah, we just missed on XPEV. We'll wait to see if it can come up through. There it is. Okay, so we are now short here on XPEV 94s. Just blasted the whole level. Now we're starting to go to the upside. Let's see if this this rally in the market does affect some of these Chinese names. There we go. Now we're loaded up on XPEV as this market is really blasting to the high side. I mean, it's only up 0.5. It's still down 0.5, but it's a nice move up here, trying to take out some of those pre-market levels up here near 11,750. So watch out for that. We are now short XPEV 710. We're going to get out of the way for that one. Tesla's dancing around 180 right now. Amazon's trying to make a move to the upside as well. But for right now, I don't really see anything that's hitting too many of my levels. I need Amazon to come up a little bit higher. Shopify's starting to go now as well. So we should be able to sit here and take this short. 39.75 coming into play.
Amazon's
right now. There we go. We're short now on Shopify. Here comes Tesla. Or sorry, you're right. Here comes Amazon as well.
Yeah, Amazon's printing 94.5, so that 95 level is going to come into play here. I did get some Alibaba as well. I was looking at NEO, but that's kind of sitting right in the middle of the range. Don't want to get into it way too early. And then there comes a firm. I said on any strength, I wanted to take a shot at a firm because it was relatively weak. It just made a move, and this is what sometimes will happen. It's like, okay, well, the firm should have been going up in the first place. It was doing absolutely nothing, so I'm only going to short it in front of the key level. So here's that 1350. We'll take our shot for that one. As the market tries to go up, I look at one of the things I like to the long side, which was Win, and you're just not getting that opportunity just yet. Like, it's just sitting here doing absolutely nothing. So I'm waiting for this to break down. It should have been going up. It's breaking down. If it breaks down, I'm looking at 76 level for Win for those longs.
All right, let's go. There it is right now, 40 cents in the money on Shopify. Nice little trade for me here as we just got some 40s right there. So there it is. We waited for that. And if you're watching the Sticky Note Nation, then you see that Shopify fails there. We're out of 40% of that right now. As it just came in, we just got a really great fill there at 40. So we'll take out of that. So 10%, 10%, 20% right there as our last piece. Not our last piece. That was our last piece getting out there. As we'll see if Shopify wants to fade back in here just to give some sort of a target. Like 39 would be great, and then we'll see about that bottom. So I'm going to put a bid now at 39 on Shopify as that continues to make a move to the downside. Our Amazon almost in, so this could be, Amazon, I was waiting for 80s, and it's right here right now. Maybe we'll start this party a little bit here at 71, and then wait for this 80 to come in. So now we're short here, Amazon.
I was about to say, I'm sitting right there at actually, I'm at 83, that's why. Never mind.
Yep, there it goes.
It's like, I actually was at 85, but I just got Amazon just now. But they're all making moves to the upside, so this is what we're kind of looking at. If you're going to short in front of levels, then you're going to have to take it coming into you. But Apple, Amazon, Tesla already came in and out, and Affirm. I'm loaded to the short side. At this point, it's going to be, can you hold out? And there's some size on the offer at 95, but I don't care about size on the offer. Like, if you start holding a bit above it, I'm not going to stop out at that even. It's too big of a level for that. But if you're above like that quarter, I got to get out of Dodge. I wanted to get to Man U, and I will get to that one in a second. But now getting tested to the upside. The market is now booming. Absolutely booming. I'm going to cancel some offers on my Intel. Make sure I check back a little further because this market wants to come upside.
Yeah, there it is, man. So it's big time booming right now to the upside. We're still going to hold on to our Amazon short, of course. We're short at 84. Okay, here it comes. Just made a move back in a little bit. But that was quite a big move there. So let's just get out a piece here. Why bother to do that? Let's wait for some 70s there. Amazon dancing a lot right now, man. It just touched 80. Like we were in the money on Amazon, and we were just like out of the money 30 pennies, then in the money like 2 pennies. So that ratio is not working out for us right now. But now we're flat on it. So hopefully that can come back down a little bit here. I don't know. New position, of course. Sorry. The same position is, it looks like XPEV. There it is. I was just going to say we're about to get out of XPEV. So that one is definitely a flush down the toilet. We wanted to go short 7 there. We did. We have it. But wow, big time movement for these Chinese names as the market looks like it's trying to go positive right now. Big time movement. Wrong on the short so far today, but a lot of levels really haven't hit yet. Apple just came in right now at 140.50. So we'll put something on the bid, see if we can capture 15 cents on that one. There it goes to the downside as well. And there goes Amazon up. Upside, breaking through. Big time movement upside today. Was not expecting this. PDD also highs. We didn't get over that one as well. But these Chinese names, man, they are not worried about this shutdown apparently as much as I was, I guess.
I liked one long, I liked Win to the long side. We're not going to have gotten that one. But even Affirm starting to come in 3% now on Affirm. It wasn't going with the market before. And now it seems like it does want to go. It's that and Apple that have held up because 147 has held like a charm on Apple. So at least I like that one. It looks like that's going to be okay. But I just want to get over to PD because PDD is an absolute rocket ship. Now it won't even load up. We'll go to Brennan and we'll get this one back.
A big mover last week. Back to the upside here for DBGI, digital brands. 20% already, guys. Not seeing anything new on this, but keep in mind, 19% short interest on this one, DBGI.
All right, so Apple, we'll look at DBGI as well. Apple, big time fail there. We got a great short, 146.50. We're out of half. Let's see if we can hold some more. I'm just bidding 146.02 for another 10% to get out as it's been bouncing off 146. So there it is. Ooh, we missed it. We're right there at 02. Hopefully, there it is. Okay, did we get it? Yeah, no, we didn't. Did we? Yes, we did. Sorry, now we're out of 40% there of Apple as we just got that 02 fill. So that was a good fill for us as well. We're back into Amazon, but again, Amazon's been just ripping upside. So, oh man, look at this daily on Amazon. That's right. We have some bad wicks on there. Can't even look at it. So my bad on that. But there we go, man. Even on the 20 period here chart, this 20-minute chart, you're looking up to 96.50 right now. That's going to be way too high of a level for me to hold. So hopefully it comes back in a little bit, but look at Amazon, just rip city right now to the upside. I guess it was a better Black Friday than we thought, but if that level is going to be 96.50, then let's try a little bit more here on the short. Maybe that move is finished with here. We'll try a little bit more here on the short, see if we can hold it back. As you can see the market coming back in, XPEV still upside. That might be another short up here, but I don't know. Let's slow down. This could be a bull trap. I do see what you guys are saying.
Yeah, look, we're still actually down 0.25% on the NASDAQ. And just looking at the ES quickly, I want to get to this taboo in a second. But 40.20, you're up to that top. So when you get to resistance in the market, anything that's still valid, because a couple of shorts got blown out for me, that's going to be Amazon, Alibaba. Tesla was really quick right at 9:30. But anything that's still setting up for you, which looks solid beneath resistance, Apple, Affirm holding up pretty well, and now this tabula just did a failed break at 315 and is slamming back down. So this small cap looks like it doesn't want to wait till 350. Win is starting to gap fill into the downside, and you're right about that, Kevin. One of the other names that I was waiting for to keep price level, yeah, there it is. So 1030 was a breakdown on NIO on Friday. It just checked right up in there, broke 25s, rejected 30. So another name, which is at key resistance, I'm going to put that one on as well. So I'm going to get into some NIO here, hold on to some Affirm, and then did want to get back over to Tesla, guys. So Tesla right away challenged and broke that 180. Now the next level up isn't until it gets to the afternoon or it gets to late morning highs, that 185 level where it broke down on Friday. So got to be patient with Tesla here. Not going to chase it too far. And then Brennan, of course, brought that AXSM. You can look at Biogen for weakness, but AXSM, that was the Alzheimer's treatment. Looks like it's rejecting the high and pulling back in, at least for now. I kind of like this 68 level if it wants to put in a bit of a trend to the upside. So we'll be looking at that one to continue that trend. And I do keep on meaning to get over to Manchester United. That was a good one on Friday. But look at NEO now. It's like I get the short off 25, and you're immediately looking like you're going to want to break out the top. So these longs are really starting to the shorts are starting to get challenged over and over again. And just got to make sure we adhere to our stops, because right now they ain't looking good.
No, we're doing okay on this side. We picked Apple, so Apple was a good short for us. This has really sort of brought back our day a little bit here off of an XPEV miss and an Amazon miss. We just tried XPEV again there at 720. I still feel like that's going to be a short. What did we just get filled on there? Oh, Amazon back up to the upside. Okay, so we're going to address that in a minute. So I just took a 15 short and out at 20, but that could be the top there, 2025 for XPeng. But I'm just really surprised that this name is now positive. We could check over on NIO as well. That could be another name, 1030, 1040. This name continues to go higher as well. So maybe it's not time yet to get back into some of these shorts on the EV space. Although I am very, very tempted. Intel's pretty garbage still. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to try to go here. Maybe get another little bit on XPEV and give it to that 725 marker maybe here. So there we go. Now we just took a short at 717. Let's see if that can come through. Amazon's really my biggest worry now. Shopify's been pretty cash money, man. We got a great fill down there at the 50 period at 39.23. So that was a really great fill down there for Shopify for me. So if it comes back, we'll take another one. But right now, Amazon is not going great. But the apple of my eye sure is doing pretty good. 50 cents for Apple. What's up, Brennan?
I know a little one just popping up here. NBRV, which is Nebriva Therapeutics, tiny 6 million market cap on this. Positive data on a cystic fibrosis drug trial. So that just took out the highs, coming right back in, but still 20% for NBRV.
Okay.
Yeah, another one that made a huge spike up. JD.com just got through that $50 level. So alert to 50 on JD. That was a big resistance area in the afternoon on Friday. If it starts holding above that bid, that could be a little bit of a level to get something to the long side of any kind of a trend. Win is making a press down. So Win's getting very close to the bid. I liked 76. I said, wait for it, wait for it. If it does get down there, that makes some sense to me to pick it up. It's not quite there yet. It's 76.5. So I'm sitting on the bid at like 11s or so. I might get a little bit more aggressive now that I think about it. Maybe catch some in front of that 50 just to get a piece of that pie. I don't think it's going to fill in the entire gap and hold forever. So I'm going to get some Win in here just to start, but it has to get down to 76 before I get all in on Win. Looking like that's going to be a relatively strong one. Apple's still holding for now, but Shopify, I think you mentioned Shopify there. Yep. It did actually get to 40s. It got to 39.99. I'm busy with a bunch of other shorts at that particular time, but it did get up to that 40 level, still trying to trend. If it makes a double tap there and fail, that looks like another valid level for a potential short, but just got Win, so finally a long trade, but that one had to come down and pick me up.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for longs right now as well. I'm always going back over to AMD. So we did get some more Apple out there. Well, we talked about that at 90s actually, or 91s, right at that 200 period there. And now you're starting to climb a little bit here. So we're already dug into the short with Amazon, and I don't know if I want to get more for Apple here. We can have another look. Obviously, we're on Apple right now. I don't know why I just called that up again. 146. I mean, we bounced off that 200 period. Nah, I don't want to short again. We bounced off there. So if we hadn't bounced and we were down here and coming back up to the 200 period, then maybe I would look for a short. But the fact that we've already retraced back up to very close to where I am short, I feel like there's going to be a miss for that one. So let's wait on Apple reshorting that. Shopify, so we're 20, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So for some reason, I only have 30% left. So, oh yeah, that's right, because that was a double out right there. So a good move to the downside, but watch out for Shopify taking out 40. I just got to make sure that I adjust that script order because that is a trade that we're looking at. And then the other name that I wanted to talk about for a long, and I just sort of skipped over it there, I still got to watch Amazon. I have more shares on that one than I probably need to be in. But AMD, again, we wanted to buy dips on that. It did dip down to 74 there, there, but I mean, now you're breaking out through 75 and taking down this level that we were at on Friday. So you're all the way back up here, and it looks like it wants to take out its close on Friday, obviously putting it green. So we'll watch out there for a 75 take on AMD. It'd be hard for me to cheer the one way. Oh, there's Tesla. Tesla, 183.50. We're just short right now.
Yeah, I just actually got into Intel. You just mentioned AMD, but what's actually weak? Because I'm sitting there looking for all those shorting opportunities, and the weakest name out there usually for me is Intel.
Tesla.
It flushed at the open. Now getting another check at that 29 level, so I'm short off this 29. It's one of the only things that's actually trending to the downside. We actually have chip earnings this week in the form of Marvell at the end of the week. But here comes that. I mean, Tesla. Look, the EV names, Tesla, like it broke that 180. I wish I had reversed it along at 180. Obviously did not. That afternoon, Friday afternoon top, 184.50 is about to come in very quickly here. So in about 40 or 50 cents, that's the only other level I like to the south side on Tesla. I'll get over to it when it gets there. It looks like it's going to be any second now. If you're looking for relative weakness, showed you Intel, and there's Microsoft. So there's a couple of names which are checking up and holding up to the downside. It is Microsoft. It is Intel. Those are the names that look relatively weak. And just looking also at Alphabet, pretty much flat on the day, but it's starting to break out as well. So this gets through, and you can kind of see like in the afternoon, this gets through like 97.70 or so, then you can get some strength over there in Alphabet. But wow, definitely burn the shorts on Tesla. Neo burned the shorts, breaking 1050. They're all going like ham. But Tesla is getting a little overextended, and the futures aren't breaking tops. If we don't get through 84s, I might have to start this here. But I waited for this level. It came, so here we are in Tesla. Take the second shot at it.
Yeah, we're already in Tesla. I just reshorted Shopify right now, so my Tesla trade has come in. This is the one I wrote that on the sticky note. We said we wanted to wait for a 185 short, so we're in at 183.50. Here we are right now, first try for Tesla in right there. We had to hold it against ourselves about, what's my price exactly? Yeah, 83.50. So about 50 cents. We're going to watch out for that 185 marker to come in, right? If that hits, then we're not going to be in this one for very long at all. Reload and chop. So Xpeng again, man. Like that's 4 or 5 shorts now. Well, actually, it's just 2 shorts really, but initially and then trying to battle it again and out. So 3 shorts, I guess, all not paying off at all right now for Xpeng. So I will leave those names alone. Amazon, we're short at 95.30. I'm going to take a little piece, like I'm going to take like 10% out in the low 50s here if we can get that price. This is really the first time it's pulled back, and as you can see, not even low 50s, it's like mid 50s. It doesn't even want to go below here. So it feels like Amazon's holding this level, and I just don't want to be in it for that next pop up because we've already shorted this name and only got out once, man, when it broke 95. So it's a good thing we did. But right now it is coming back in a little bit here for Amazon, and we should have. I don't know if we should have got out and just said, you know what, let's take a 20 cent hit. I feel like we can wait a little bit more for this, but Amazon definitely a little bit more problem than not for me right now. Tesla trying to battle around there. Like I said, I'm going to wait for 183 flat to come through. Then we do have 182 area maybe, but yeah, we'd like to take 50 cents on this. What you like sometimes doesn't matter. Here comes Tesla to the downside now. Let's see if we can't take a piece out here, maybe a little bit before 83, but still need 1 or 2 flushes down here to make this a worthwhile hold.
Yeah, just looking at BABA and JD and some of the other ones there. So I got Tesla as well. I just was able to finally add to Intel. A little bit slow to the party on Intel because when that one's weak, I should be all over it a little bit faster. Not much of a bounce off that 50 level in terms of getting to 50 on JD, but it's starting to overextend a little bit as well. So you get that first move to the upside. Now it's getting in that no man's land if you go from Friday. Beneath that 51, above that 51, you have a bit of a gap fill. Beneath that 51, it looks like an opportunity for the short to be able to come in. Apple's still trying to hold beneath that 147, which is fair. Tesla's starting to finally pay off, but I look over back at Amazon. It got to 96. Remember, 95 is a big level. If it starts bouncing off 95, then that can be a bit of a long trend because 95 was that big line in the sand. And Anytime I have a big line in the sand, I always tell myself if that turns into support, I want to respect said support. So I'm not really looking to short Amazon. I'm actually looking for a bounce at 95, if anything, for the next trade. I'm on the bit of Tesla here. I'm not really getting anything just yet because it seems like it wants to hold 183. But the next check down, VWAP at 182 as well. Want to make sure we're paying ourselves out there. And then back over to Win. I started that one a little bit earlier than I would have liked because I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity for it. But we're waiting for this one to start gap filling into the downside. Ended up missing the short. I think 81 was the key level. But it's now bouncing off of last week's support, resistance. That's what I want to see. I wanted to see it come back in, bounce off of last week's resistance levels, and then we can dig into some more on the long side of Win. So it's still up 2%, but try to fill in the gap. If it settles out and the market goes, the news is pretty solid for them. So we're going to ring the register finally for something, as I just got filled on Tesla now, 183s. I think we can see 82 and 81, even if you continue this upward trend. But I want to make sure I'm paying another leg out at said 182 level.
Yeah, I like to wait for that too. We got some out at 183.20, which was just a quick one there. Now I'm at 183 flat because we have bounced off there a little bit. We're already short Amazon. Like I said, man, we're already short Amazon. My eyes are looking at all of these stocks. I mean, I can't, like I'm short Apple, Amazon, Shopify, and Tesla. Like you want to talk about having a negative view on this market? Like I'm short the 4 huge names here. Let's see if it can come through. There it is right there on, sorry, I was looking at Apple. There it is on Tesla. So we'll hit that alarm as we're starting to fall back in now. So this is, again, patience paying here for Tesla, the very first trade that we've been in right now. We waited for that. Obviously, we could have got a little bit better price, but we're now out of 40% of it. One spot at 20, one spot at O's. So now we'll see about it hopefully coming back in, but there it is, a nice little take back to the upside. So it is a good thing that we got out of a little bit there on Tesla. We are still waiting for that 185 to break back in as well. Amazon's back in here now. So this is a good price for us here on Amazon. Let's see if we can take this one into a winning trade today. We'll take a bunch out, a little bit out there at 30 as it just sort of, I don't know what it did there. It kind of just fell down into the 30s. So we will take advantage of that. A couple outs there on Amazon. You can see our average price. It's been okay. We were able to get more shares up here trying to support that 96. But again, Amazon broke early and I was wrong. I was like, yeah, I don't believe in this Black Friday nonsense there. So we did short Shopify. That really paid off for us. They were back into that short now at 91. Let's see how Shopify is bouncing off 80. So let's put some bids near 80 for Shopify and hold on for dear life on that Tesla short, man. Hopefully that will pay off.
Yeah, that one looks like Tesla's looking okay right now, but it's checking up at 183. I don't want to miss out on this TBLA. It is the one small cap that I am looking at, and there was that wick top. It's trying to challenge that high now. So the wick was through 315 here. I think that's where I'd want to place the out. So I don't want to be too far away from 315, but I'm going to try and get some short here at 3. I promised to check in on Man U. That was, if you were looking for opportunities on Friday, this was pretty much first and foremost, the name that you're watching. And the volume, again, is pretty solid. It's about to break out. But if you look at this, it's like 2150 it's trying to break out from. I do like the breakout here. I got no issues with it. It is deal conjecture. There is no firm offer or anything like that for Man U, but it's always seemed to have a floor, and it got close enough to that 20 level, starting to bounce off of that. So I'm looking for a break of 2150 and then do what we did on Friday, which is take breaks, take consolidation bottoms, and try to trend it to the upside.
All right, so Amazon, we only have 2/3 left, but let's see if it can go back to the downside. Right now, we're starting to finally bank a little bit on everything here. Apple, nice trade, man. We should have reloaded it at 146.50, but again, things were ripping, and Tesla was ripping at that point as well. Good thing we covered some of our Tesla because it's back upside now. We'll wait for a 185 break. I'm going to wait for that. Amazon now pulling back in a little bit more for us. So, you know, really our only trade today that we've really messed up on was XPeng because we just kept going back to the well on the short. So that's been a problem for us. Everything else has been pretty good. What else do you guys want to look at? DBGI, Brendan already brought that to us again today. We can have a quick look at this, $7.33. Nice little upside move. Other than that, man, PDD's been rocking and rolling. We know about that one. Shopify as well, making some moves. Pinterest we can look at when we get back from Brendan.
Speaking of Black Friday, maybe Cyber Monday benefits here as well. Here's Peloton, guys. This is a 3-minute chart, no red candles yet for PTON.
Did they have a Black Friday? I know they have some sort of.
I'm sure they
I'm sure they did. Yeah, so maybe that would make sense there for them. We will.
They tend to go sometimes when a firm goes in general. Those can move a bit in tandem. Just adjusting my stop. Just want to make sure I get it right on Man U. I had it actually set for 22.50 and not 21.50. 21.50. That would be the break of the high of the day on Amazon. If you're looking for, like, it's weird that, you know, like, it's the name that I'm usually short every single day, and it's like the last thing that I traded to the short side this morning, and it's going to be Intel. That's now holding above 29. So when I see it do that, you've got a wick bottom. I'm going to relieve some pressure down around that 29 because my price is about 10s here. So in that 10-cent range, I want to make sure I'm getting at least a little bit of something out, because if the market trends to the upside forever, I mean, I've literally one long trade, and that's a long off of a bottom. I want to make sure that I'm at least relieving some pressure. There's Tesla again, testing that high. So I got some out in front of 183, got some back in front of that top from Friday, the lower high from Friday, I should say. If we get through there, we got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge, because Tesla's looking incredibly strong. I talked about JD.com giving us some opportunities. If it bounced off that 50, didn't quite get back there again, so it looks like you got a wick top through 51. I'm going to stay away from adding this one to the short list because I already have enough short trades. But normally I'd be saying, yeah, short this one off that 51 top. I'll just stick with what we're already in at this particular point. No need to force too much action. And then getting back over to a new name here, I'd be careful with this MICS. It's up 17%. This is ridiculously light volume. I want to pay for shorts because this feels like an easy fade to me. I didn't see news on this. I'll have to double check with Brendan if there was any news, but it was a gap up and then just flushed almost $1 from 660 to 560, and it's trying to get back higher here. So no news that I saw. Up 18%, very light volume. I kind of feel like this is going to be an obvious fade, but I just want to double check to make sure there isn't some news that I'm missing.
All right, I was going to tweet this out. We can do it after. Just this Shopify really starting to print nicely now for us to the downside as we've sort of refreshed and reloaded this Shopify trade a couple times. Short there again, boom, downside. Now printing the 50-period, good trade on that one. We've made almost everything back on Amazon. Give me those O2s right now. That's where we're bidding. Yeah, you go to O3, I see you. You'll go down a little bit lower than that, Amazon. Come on, buddy. There it is right there. That is, O2 is literally VWAP. So that's what we're waiting for there on this name to come back in. Come on, Amazon. You can do it. Right there. We'll wait to get an O2 fill. You know what? Maybe you can't do it. I'm going to get an O. I'm just going to, what's the difference there? There's 06. So there we go. We'll take an 06 bid on Amazon and take that out to the bank right now. So we'll go a little bit of an alarm side. We don't have to do anything now. We have all these shorts on board. So there goes Amazon. Yes, sir. Break yourself right now to the downside there. As there goes Shopify as well. Boom to the downside right now for Shopify. So that's another 50-cent win for us off that reload and starting to come back in. All the shorts starting to pay off for us. We said that this was going to be some sort of a bull trap, I felt like. Anyways, there's the move to the upside. We do have all these shorts on. 55 cents in the money for Apple, 70 cents now in the money for Amazon. But Amazon's still not a great stock because we were short early. Now we're trying to hold on late. Hopefully that'll help. And then Tesla, like Neil mentioned, man, this one comes back in, fades back, this and that, up and down. I think Tesla's strong today. What's up, Brandon?
Fed's Mester making some comments right now, guys, saying they need to see several more good inflation readings before things change. So market kind of following that back to the downside.
There you go. Well, that sometimes give you some help for the shorts, but I just got another long. That's going to be the break on Man U. So got 55s in here, broke 21.50, bit of a double top there from the pre-market. I'll get some out when it gets to that 70, 75 level and then look for 22 even on Man U. I might have just missed an opportunity on Tesla, but I want to get to Tabula. I'll call it Tabula. It just broke down back below 3 even, so I took some out at 290. That's about 1-to-1 off that 305 level, giving it up to that 315. The next level down would be about 280, so I'm going to pop on the bid at 280 just to make sure we're paying ourselves on the way back down here. I'm checking that DGBI, but I didn't quite pay for those shorts on that Mike stock as well, as we're trying to manage some of these names. Amazon, to its credit, on the way back in, is trying to bounce off that 95 level. So, this is going to start trending to the upside. 95 was the big level. If it can hold the line here, then I think you've convinced me that I should be looking at the longs above that price, right? Like if that's the key level and you're going to start breaking and resistance turns into support, then this would be the time to get into it. So I'm going to not rush the trade. I want to see it trading probably in the 15s to 20s, holding a good low, and then work the other direction over there on Amazon. As I said, I got into Man U and have been sitting off win on the lows here. I don't really think there's much to do with the win trade. You want to give this one a bit of a berth here. Like I have the longs off that 76 like we wanted. I'm actually offering first in front of 77. So I'm trying to take $1 on the trade just to start out with. And maybe you can fill the gap back into a 78. But I waited until we got to this low. I want to give it some room off these bottoms here and win.
Yeah, I'm surprised Win is at those bottoms. But Netflix breaking high a day, Affirm's now down, people are saying, so we can look at that. I was just sort of listening to what Neil was talking about with Amazon as well. We still have like about 35-40% or so of this trade, and we got out of something at 910 there and 906, 95.06. You saw me take that trade, but now the market's trying to bounce upside a little bit. The only trade that I was really debating getting out of was Tesla, because Tesla has been relatively strong, needless to say. I mean, you're up now 0.8. It's just been straight to the upside. The only move down we took advantage of. So that was good, but now you're right back up here one more time to 184.50. This just looks super strong now, so I don't know if it wants to hold or what. I'm gonna try one more spot here to get, well, not one more spot, but I'll get another short here for Tesla, and then just make sure I'm gonna adjust my order because I have to put out for one more piece. 84.50, one more piece for the short. And then if we take 85, we're gone. Everything else is really working, man. Amazon, like we just said, 70 cents in the money. Apple, 50 cents in the money. We should have got out again when it went down there one more time. So maybe we'll do that again at 146 just to take care of that drop. And then if it pops, we can reshort it. But Apple right now, we're going to get another piece out as we get ready and to rock and roll. It looks like it's happening now. Very important. Oh, there it is. We just got our last piece for Tesla. 30 more cents and we're out of this name, especially if it takes that 185, we're out of Tesla. Strong name here. But let's go over to the board and see what's happening happening now. What is happening?
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. Link at the bottom there for Chart Prime. Shout out to them back on board for happening now this week. Here we go, a red board, but we are, as we've seen, heading in the right direction right now. Back to the upside still. 0.6 here for the S&P, 0.45 for the Dow. The Russell notably a little bit weak, 0.7 there for the Russell 2000. You can see tech leading right now, back higher, 0.3 and 0.2 for the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. Few things to note. If you joined us this morning, we were discussing Shopify, some of the e-commerce names higher on Black Friday numbers, or initial readings anyways, that were better than expected. Apple and Tesla both moving around downside on China concerns. Here's NIO, speaking of Chinese ADRs, huge move to the upside, back red to green and then some, up almost 3% guys now for NIO. Shopify, on the other hand, did make a new high, tagged 40 a couple times, but look what's happening right now, back to the downside for Shop as well.
A couple of things to go over here, because you're always good luck, Brennan, so we'll do this one for you. The breakout in Man U, I missed a chance to get maybe 2190s there, or like 85s, but it's still trending to the upside, now up 2%. But on the way back in here, Win just finally made the break, looking for it to get off that schneid. After it took out some of those lows, it filled in that gap. It's back into VWAP, and once I looked at that 77 quarter, saw some size jump in there, I took another leg out. I need to see it break, VWAP, hold above, maybe fill in the rest of this gap here. And if we can get back down to those lows, I'll rinse and repeat off of those bottoms. But Tesla's a bit of a different story. Like Tesla was able to just scalp some out their 84s, and now you look like you're trying to take out that 185. The initial short off that curl was solid. The reloads, way too greedy on the reloads here on Tesla, trying to get back to the 183s when it's been giving you that 184 level. So Tesla still looking strong. Apple is actually holding fort. That's back down at VWAP, so the reentry there has been okay. Still negative, and this one at least is showing signs that it could break down if the market wants to give things up. Like if we get back to 4,000, I'm pretty confident Apple's going to be at the bottom end of this range, and we can respect it. Intel's basically flat right now, and then back over to that TBLA, which is that small cap tabula with the Yahoo. Yeah, Yahoo's still in the news apparently. Yahoo partnership. Look, it's just, to me, it's a technical fade off of this level because it was a wick high. I would have faded it at 350. I wasn't really ever looking for longs in this stock. I just think I want to be selling the news here.
Yeah, we've got a good one here in Apple. Big time movement to the downside, so we'll flush down Apple. We're now almost $1 in the money on this name, so good little name there. And we did this sort of similar stuff there on Tesla. It just went down to 184 and we got out. So right now I have half of the normal position here, and it looks like it is going to break higher here, Tesla. So get ready to get, for me anyways, I'll get punched out here at 185. So big time movement to the upside for Tesla today. We've identified it, but again, thank you so much, Rob. That's very nice. Thank you so much for that. And we got reloaded on our coffee, so shout out to Rob for that one. All right, so there goes Tesla. Again, watching out for that 185. I'm not going to reload this. I feel like we are dancing with the devil here. It's just a matter of it breaking 185, and that's going to happen probably in just a few seconds. Let's just sit here and watch it. Looks like we are going to take down 185. All my other positions seem to be fine. Here goes 185 right now.
It's just Tesla.
It's only Tesla. Yeah, Amazon's 40 cents in the money. Shopify 70 cents in the money. Apple 70 cents in the money. Tesla $1 out of the money. So you add up a bunch of 70s, add in $1 there. We still are obviously net short. And let's just see what happens here. Look, we're short right now at $1 out, right? So for me, $1 hit, well, plus slippage, probably about $1.50 or so hit on Tesla. It's fine. It's just, should have identified the strength early. There hasn't really been any pullbacks. So that's something that I'm trying to get better at myself, is not really short these really super strong names. We got away from Amazon, able to find a top there, which was good, and then taking the profit on it. But again, that was a relatively strong name as well that almost like burned us pretty bad. So be very, very careful with all this. Shopify has been a good name. We've talked about that one short. It definitely took advantage of that reload. But Tesla right now is going to take out that top. And there it is right there, 185. See you later. We actually got a decent fill at 185.13. So not a bad fill there, a little bit of slippage, but Tesla, again, a negative name for me today.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I got the 12s there, and I think it was like Trader Gordon was like, oh, you're going to take the short? I was already in it, and I think I didn't really wait for my level. I took the curl at 84. I took the curl again at 84.5. We show the chart in a quick second, guys. Yeah, I took the curl at 84.5, and then I did add one last salvo, I guess, in front of that 185 level, but it gave you scalp trades at the bottoms. They were really just dip buys. You know, sometimes the best you can do is sit it out and not get trapped in the bigger part of the move if you are in the wrong direction. Apple's still holding up at least, and it is what it is sometimes. And the only thing I have long outside of Man U is still going to be Win, and had to be patient with Win as well. Like, it wasn't an easy one. It's now above VWAP, and I think if we can get into that 78.5 to 79 area, that's probably a good level to take it out. I want to give this one some room to breathe. It's 4% to the upside, but it did try to fill the gap in first, and I don't think it was that hard to point out where it might have been that dip. It's just previous resistance turning into support, but we did have to fight for this one and be a bit patient with it. I want to get to NVIDIA here very quickly because I'm still in Intel. Yeah, market tries to go higher in Intel. Yeah, I'm short at 10. It's still pretty much at 10. But some more strength in NVIDIA, at least relatively speaking, as this is making a bit of a bull flag here. So if I see NVIDIA break tops and start trending higher, I'll probably back away a little bit from that Intel trade. But if I see this break to the downside, and all of a sudden we break this bull flag to the downside on NVIDIA, similar thing here, like AMD, if this wants to load up in a quick second, load. Like if it breaks its bull flag to the downside as well and you start breaking VWAP, wherever that happens, I'm just adding to Intel short. I'm already short Intel. It's relatively weak compared to the other two. No need to fight those that show some strength, but Intel on the lows. If these start breaking down, I'm adding to Intel wherever it lies.
All right, just reading a note from my wife. Okay, asked her how everything was going at school. Everything's going great. Okay, for the kids, of course. All right, it's 10:05 right now. That's it? I feel like it's later than that. Okay, it's only 10:05. All right, so let's just continue to sort of do the same thing here. Amazon downside. We do have a new position as the market falls down, and all of, like, look at Shopify. Look at this damn stock right now. You want to talk about absolutely taking something to the woodshed for me today. Shopify, we destroyed this name. Short 40s twice right now, and just took a piece out right there at 12s. So big time movement to the downside today for Shopify. And my number one stock's Apple. It's quite quite honestly, I took more shares on Apple. So, well, actually, that'll be really close. It'll be really close by the time we get in and out of those. Tesla, not a positive stock, and XPEV, not a positive stock for me. But we're going to be into Meta right now. So Meta's a new name for us. So we'll hit the siren. I look at a lot of big cap names. So if you are looking for smaller caps, I mean, we'll still be in them. I was trading SoFi last week. XPEV, we already talked about that today, and a few other names. But that TBLA, I kind of stay away from. But right there, 110.70. I wanted to buy. I mean, my next dip buy on Meta is 20s. We just got. I didn't even realize that. We just got as low as 33 there. So that's probably a decent spot. I'm going to put some more bids here at 40. I just feel like if the market does bounce to the upside here, Meta's already been to 112 today. So maybe, although look, relatively weak for sure. So that's why I'm trying to play off 110. So let's just stick to what we're waiting for here and play off that 110. So I am going to change my order from 20s, put it something in the 40s, then something else in the 20s, just to get some dip buys. But right now, let's really just try to trade the right names off of key levels. So right now, Meta is dancing around that 110. So that's going to be something. I don't know if I'm overall bullish or bearish. I see what you're saying there, Rylu. I'm not sure. So we will wait to see what happens here with Meta. But I'm still pretty neutral, to be honest with you, on the market. And I think that's why we stay specific with the stocks we're in. Short Shopify, sticky note. Short Amazon, sticky note. Short Apple, sticky note. All of those are working right now. XPEV wrong on the short. Tesla wrong on, although Tesla we got out of the way. Tesla's like a small hit compared to how much I lost on Amazon and XPEV, believe it or not. So I think we've been doing pretty good, but we'll go to Brendan, then back to Neil.
A little penny stock just popping up. NAOV, Nanovibronics, just getting FDA approval, it looks like, for one of their drugs they're working on. So big volume for anyone who is so inclined. NAOV, guys, 30-cent stock.
So you'll see I'm actually out of one of my long trades here.
Oh, no.
Wind trailed me out there. Once it got through and touched that 78 level, or broke that 78, got up to 78.40. I threw the trailing stop in there. Our last entry was at 76. So I'm going to be happy that we get a couple of bucks out of the trade, but it still feels like it might start trending higher. And if we start barcoding and maybe holding VWAP here, I might try to get back into that one. So that long is working out. You had to be patient with it. But overall, it's like, if things don't go to plan in the morning, just stick to the plan. Don't start chasing things that don't make any sense, right? So I went back to the well for something on Friday that made a heck of a lot of sense. And was like, yeah, I'll get to Man U in a second. It's not breaking out. It's not breaking out. It broke out 21.50 into 22. Now that it's hit 22, I'm going to be looking to dip back into that 50 level. If it goes without me and breaks 22 even, I'll do the same thing as Friday, which every time it took a break, we just sort of take the next consolidation higher. Maybe that'll be a 22 even. But for now, I'll be sitting on the bid at 21.50. That long is looking okay. I got another leg out there on Apple as the market checked back in, and Friday wicks are going to be terrible, that chart. The market checked back, didn't get to that 4,000 level, but Apple did break VWAP. So I went in and got some out in front of 145.50. Now I want to wait for 145 even to get any more shares out, or at least in front of 145 even. If we do pull back a little bit deeper, I feel like Apple could be one that wants to go a little bit further to the downside. Taboola also stays in for me. If this takes out 275, I see no reason we shouldn't see 250. But it is worth noting, I mean, look what's happening here. You got the gap up. It's holding support at 275. I don't want this going all the way back to the high of the day. That would be a little bit reckless. So I'm going to throw a stop in here at about $3 so that we're just slightly shy of break even. It's still an upward trend. If it breaks 75, I think you're getting an extra 10% out of it. But I also don't want to throw away the profit.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to cancel. I was just looking like for right now, guys, let's just go chicken dinner winner. We're done with that turkey stuff right now. So there goes the chicken dinners for Amazon. Amazon right now just back down, almost down below 95 here. We're short 95.70. And again, this was part of the talk that we had today for this stock, right? We wanted the short. I like that short at 95. It broke it, so we got patient with it, let it rip all the way up. We didn't start reshorting until the 50s. And then unfortunately, my best one is 95.70, which we're short right now. Should have been short even higher than this and was trying. I still have the offer at 96.10, but that missed us. It went to 96.07. So whatever, not going to cry over spilled milk there, but Amazon, nice move to the downside, so we're pretty happy with that. Apple now at day's low. like I said, remember I said, like, if we just sort of follow our own talk here on the sticky note, that we would be able to be somewhat successful. So there it is again today for me. 350,000 subscribers. Thanks so much for all that. 37,000 following right now. This is what we talked about. China looking short here for Tesla. Wrong. Apple short, right. AMD short, right. Sorry. Shopify short, right. AMD buy, right. XPeng short, wrong, right there. And then there's Amazon as well, written here for the short. So let's see if that can come in. Right now, there goes Apple really puking to the downside. But let's just talk about something else here. Meta. Meta's not going down. Like Apple down, Amazon down, Shopify down. Meta hanging out right now. So no loss yet on Meta as this one trying to hang out. So let's see if we do get a bump, man. I mean, first take is always where we draw these lines, right? I mean, the VWAP is drawn by all these lines are drawn by itself, but that's why they're here. Let's see if we can get a piece out at 111, basically, is that VWAP. So 110, 110.95, something like that. We'll see if we can get a piece out in case it rips up. Just in case it happens right in front of my face, I'm going to put it out right now. By the way, Tesla is still trying to break. I just typed in FB, by the way. Tesla right now still trying to break 186. All right, so there it is. We'll put this on Facebook, aka Meta, at 110.95 to get out of a piece. As everything right now kind of making moves to the downside now. Nice take for Amazon right back to where we opened, which is crazy, man. 97.75, where we sort of started that short.
Not everything is heading back into the downside. Moderna here, I just noticed some people in the chat are talking about Trader Gorno mentioning Moderna up 4% and churning into the upside. Look, I like some levels previously. That 185 and the 190 levels have stood out a little bit. My 15 doesn't want to load, so I'll stick on the daily chart here. You guys can sort of see. If we get back up, I think we're probably fading in front of this 190. It's 188 that does stand out there, so 85 and 88 for Moderna. Berendo's got some news for us.
One we talk about terribly often, but Cleveland Cliffs just popping up on volume here, guys. On this, it would appear anyways. This is a press release from the company itself. So they're increasing prices right across the board. So that was basically the news. Up 1% now for CLF on volume.
Ooh.
Okay. Cleveland Cliffs, huh? That's a good name. I mean, again, they're pretty expensive now. Some of those names of like FCX and CLF, some of these mining companies, Nucor, I'm part of that. There, I know US Steel. So there's lots of names that are bouncing around there in that space.
US Steel's at a pretty big level.
The Dow, like, have you guys seen the diamonds? I mean, that's the Dow Jones. This is at highs right now. The DIA, the Dow is just. Okay, come on, chart. Will the daily chart load is the question for this one. Possibly not. So let me just call this up right now on e-signal right here. So look at this. Look at the diamonds, right? Obviously, we're not at all-time highs here, but the Dow, huge recovery from that bottom, starting to take out August highs right now as well. So nice recovery in some of those Dow Jones names. Your grandfather's index seems to be working out right now, as that has all of the sort of the blue chip names, old school kind of names in there, including Apple as well. I believe Intel's in the Dow. So there's lots of names that are in there that we trade every day, but nice movement for the diamonds today. Not just today, but in the not even today, in the last couple months. Big time movement upside. PayPal 81. Microsoft's down to 244 here. Let's just check out. So Meta looks like we bounced off that 50 period and 200 period. Not a good sign at all. Let's hold out for some Meta though. Apple, Tesla dancing around 186. I want to buy any weakness in this name, so maybe down to 183, 184. Normally I'd look at this and say tops, and let's short this now, but I don't necessarily believe in the short in Amazon, in Amazon, yes. In Tesla, no. We've been burned by it too many times here today. So let's just hold out hope that Amazon, now $1, and Amazon's just absolutely tanking. We just got a 70 fill. So let's go bang on that one. We haven't done this yet today. So please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you like what you're seeing so far here today. 68 trades I've made, and we're doing pretty good with some of these positions.
Yeah, and I want to give a big shout out and thanks to Brennan there, because he mentioned Cliffs. And the first thing, always know, like if you hear news on something, just sort of know the stock sometimes that you want to be able to go to, because we're at a key level in US Steel, which regardless, if I miss trading at this level, I almost don't care which direction it goes here. I'm going to try the long first because this is the 15, but look at the daily chart on US Steel. This is 26.25 on the daily. It's trying to break out from here. So, I got the long on this break, and if it can hold above like 26 quarters, then I want to stay in this, right? Like you can look at it trying to make this breakout, going to give it some room. It's a huge level on that daily chart. So I just got this one. Whether it works or not, I like trading off of big, gigantic levels. Intel's starting to roll back over again, but I don't want to get anything out till it gets to that 29 level. So watch out for 29 even on Intel. That's down at VWAP. I said the second I saw signs of weakness in AMD and NVIDIA, I was just going to add to Intel. That's exactly what I did. It's not threatening toward those highs. So it's been holding pretty solidly weak, down 1%. So I feel like this is one we might be sitting in Intel all day long if the market doesn't start breaking out again. And I did mention, my litmus test was going to be, well, do we break VWAP on AMD? That just happened. It's starting to get into the downside. The same thing happened over on NVIDIA. To me, that just signaled I want to get some more shares on the shorts of Intel. We did try the reload on ManU, but as the market came in, I reloaded 2150. Got stopped in here beneath the pre-market high. It's holding VWAP, and if you look at what we did on Friday with this stock, I was always willing to take the tight 10, 15 cent hit on the reload to just look to see wherever it consolidated, and then be willing to jump in to whatever consolidation that was. I'll try to zoom so you guys can see that here. Like I'd allow it to stop me out, and then if it did make a hold, then we just jump right back in the trade, and you look for wherever it consolidated these wick bottoms, jump back in once it did that. That's what we're doing on Friday, and it worked. So I want to see if we actually bounce off VWAP, hold somewhere solid, and then I'll jump back into this one. The trend wasn't that hard to follow, but you did have to be persistent with it. And again, it's just deal news here, speculation. There's no firm offer. I think even Tim Cook was rumored to be interested in buying ManU.
Yeah.
For all the sense that makes.
Oh no!
Well, he's rich.
Remember there was, it was crazy. I was gonna say, what was that crazy Apple thing? But it was Disney for that.
Yeah,
so.
I never believe. Yeah.
I think it was more, we talked about, I think it would have been more of a partnership, if anything, on that, with sharing of streaming content, things like that. But
I wouldn't have to pay too.
Not too much. We should be probably like.
I pay monthly for Apple TV, and literally watched one show.
Yeah, that's what I
watched
think.
One show, and that's
content is very, very king, and Disney,
probably canceled that,
Netflix.
Realistically,
Apple had. Apple has something called Ghostwriter that my kids like that. She's a little bit too young. That was pretty good, and then of course Ted Lasso.
Ghostwriter, it's like a show.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's kids, and it's like so an author it's not haunting or anything like that, but they write like little messages. Does she like mystery, like solving
She likes
things?
mysteries, but like
no, it's not haunting. No, it's kids. It's like little kids.
Messages just start showing up like out of nowhere. That sounds scary.
It's not scary, but it's supernatural. Yeah, it's not. It's just more like Sherlock Holmes comes back.
Oh, she likes
The Shining? Come on, Brad. You're going to get a shiner in pretty soon. Okay, $69 here for Oxy. Brad was just talking about that. We could look at some oil names today as well. Could come in. But the one name I did want to talk about quickly was Meta. So I feel like I'm dying on this name because it really hasn't moved, and I'm trying to go long. But at the same time, remember we said we're not going to bleed out here on names that aren't working. So I said that we would get long into the 40s. It's still not a big position. When it comes back down, I'm sitting at 110.15. So something in the teens here for 110, just off this 110 level. So that's all that we're looking at for Meta. I'm not trying to hold this and say, let's see if 109 holds. There it goes. If it doesn't hold, and the market, okay, well, now we're not going to hold for sure. We're going to get out on a 110 break. But see, this market took the 50 period right now. Big movement to the downside. So obviously we sit in here, and we're really banging it out on the shorts. These shorts are really crushing right now. You just got to wait and be patient. So everything's $1. Look at Shopify. Look at this damn name. We want to talk about something that's on the sticky note, given to you, written at $40. It says 40 short sell. We have it twice right now, $1.70 now in the money for Shopify on the downside. So I'm going to direct my attention to Meta. It's my loaded up position here. So I got to watch and be careful with this one. If it does break through 110, we're gone. A bump up would be great, and we could relieve some pressure. But now this market took the 50 period, and here goes 110. We're set up for an L here on Meta.
Yeah, I just got my first out on Intel. Is across the 1% mark, so we'll finally start ringing the register for this one as that starts to go into the downside. But look, I'm not really happy until it gets down toward those lows from last week, that 28.85. That's what I'm looking for here. I think we should at least be getting down to that price. Nvidia's starting to roll over. Nvidia's about to take its 50 period, so that trend's starting to work into the downside. I want to get back over to ManU in a second, but we're going to go to Brendan for the small cap recap first.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet morning for small cap land. There were one or two, maybe three flying around in the pre-market that we can have a look at. Here's the first one, TBLA that we mentioned a couple of times here, Taboola.com Incorporated, a digital advertising platform up on this 30-year, seems very long, but 30-year agreement with Yahoo to take over essentially their digital ad business. Yahoo getting 25% equity in TBLA. Going back across for them. So this thing not really doing much. 320 and then 350 above that were the two levels I was watching. So just working this short off of 320, but I mean, it's stuck in a 40-cent range right now. So there's that. Not a heck of a lot. Trying to be patient with TBLA. KTRA was another one I was watching. $5 was really the level at the top there. That was this high. Didn't get back up there at the open. Now this one is chopping around in a 40-cent range as well. So not much to do on either, guys, KTRA or TBLA.
All right.
So just one thing, I just got another leg out on Apple, rang the register, but I gotta get over to win because I did get wicked out of this one. However, if I was still in the dip buy, we like that dip buy into last week's resistance level. But if I was still in this, it's at like 79 to me. This would be the out anyway. So I'd probably be getting out of this thing as the market heads back in. I'd be getting it out in front of 79. I don't still have the trade. Sometimes you put a trailing stop in there and it'll lead you to getting out early, but I tend to use them in cases where I feel like either it's overextended or it's getting into a resistance level where I sometimes will be looking in the other direction. So that's going to be the case there. As far as Apple goes, just finally got down into here to the pre-market lows at 145, so took another leg out. I'm still holding on to a third of this to break the low. And if it breaks the low, then we can start getting out some more shares. I got into U.S. Steel after it looked like it wanted to make this run at that 26 and continuing to break out. I think it's a monster level. If it ends up wick topping here and then holding below 26, like I'll stop out here, like my stop's at about 95. I'll stop out here beneath that 26 and then maybe start looking for a shorting opportunity on a fail break. It did a fail break on Friday. I have to respect that, but it's a pretty monstrous level on a stock which has been trending up above the 200 period, and it's just a big level on the daily. So I wanted to be long first more than anything. Got this one because of CLF, to be honest with you guys. I wasn't even looking at this, and then I heard CLF, and I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, I own shares of U.S. Steel, so I kind of knew it was at these levels, but I wasn't reminded of that until Brendan gave that news to us. As far as Intel goes, I think if we do get that bottom taken out, I'm not happy till it does. I still think 28 could be in play, but the market's going to have to really go red, and that's that 50 period on the daily. But I got some bids out in front of 28, and then 28.80, and then I want to see it actually take out that bottom. Just going back over to Tesla, this one will be the dog for me. I mean, 186. You know, I guess I could maybe make up some reasons why I would have liked the 186 short, but I'd be making them up. Like, to be real, that's not the level I was looking at. I was looking at that 185, and I was looking at that 180 for shorts. And now look at it completely accelerate to the downside. So I'm not in Tesla. We're just in Apple. We're in Intel. And this has been the story for me. Like, at least I'm in Intel, because every single day that I think it's a short day, I need to be shorting Intel as long as it works. There's one name I wanted to get to that I completely forgot about, so I'm going to get to it very quickly here. Roblox is getting really close to $31 even. It just wants to load. So here's your 31 bottom. It kind of bounced a little bit in front of that on Friday, and it's been trending here to the downside. This is what it looks like on the 15. I think there's room beneath this 31. Test 30, test 29 even. That had a failure on Friday at a double top and showed no signs of strength this morning. So I'm looking for things that didn't show signs of strength. Here's Roblox. That 31 breakdown sets up pretty nicely. So I'm going to have a stop short through 31 on Roblox.
All right, so when you can't beat them, join them. Let's go right now. $2 in the money on Shopify, $1.50 in the money on Amazon, $1.50 in the money on Apple. We're running all these shorts. And then we flipped over. This is the talk that I'm talking about right now. Meta. We are now short and now 50 cents in the money on Meta. So we tried that long. Did not work, obviously. We talked about that. Now look at this thing just come in now. We're going to bid a little bit lower than this, but this is a nice move in for Meta as it's been pretty weak. Let's see if we can get a 31 bid. There we go. We just got it, so that was easy. We put a 31. It just came right to us. So nice out there for Meta. That's 45 cents in the money. So now we'll see we can hold that. We're out of 40%. First out at 50, just small. We took 27 cents. Then we just took 50 cents. So now let's see if Meta can come back in even further now to that downside. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. And again, when a level breaks like that, like I was gonna. Again, like we went short, and that's great. Like obviously, I wish I was short up here. But part of what changed my mind, again, we were breaking. I thought we had a chance to go higher, but then you could see this fail, and it just coincides with this fail. I mean, it's the same thing as the market. The market just pulling back down right now, so you got to play some of those shorts, and that's why we're holding. So you got to wait for these moves, right? So XPeng is really going to be the the deal breaker for me today. Oh man, that's all the way back down to 706 right now. I wanted Airbnb. Hopefully it's going down so I can pick some up because I'm still not in that name right now. But people are saying you look stressed, but you didn't even have Airbnb.
No, I'm pissed off at myself
the
over
same
Airbnb.
levels.
If you guys have watched the show on Friday, 98 Airbnb was one of the levels I loved. It wicked top 98. We got it the second time through, and it came back in. I think if I show my 15-minute, I just get mad because if you see an A+ setup, right? Like it's like, well, if you trade a bunch of Bs and B pluses and A minuses, and I'm just throwing it out there, then you're going to be mad when you miss an A plus. And what was the only short I liked last week? We're talking on Friday 2 weeks ago, Airbnb 98s. It's all over it when it was at that price. Missed it the following day. Then all over it on Friday, again at that price. And what did I do again? Missed it the following day. So it wicks up to 98. It's like, give me a break. If I like the short there for weakness, just look at how gorgeous that is. Like, that's perfect. It's actually $3. It's what it didn't do Friday. Now, it's not going to follow through on Friday because, quite frankly, after the open, nothing was really moving all that much in the afternoon. So it only gave you about 50 cents to $1. That's all you could have had. Today, absolute gold. That's all. I'm just frustrated over it. This is one I should have. 110%. It's like being in Intel. If I wasn't in Intel, I'd be just as peeved. But yeah, that's a missed opportunity for me and Airbnb. Thankfully, some of these shorts are starting to come in. Apple's bounced off 140, 145 here at least a couple of times. But at this point, I've already scalped out what I will. I want to break in that level or pretty much nothing. I know it is what it is. Like, it's going to happen to you. But for me, like, I always look back and say, what could I have done better? Like, that's the first place that my mind goes. And something that was an obvious trade on Friday, jumping and seeing the same opportunity on Monday is going to kind of peeve me every single time. ASAP, ASAP. Hey, why not? ASAP, that's a great ticker name. ASAP popping up here. I don't really know what the news is, but I just saw it hit it hit my trade idea scanner up. So I just saw it obviously running up here. And I look at my 15-minute showing me that $2 is going to be resistance, but I don't want to trade blindly. So I'm going to jump to see what the news is here on ASAP. I see you guys talking about that. That is a great ticker. It really is.
Yeah, Brendan says shop dying. Oh, yes, it is. And thank you so much for all this talk there on Twitter about that trade as well. Okay, yeah, Tesla's all the way back to the downside there. We'll see if Meta still going lower here. Hopefully, our best out is right here, though, at 31. So hopefully Meta can continue a move to the downside. Honestly, man, I'm just holding all of these shorts. Like, they're so huge in the money right now. There's really not much left for me to do. Shopify's now $2 in the money and breaking through 38. Amazon back to day's low as well. Apple at day's low. I don't know. I feel like holding on to these is the right play. What's up with you, Brendo?
Just looking at this ASAP, which is that waiter holding, if you remember. So ASAP up 23% here. Just resumed on this note. Chipotle signing a deal with ASAP.com. It's one of those food delivery companies. So they just picked up Chipotle, guys.
That's a great ticker, man, because when you want your food ASAP.
Yep. Well, no, I mean, that's a great ticker.
It's a great ticker. I'm not going to hate on it. But as the market tries to come back down here, okay, that stock, I'd probably have to pay for locates. That $2 level looks pretty good, but it's already starting to fall. Like, it basically gapped after the halt, tested to 75. That's a 150. It would have broken 150, tested to 75, got to 170. It's already starting to pull back in. So if it holds 150, maybe you make another run at that high of the day. I'm holding out for $2. I think that's the key level if it can get up there. I want to be patient with something like this. It's only done about 1 million shares worth of volume. That TBLA, which, I mean, so far so good, but I mean, somebody's buying this thing at 275. Like, it's been a half an hour now, and you're just holding the same line at 275. If it doesn't break soon, I might just say, okay, if it breaks VWAP, I'm out of this stock. Instead of having to stop up here at break even, it'll actually make some sense to just stop out at VWAP, and then maybe it's going to make another high. Like I always say in a gapper, if it holds support, if it fails a wick top in the open, and then holds the last pre-market support and can do that throughout lunch, I usually want to be betting on a secondary breakout in the afternoon. And if that's the case, it can actually be short when you're doing that. So I'm going to tighten my stop here. If this gets through VWAP, I'm going to be out of this TBLA. I still think if it takes out 75s, I'm waiting for 250s. No point getting out shy of that. As we go to Brendan for an update on crypto. I haven't looked at a single crypto name.
True.
Yeah, a little bit of a negative start to the week for crypto markets once again. A ton of these type of headlines coming out over the weekend. I noticed both Bitcoin and Ethereum coming across with people moving their holdings off exchange. Here's just one of those, 73,000 ETH moving over to Binance. But there was a ton, as I mentioned, both sides, BTC and Ethereum, that I saw coming across in relation to people moving stuff off of exchange as these uncertainty kind of headlines continue to cross as far as what is to come with all of these exchanges. This is ETH right now on an hourly chart. So a little bit weaker than Bitcoin is Ethereum today, breaking back below that 1160, which was that support going back to Friday. Bitcoin, on the other hand, on a daily, just back to the bottom end of the range, 16,200, 16,150 and change, 2.3% for BTC, as I mentioned, around that 16,150 area. 4.5 on the other hand already for Ethereum today, breaking below that 1,200 level that we were discussing all week last week. Big red numbers, though, on the rest of this board, including Ripple, Doge, Cardano, and Polygon. 5, 4, 9% today for Dogecoin. Back downside, guys.
Dogecoin, come on, man. We're supposed to be changing the world. One Dogecoin at a time.
There's still time.
Right there. There's still time. There's still time. But there's not time for this. One new position alert right now. Short Microsoft off of 243. So I'm going to put a number here at the quarters. See if we can grab that. It's, of course, 3 quarters. 242.75. We already got out at 20%. We just took some out there at 80. Oh, did we just get that, Phil? No, we didn't. So we got an 81 right there. We did not get a 75. So we're going to wait to see for a 75 fill here. Just our standard out. Ooh, it just bounced off us. Hopefully we'll get that one more time. Don't tell me. Give it to us, Ron Arca. Oh, come on. Okay, well, whatever. It'll give it to us, hopefully. If it doesn't, that'd suck. Right now, 25 cents in the money on Microsoft on a new short right there. So hopefully that comes back in. But see now I get like paranoid and it's like, you know what? I should just go to 76 or 77 right now. There it is. Yes, sir. We went to 77. Got filled there. Sacrificed 2 pennies as now it's probably going to crash down. But there it is. 20 cents in the money now on Microsoft. And we just pick on this one, man. It broke through 243. And again, just lower here on Microsoft. It's already down 1.9%. Looking to go lower here as the market continues to go lower. So yeah, we are short here and a big trade for me on Microsoft to the downside right now. Let's see if it can hold out. We were only waiting for right here, this level on the 1-minute chart. Now I have too many outs, so it would be right here, 243.20 or so. So we're already at that 1-to-1 ratio, and we've only got out at 30%. So let's put something else in the mid-60s here, get a piece out. If the market continues to fall down, we will take a mid-60 print, but we also got to watch out for said market. I mean, you could bounce, and we're bouncing right now off these bottoms. So let's just be aware of that. Also, the futures right now, this is at 4,000. Are we still on Z contract? We must be. Yeah, so 4,000 right now bouncing. So this could be a dangerous spot to start putting on new positions. So watch out for your shorts here. You're at sort of an inflection point of 4,000. We don't need to tell you that. So let's see what happens here now with Softy and the like. I still think more downside, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a little bit of a run up here through 4,000, test these like 40-10 area, which wouldn't be good for these shorts.
Well, it's also, it's not just 4,000. And there is that old ball cam. Why not? It's not just that 4,000 level on the ES, but if you look at the NASDAQ, just quickly, my charts over here, if we can come, we're sort of bouncing off of some support on the NASDAQ as well. So I just popped on the bid of Intel to try to get some more shares out there, just to relieve some pressure. Like if you're in the short, and like I still have half my Intel position, but if you get a chance to relieve some pressure when the market's bouncing off support, you want to go ahead and do that. DBGI is still making runs. I see a lot of people have been talking about it. I actually haven't even looked at it until just now, because I think for obvious reasons, when you look at this post, that reverse split, it failed at $10. I mean, obviously, like that first day, like it failed to $10, been selling off. I think as it gets closer to this level, this is where I was looking to put on a short trade. If it gets to the top, I don't like chasing these things once they've gone too far. I tend to want to look for that fade off the high, and then it breaks out the top. Like, you know exactly where you'd be wrong. It's starting to get into that level. I'm surprised to see that it hasn't halted since the open. It had one halt to the upside. It hasn't really done another despite going now $8 to $9. 10 is that line in the sand. I'm still in US Steel. That one's going to be continuing to work back into that upside. But I took this on a break, added some as it got back down in front of 26, and I'm just looking for this trend to continue. Like, I want to be very, very patient with this, breaking this level on the daily chart. If I look at the next wick up, like that's 27.50. Right? So if I'm taking this long and I'm in front of 26.25 here, I want to give this some room to continue going. It's only 1.5% to the upside. Brendan gave me this one when we got to Cleveland, when he mentioned Cleveland Cliffs was going, and then I saw this level. I love it. Like I said, I just got another leg out there on Intel, but that has just as much to do where the support is on the futures. And if we're bouncing off support, I'm now down to 40% of the position. If we break the low, I'll be down to probably 30% if this breaks that low of the day. But I am holding out for a break here on Intel. And then if we do flood this, I'll just be looking for shorts to pop as this potentially fills in that gap. So got something that's relatively weak. This and Apple I've been holding on. If you're looking at some of the Chinese ADRs there, I know JD.com was setting up pretty well if it broke 50. It's still holding the channel. Like, it's right in this consolidation, or if it does break down, yeah, 50 looks like a pretty good break, but it's equally likely to break back into the upside. Like, those broke the backs to set upside. If they make another leg up, some of them are setting up for a bit of a break. You can throw JD in there.
Yeah, come back from a little bathroom break there and realize that Microsoft just ripped up to the high side here. So it doesn't matter. We went to God stop. My stop order is out there to get out. Looks like we will have to take about a 20-cent hit here on Microsoft. So it's a good thing we got out of some. As I watch out, here it goes. It's going to take this top out, 243.30. There it is. So we're out of that one. So we will flush ourselves, not temporarily, on that trade down the toilet there for Microsoft, because, again, that just went right back upside there. Was not really expecting that kind of a move, but at the same time, when you win down here, and then when you lose, you lose. So, you got to sort of take the good with the bad there on Softy. It's a pretty violent name there as it goes. Now it's starting to fade back a little bit. All right, I'm going to take a little bit. Can I get a 20, Phil? There it is. Okay. So we'll take a little bit. Nah, it's not a little bit. I took a decent shot there. I just wanted to look at this, maybe this 245 where we are up there now. Give it a little bit of room to see about that 245. I just don't know if the market wants to rip the rest of the day, to be honest with you. So let's get these names a little bit more room to breathe. Meta tried to get back up to the upside. It got to 70 and now just faded out a little bit as well. So I feel like we'll take some profit here at 50.51 on Meta, because it did the same move. Went all the way back up and then just fell, and we didn't take advantage of that either. So long Meta fail, short worked. We weren't ready to reload it there, so that's fine for me. But Meta right now, where is that? That's 10.06. I guess the big worry for me is just this Microsoft trying to head back up to the upside right now. So 244, 245. That's going to be a level there that we have to look out for. So we're short only at 243. So there's lots of room to the upside before we break through that 244. So just be very, very careful. 245 is a much, much better short than what we're stuck in right now. So we'll watch out for Microsoft. It's starting to go back up to the upside, but it's sector watch time at 10:40 already. I love this big board. Doesn't look too green here today, Brendo.
Yeah, kind of red to start the week off. There are areas, however, of note here that are showing a little bit of strength as we head towards 11 o'clock market time. Here we go. To kick things off, it is tech leading to the downside right now. The entire thing, outside of a few names, notably PayPal, positive in the software group there, up almost a full % there for PayPal right now. The hardware equipment makers, the semiconductors, though, offsetting that and more. There's Apple 2.2 to the downside among the leaders in that group in negative territory. Industrials are also lower on the day. These ones over here, though, there are a few travel-related names that are either around break-even or positive already, including Wynn as well in the consumer discretionary. On the Macau note, 4.5% kind of a day for Wynn. It was up more than 5 as we saw in the pre-market. There's Moderna, yeah, also positive too. 0.4%. Biogen downside, as we talked about in the pre-market. There was a negative Alzheimer's note on BIIB today, but you can see there are others in this group, in the healthcare group, the pharmaceutical names specifically, that are positive already on the session. Retail names also showing a little bit of strength. Remember Target from a couple of weeks ago, 1.7 to the upside again today for Target. But this one, energy, materials, real estate, and communications. This is that Lumen, tough to see, but LUMN downside in a big way. A red board, guys, but notable names in positive territory right now.
Yeah, like sometimes it's a little bit, it can be deceiving, like the percentages, because I mean, if you look at the trend at the open, like there was everything breaking to the upside, and names that were, relatively weak. Like Nvidia made a $3 pump at the open. It's down 1%, but it's actually above the open price. I'm waiting for the next shoe to drop on Wynn here. I got trailed out of it, but it's been holding right here at 78, so I don't want to jump in too early. I think it either has to break out these tops, get through that 80, breaking 81s, or maybe we're just going to have to wait this one out, bouncing off VWAP or something. But kind of going sideways on light volume. Like I said, I got some out of Intel there at that low when the market bounced off 4,000. If we pop back in 29.10s or so, I'm going to add to that short position. This is where it makes some sense to get at least a little bit. If you want to be holding something trend short, A, make sure it's relatively weak. B, make sure you're paying yourself out. Apple bounced off that pre-market low. It looks like it's probably headed into VWAP. I relieved some pressure there when I saw the futures holding again. But now I'm not doing anything with this unless we're rolling over heavily and breaking the absolute bottom. And I just want to remind, I have not traded any Roblox here today yet, but this is still holding VWAP. I like a 31 breakdown on the stock. I think if something's going to be relatively weak that I want to add to, actually get short at the bottom. Roblox didn't show a ton of strength here, and I like that 31 level. I missed out on Airbnb. I don't want to miss out on that one. And U.S. Steel holding at about break even. I don't think there's anything too crazy there. If it gets to 50s, 26.50s, I'm going to get out of some of that. And DBGI, maybe it doesn't want to go to $10. So I was saying I want 10 for the short. It put a wick high at 940. I'm not going to chase and get away from the level I like. I want to short this one at 10 and 10 alone.
All right. Just getting used to getting some of the order entry in here right now. We have a new position. We took DocuSign. I mean, DocuSign just broke through 46 right there. It is down today, not down as much as the market, so we're going to watch out for that. It's below the 200 period. Just broke through 46 here on Docu. If you're going to look right here, I think we could test the reason why I'm short here is I think we test 45. So we have 45.50 right there. We'll see about getting a piece in. But there it is, breaking to the downside right now, breaking through 46.50. Let's see if DocuSign gets some love back to the downside. Right now in the money, 15 cents, but obviously looking for some lower moves here in Docu. Our take on Microsoft, where are we short? We're only short here at 20. We will take a piece out, but I got to make sure that I have not too many outs right here for Microsoft because we want to try to hold it if it does go to the downside. Shopify, just honestly, man, I don't know. I guess sort of our rhetoric was right about Shopify. I mean, look at this name. This is now $2.50 in the money, and it's just bleeding down. So Shopify just broke another level right now, $37.80. So we're $2.25 in the money on Shopify and $2 in the money on Amazon. So although I've done a lot of Black Friday shopping here at some of these names, I don't know why it's not sort of spilling over to Amazon, but there it is, nice little downside move. It's still up today, so stronger than the market, but it's a nice downside move here for Amazon, giving us some of that cash that we wanted here to go shopping on their own platform. So what's up, Brendan?
Another low float? I'll be okay. Name that's popped up before, HUDI, just starting to go here, 13%. Popped up through 7 there on decent volume, you can see coming in. Not seeing anything on this, but it's about 4 million on the float for HUDI, one from a few months ago.
But if you're wondering, one of the main reasons why I'll be battling to get back into the green today is it's not, I don't mind, for Tesla, look, man, you take a hit on a stock, you almost that's part of doing business. But other times, it's I know the deal with a firm, right? It's like if I like the short on a firm and it starts popping, it's not so much about, okay, you take one swing at it. It's like wait for it to turn and then just try to get back into it. Because the firm got to 14 and then just immediately reclaim. Then you get a wick bottom, so a wick top essentially on your 15-minute. Now you're trending right back into the downside. So it is what it is. Like I'm not going to sit there holding it forever and just not have an out. Like I'm just going to get out when the getting is good. But you're looking for that re-entry trade. I didn't get it, and all of a sudden you're looking to break out the bottom on a firm. Now if it breaks a low, this is 1270 here. There's still room to get down into last week's low, which is 35. But I much prefer if I can get this maybe bouncing off VWAP or something like that. That's a pretty harsh rejection of a breakout where I'm going to be favoring shorts almost every single time I see it. So I'm going to get back to shorting on a firm here after things settle down. I'm looking at 13 to 13.10, or it's a 1270 break. I'll probably have roadblocks if that is the case, as that looks to roll over as well. That DBGI probably getting away from me at this particular point. If it doesn't go higher, yeah, like if it doesn't, this is actually already starting to fall off. So forget about $10. This DBGI might not even get there.
All right, yeah, interesting heat map today looking at some of those levels. Obviously, Apple and Microsoft big to the downside there for the shorts today, and we're into Microsoft short now. I don't know, like, I'm surprised that we haven't sort of continued to go downside there. Maybe Microsoft is finding its footing, just like Apple, 146.50. That bottom was 145. And if you're going to, like, you know, sometimes trading is a little bit easier than we think. Like, it just came right into the pre-market bottom of 145 and stopped completely. I'm pretty much on a dime right there. So, yeah, we should have got out there when we saw that. We didn't. We sort of thought that maybe the sky was falling here today, and that seems to be a little wrong. But as you could see, though, the ES, it did basically what we said. I mean, I said maybe we could go back to 4,010. We only got to 4,005 right there, and then stopped, and now it's dropping back below that 4,000 number. So we got to take it out and hold below. If we don't, then I do think that we retest something up here. So this is very, very key, but I don't want to say it's 1048. I don't, like, let's just see if there's enough in the market right now to bring this ES to the downside. I mean, if that happens, then obviously as long as we don't hold 4,000, most of these names will come back in for us. And we've got good ones on board right now. So I don't have, you know, any qualms with any of the stocks that we have. It's just Microsoft today. We tried the short, it didn't work, so now it's starting to fall back a little bit. We didn't really reload this name. We do have enough shares on board that will make money when this breaks below 243, but that needs to happen first, right? So Microsoft still holding out to the high side, and look what happens to the futures. Like the NASDAQ just wicks down and then comes right back up. So, I mean, we can zoom in a little bit here. It just keeps on trying to go and then bounces. Like every single move is kind of bought back up. Not every single move, but a lot of these quicker moves are bought right back up. I don't know if there's going to be a direction today, but when you're looking at this, I mean, you could look at it both ways. Longer term might be better because this is definitely a downside trend, but if you're looking, you know, higher low, and we're kind of trying to make one again right now. So, yeah, a little nervous on some of these trades. Let's hope that a move down happens pretty quickly here, as I'm getting a little bit shaky here on some of these positions.
I still like this win. Excuse me as I choke on my water. I'm looking at win here, and it's like it's holding up really well. So it dip bought off that 75, 76 area. And as the market, like we just tested 4,000 on the ES to the downside again, and this is holding the top end of the range. So I'm kind of looking for things that I still like to the long that are setting up pretty well. If we're going to maybe bounce from here, and win is definitely going to be in that side of it. I'd much prefer to be catching dips off VWAP more than anything else, or breaking out of this channel, but I got to put this one in the back of my mind. Like I know where I'm at with the short side of the trade. Want to be adding to some intel if I get a shot at that one, probably closer to that 29.5 area. I know I'm looking for a re-entry into a firm. That one got me pretty good this morning, but it's now back at those lows. So I'm looking at that 13 to 13.10, or breaking that bottom looks pretty interesting. Roblox as well could be taking out those lows. As we go to, in a second, we're going to go to Money Talks. And for the first time, when we come back from Money Talks, I'm actually going to mention Coinbase because I don't know how I haven't even looked at coin at any point today. Brendo and Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet day so far for currency markets. We've gone red to green for the US dollar, so everything else kind of chopping around the break-even point. Cryptos, as we mentioned, downside today. We are seeing a little bit of negativity in a few areas, though. One of those, our Canadian dollar here, 74.4 back to the downside, 0.4%. It was more than that, but a bit of a bounce to the US dollar, went red to green, and then some now, up 0.12. So you can see we wicked down through some of these areas from going back to August and July, around the 105.5 area. So huge move down, obviously, as inflation starts to show some signs of cracking in the U.S. Euro having a nice day as well. It was up more than that, but 104. Back to the upside for the euro. The British pound, 120.5, downside 0.4%, similar to the Canadian dollar, but back and forth really on a basically choppy, flat-ish day for currencies, guys.
As I said, I promised I'd look at Coinbase here. Coinbase is going to be exactly like Airbnb for me. I'll get that one out of the way. Like the 45 level on Friday is pretty much the same thing as that 98 level on Airbnb. It broke down almost instantly at the open, and then gave you another opportunity to take that short at 45 even. Where does it go today? Rejects 45. I don't know that we're going to see that again, obviously, at this particular point. So if anything, all you can say is last week bottom, wick bottom, 42 even. If it holds above there, maybe there's some scalp long trades. But the lesson I always look at is sometimes the best things or the best levels on Friday, regardless of what the news is the next day, if you have a really good price level that was very successful that you were in love with, just start with that in your preparation. Like that's why, like I missed Airbnb because I didn't do that. Like my first focus was like China. And then I got away from the level that I liked, which was at 98 on Airbnb. That's where it was great. It was a short off that pop, and then it gave you the same thing this morning. So just go back to the well sometimes. That's what it's all about. Don't let that water well run dry. Market's heading back into the low, so all of the shorts that we're in are going to start, or continue to pay off, I should say. But you had to fight for them. Like you had to get out of some of these things, take the hits. I have one more bid on Intel, then it's going to be that bottom break. The more I like it here, I'm going to add to this, breaking 2880. That's a pretty chasm beneath that level, so I'm going to actually add to this one on a breakdown.
All right, so you might have heard that again. We'll go.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's not even really. Let's just go bangs for some of these shorts that we have on board. Of course, we have 6 shorts right now. Apple, Amazon, Docu, Meta, Microsoft, Shopify. The beauty of them all is going to be Shopify, but now comes Microsoft. So we just got a great fill there on Softy. We just got a 78. I was sitting there at 78 to get that fill right into there, right into some of our best fills that we had the first time we were short. Now we're short again into Microsoft. So frog in the throat. We'll see. So we're almost back to positive on the name, just a couple more pennies down, and we will be into that. So we're out now of 60%, 10, 10, 10, 10 out 4 times. That's 40%. So let's wait to see their 10% out each time. We'll see if it comes back even lower than that Microsoft rate now on a break, right? And there's the break that we talked about was the ES. So the ES breaks 4,000 and does tick down near that low again. So finally we get that move, and that's why we hit this siren, because there was the break. And it did make that move down about 7 handles, but then stopped. So now we'll have to wait to see what this new candle brings us, possibly lower here. But good out. Like this is how crazy Microsoft is. Like we just got out at 78. Now it's up 30 more cents upside there on that. Okay, now the market wants to blast. All right, maybe this Docu's no good. Docu comes all the way back to the upside here. We're going to try to get out on this 46.20. Well, we will get out on a 46.20 break. This one's actually taking me by surprise. I thought that we'd be under the 200 period. The market did crack lower. I thought we could go lower on this. Docu, though, still positive on the day. Just went to positive right now as we were below 46 for a while. So now we're into this name. We're out of the money 20 cents. We'll only lose 30. If this takes out 46.30, we're gone. But again, here it goes, man. Wow, DocuSign really starting to go back up to the upside. So we stepped into a newer name there, and it looks like we will lose on Docu. It's not a, anytime I lose, it's going to be, on shares. So, what that? Okay, we just got out at 18 there. I thought I was getting out on a 20 break, but still same way done out there. So loser, fine. Not a huge amount of money there, but I don't like to lose. So there goes DocuSign upside off a short that I thought would have been good. Look at these futures right back to 4,000. I feel like I'm going to short Microsoft one more time here.
Yeah, I see people talking about it's not moving much, but I saw people talking about GameStop and AMC. Like they're both making some moves. Like, I mean, GameStop went to like 20, 30 cents there just now. And AMC is kind of, if it wants to load up here, did bounce off the lows. I'm not seeing anything that convinces me, but what was just nuts was Win just had a pretty significant pullback into VWAP just now. And looks like it was just this harsh volume candle, but it's a low volume move. It's hard to see here. Oh yeah, you guys can't see because the position board's hiding it. Sorry guys. There you go. So yet this candle falling $1.50 on, or buck here on Win, I should say, on very, very light volume. So it broke support, the market bouncing off the lows. I mean, if it's not going to have volume behind it, I want to say fugaze and say forget about it. I still like the long bouncing off here. But what I'll try to do is like maybe just think size down on it, give it to 77.50. I was looking for the dip buy. I didn't expect it to come in that violently, but it's a lack of volume that makes me want to jump back into this and play it back up to 78.5. I still haven't gotten Roblox. It hasn't broken that low of the day just yet. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, that was a pretty big volume, not a low volume wick down that I'll try to grab some win. I think I was out a little bit early on the last leg. I'll be getting in pretty much where I covered that dip buy into the long side. And like Tesla got me good. I'm not going to lie. Like I had the shorts off the open. That was about like a 50-cent hit and then started shorting in front of 185. But it's now got lower highs at 185. Like this is the original price area I like for a short. And now you basically have a break at that price, and if you look at the 15, what is it on the 15-minute, that's going to look like a wick, break higher, and then showing you a lower high of 185. So the longer it stays beneath that price, the more I'm inclined to just jump back in and short it off of this level, because it's a huge gap to fill. Market takes the low, then I can be right back in this Tesla at 185. First things first, I did just get win. It's the light volume that had made me take that dip buy, but I don't want to give it away. When you have something which has worked for you off of the open, you understand lunchtime trading isn't the time to get terribly stubborn about it. But I'm going to give it to 77.50 here, risk about 30 to 40 cents to see if it can get back to those highs. Since that flush, I mean, it has been trying to trend upside after catching that dip.
We went right back into DocuSign. I mean, if this breaks 46, then we're back into the money on that name, but still needs to get back downside there on DocuSign. I want to just say thank you to everybody for watching. If we can get that like to 2,000, I think that'd be pretty sweet right now. 1.5K. We'll see if we can get it up to 2,000. So if you haven't hit that yet, pretty light viewers right now, only 6,700. But hit the like button, folks. Show if you can and help us get to 2,000. As you guys know, we do this obviously for free every single day. So we would definitely love to get your like and support for that. Okay, DocuSign, just to look at this. Meta dropping down again. Microsoft, we just took another piece out. I will put a piece out here on Docu to see if we can get some 05s, 06s there. There's Microsoft. We just took a flat 243. That's 20 cents. I want to get shorter again into this name, but we are going to watch out for this 244.60 area. So if the market keeps holding out near this 4,000, then it is going to be a pretty choppy day. So let's just be careful for that. Watch out for Microsoft. I do still have lower hopes for that one. Shopify, honestly, I mean, maybe we'll get out if it takes us 38.20. Just get yourself out of the trade. Like if we had done that sort of strategy the whole time, we would still be in this name. So let's kind of do that. 38.20 take. We'll get out of Shopify. That's $3 or so in the money, hopefully, for this name as it goes. Microsoft just fell down again. We just got another bid. Oh, sorry, no. We got the Docu bid. Okay, now that's come in even better for us. So maybe we can get an O2 bid for DocuSign. We'll see if that can happen right now, as well as some of these names came back in. So it's 11 o'clock. I've got on 6 shorts right now. So, and they're Apple, Amazon, Docu, Meta, Microsoft, and Shopify. Jinx, because they're all in the money. So hopefully that can hold out for us as well. But I hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks for hitting the like button up to 1.7K. That's good. I know they're going to hit it for this midday show here, Neil, as they're getting ready to rock and roll.
Yes, sir. And I'm now back into Tesla. We waited for it. It's back at that 185, so the lower high is in. It's all about sticking to your plan. And the plan of action for us always, we'll be back at 2 o'clock, is to send you to Trader Prad and Sharif. Go get them, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Neil. Sean's in how many shorts? 6 shorts? Well, I'm in 1, but I think this is a shortable market. We're playing within the range, guys. I am Sharif. This is Prad. We've got a great show for you guys today. A lot more to trade than definitely Friday, Bradley.
I mean, I'm not going to complain about Friday. I'll be honest. I got to sit in the big boy seat. Hopefully, I kept Sean's seat a little bit warm and didn't mess up his seat settings too much over there. He gives me a thumbs up. I like that. But yeah, I had a great time sitting next to Neil all of Friday. Hopefully more of those opportunities come by. But today, we got equal opportunities on the market. Market's been up, down. We're swinging over a little bit. We have some trades on the board. I know it says no trades on the board at the moment, but let me fix that over here by taking some profits on our Apple short, which is 92 cents in the money. Our number one stock of the day today is going to be Apple. So Apple shorts around 146 all the way up to the 100-period EMA of 146.50. Sorry, excuse me. Taking some out over here just in case Apple doesn't really go down. Then I covered some more profits all the way to near the low of the day range. Added back near VWAP recently, and now just not taking more profits on Apple, which is sadly down 2% on the day. For those of you who don't know what the reason why Apple's negative or way past 150 to the downside, it's because Apple, sadly, is having issues with their Foxconn factory, having riots going on all in China based on the zero COVID policy, and sadly disrupting their production numbers.
I know you're not on TikTok, so this goes without saying, but all weekend I've been seeing videos flooding to my TikTok For You page about these crazy, I don't want to call them crazy, but these very intense, riots. Yeah. People jumping fences, like people dressed up in full hazard suits trying to contain people while people run for their lives. So I heard Apple actually sent an entire team to Foxconn premises
like
to basically like an overseeing team to like kind of oversee what's going on, I guess exercise some sort of authority. So obviously Apple trying to contain this beast, but it's super interesting how that's happening. It's also funny how China lockdowns are also very localized. So you're not really seeing Tesla deal with the lockdown as intensely as you are with Apple at the moment. They both obviously have big production plants in China.
I'm surprised TikTok is even, willing to show any of those. If I was China and my
That's
company
what a lot of people say,
if I was China and a company in my country was showing this outside world, I would shut it all down. So I'm pretty surprised.
Well, what does that say about your? Yeah, there you go.
Hey.
So maybe there is some sort of transparency.
That's why I'm not running a country. I'm sitting over here trading on a day trading show.
I bet you it has something to do with the algorithm for North America versus the algorithm for...
Yeah, there are difference. I heard there's a difference.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah. I heard there's a little bit of a difference over there. I heard Sean shorting Shopify. I kind of missed out this move. If you look at Shopify on the longer time chart, you see $40 has been a little bit of a resistance for Shopify. So if I had kept that in mind, I think I would have obviously shorted that 40. Hindsight's 2020, ladies and gentlemen. The market's already sold off going into the opening of the day. Yeah, we had a pop off of off the open, but already sold off, being negative. You heard about the whole what is it? Is it Black Monday? What's the term called?
Cyber Monday.
Thank you. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, big holiday season sales coming in. Shopify elevated off that news to the north side, hitting 40, rejecting 40, pulling back to this 38 area. I tried the long around 38 a couple times, but I said, hey, don't diddle in the middle, Brad. You have a line right here at 36-ish or so. Just wait for 36 to come into play. If 36 does come into play today, you'll be able to catch a way better long than diddling in the middle over here. And hence, we're going to stay away from Shopify at the moment. A couple other stocks that had equal catalyst, and I actually traded it today. Pinduoduo off the open around $74. Give me a good long. I took the breakout of 75 also. Outs all the way up to 76.50. Sadly, no more move left in Pinduoduo according to the market, because market pulled back. Pinduoduo also pulled back to VWAP. Now we're waiting to see if Pinduoduo can go back to the north side. Sadly, right now, 21 cents out of the money, and the board did an update for you guys over there. So let me take some more profits out on Apple to see if the board will update for you. No, the position board is not updating. Currently, Lucas is not at the desk, so when he does pull back, we'll get that fixed.
Yes, guys. So with respect to small cappers today, I was looking at a few. The first and the most notable of which is TBLA. It kind of, it had a bit of a tame move off that, I want to say 180 open or so. A nice move up to 327. I had a couple of ins and a couple of outs on this one. This is the 3-minute chart, by the way. Now, kind of it's holding VWAP, but from the downside, not the area, not the side that you want to see it straddle VWAP. It's got to be above it as opposed to below it. So we'll wait for a VWAP reclaim and a sustained hold above VWAP for this one to be tradable. Otherwise, you know, this one is more bearish to me, more short prone. KTRA was the other one I was looking at. This one sort of gapped up on, I believe it was Cancer News. Don't quote me on that. I can double check in a second. It had a cancer headline, made a nice move off that 370 open, making a move all the way up in the pre-market to about 510. 490 is technically the high of day after the open, but this one hasn't really presented you with many opportunities. Since the open, it's been pulling back, now almost at the 200 period moving average, so not many opportunities to speak of at the moment. DBGI, this is the one that was halting earlier. I think this one had a halt to the high side. Let's switch to the 1 minute chart real quick. Yeah, so this one had a nice move up right at the open there on low liquidity, mind you, all the way up to that 742 level. And then it basically, you know, it's been having a bit of a fight here with VWAP, reclaiming it decidedly now, though. This may be a good entry point, to be honest with you, this $8.31 area. And this presents you a nice opportunity here with a short, basically a very small stop. So we're going to go ahead and enter a trade on DBGI at the moment. And we'll make it so that we're only risking about 10 pennies or so here. So let's go ahead and take a long. Let's see if we can get filled at 37. So we do get long 37. And so I'll give this one to the break of 814. So yeah, it'll be about 20 pennies of risk, but we're looking at, more than $1 to the upside possibly. So let's see here. We're going to put on our stop for 814, and that will be where we know I'm out. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk 4, I believe, happening now.
But I don't think we're going to Brendo. We're going to continue. Sorry, I think they said take a fill for me because he just updated the position board.
My mistake. Okay.
And I did take a fill, Lucas, just so you know. It still says no positions. Not sure what's going on that one. They're going to try and get that fixed for you guys. Just stand by. Pinduoduo currently pulling back down. Google, 95 cents in the money. And Meta Platform still going to the downside. Meta short 110.50 area, which was around the pre-market lows. Pre-market low technically 110.25. I got in around 110.50. A beautiful move to the downside, $1.15 per share in the money on Meta Platforms. Google, $1 in the money. And Pinduoduo, sadly, our number 3 best stock on the day is 40 cents out of the money. I do have an order to go long again around 74 because I believe, you know, Pinduoduo, it doesn't matter what you believe. Sean's already mentioned this. It doesn't matter what you care, what you want, or what you believe from the market. The market will be irrational longer than you can stay solvent at 100% of the time. So you got to make sure that you're applying proper risk management. But with Pinduoduo, a positive catalyst came out overnight, which was its earnings report, a big boost in the numbers and sales coming in, and hence it's up 15% in pre-market, and now we're just holding around these ranges. 74 already did give me a profitable long to start my day with, hence you know, Pinduoduo is my number 3rd best stock on the day. We'll try to see if that trade can repeat for ourselves. Another couple stocks in the Chinese stock or in China that came out with the catalyst is going to be all the casino stocks, your Wynn, your MGM, your LVSs, Sharif. I know you're not a gambler, but you know, watching these stocks over here will for sure be something to look at today one more time. So I tried a long over here, original position on the 5-minute chart at the 100 period EMA. The stock kept pulling back lower, so I tried again adding at the position at the 100 period EMA on the 15-minute chart, which actually ended up being the bottom for the stock today. Caught that bottom at $76 basically, and was able to catch a $2 per share winner on Wynn Resorts, which is now around VWAP at the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Not sure if I want to do anything with this trade at the moment around the price that it's at. I'd much rather wait for it to pull back down and then go back up. Basically, all the casino stocks have gotten a license. I think an extension on their license.
Yeah, I heard that news headline this morning. One thing I forgot to tell you guys about the shop short that I'm in. My average cost base is $37.83. I got in short initially at that $37.80-ish, and then averaged in at 37.94-ish or so. I'm keeping the same profit taker that I had prior to my averaging in, which is at 37.62. We've seemed to have a bit of a bottom forming here at 65. There seems to be some buying coming in around there, and I think a lot of it may be an iceberg order because I'm not seeing the size necessarily reflected on the book. It's creating a bit of a bottom there. I'm kind of like debating whether or not to take profits at a higher level, maybe 65, 66, rather than wait for that 62. But I still see the consistent pattern that I'm looking for, which is a big move down, a consolidation sideways, with the consolidation sideways kind of being a downward channel, not really creating higher highs. I see lower lows forming continually, but like at the moment we're having that 65 base that needs to be broken. But the general trend of SHOP I like. Now, with respect to the market, because you know the market may have an influence on SHOP, this is the bottom that I'm seeing forming here on the market, which is this 39.92 pre-market low. Technically, we have a 39.91 bottom, but that was the low that we made at 5 a.m. and it's kind of been holding since then. Look at this consolidation pattern above that low. Let's see if we can kind of start testing these lows and making newer ones. Let me remove this old trend line here because that's not relevant. Yeah, proudly, look what I did. So, you know how I always complain that I don't know where these trend lines are from? So I figured a way that I can just add text onto the trend line. Look at that.
From where the line draws it?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Not
yeah,
bad.
so now I know this line up here is a pre-market high. This is just a pre-market top. It wasn't a high. It was
But does that text pull along?
No,
while
I
the
gotta
chart
drag
pulls
it.
along? You gotta drag it?
But I can see it there. So if I'm on a longer view out 30 minutes or so, look, I can still see it. So then if it's from a prior day, I'll just pull it over, right? You know what I mean? So happy about that I was able to do that. Let's switch back to the 3-minute chart on here. And yeah, I'm going to continue to wait, I guess, proudly. I got to wait on SHOP because it's still flirting with that level between 37.60 and 38.
Right on. Yeah, I'm waiting for 36 on Shopify to go long, but not sure if Shopify wants to sell off a little bit more. I know Sean has a short on Shopify, which is what, $2-3 in the money, so he's still killing it on that short. I'm still upset for missing out that Shopify short. I know Shopify had a good day today in pre-market. I just didn't even pull up the stock to notice that it was at 40 bucks. If I did notice it was at 40, I would have shorted. More of a reason, ladies and gentlemen, to have alerts on your systems. Whatever system you're using, it's got to have an alert system on it. I know P Pro 8 has an alert system. I barely use it. That's my fault. I need to start using it a little bit more. If you don't have an alert system on your trading software, A, change your trading software. B, go use other tools such as Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas has alert systems on it that you could subscribe for. I think until the end of today, Brendo, 30% until the end of today. So 30% off, we believe so, until the end of today. The Cyber Monday deal is still coming through for you guys on Trade Ideas. Do Trader TV 30 to get 30% off. You can use fun tools that you know give you a better visualization of what's going on the overall market. You could have scanners that help you find stocks that are halting all over the place. For example, ASAP today, ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg, ASAP Yams. Rest in peace, ASAP Yams. Obviously, we got ASAP on the board today, which has been moving around quite drastically. I think Luca pointed out to me that the stock was halting. You know, I pulled it up, I saw it, I was going to enter, but thankfully I stayed away from it because after opening up from the halt, it just kept going lower and lower and lower. So it didn't look good for me to enter for long on it. Stayed away from it. I think I did the right thing by staying away from that. I did trade TBLA today. TBLA short as it got under $3, and then I noticed that this buying coming in around the previous low, the pre-market low of $2.80. Hey man, look, the news is absolute nonsense.
Yeah, okay.
The news is absolute nonsense. You're telling me you teamed up with Yahoo, the website that nobody uses anymore, to give advertisements on their dog water website? Are you kidding me? Like,
That's
how much
so
money
funny.
is that going to bring in?
Yeah,
$0.
When's the last time you typed yahoo.ca?
I have not been on Yahoo since I was like 12 years old.
No, I don't use it. And like I don't want to call them a joke, but they had so many buyout opportunities for like way more money. It kept getting cheaper and cheaper,
This
and they
news
still
is
refused.
nonsense.
Yeah.
If they were helping like Netflix or like somebody else, I was like, okay, you know what? This is actually like a good news because, you know, Netflix, everyone logs into Netflix 10 times a day, watches Netflix on their phone. Yahoo, the last time I went on to Yahoo was for Yahoo Finance, so go look at a chart.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, my mistake. I got to correct myself. Yeah, my buddy sends me stuff from Yahoo Finance all the time. He uses it. So that's the only reason, literally,
Come
that I'm
on,
on
man.
it. I'll tell you the truth.
I'm not buying
That's
it.
really the only reason I'm on it.
I'm not buying it. Yahoo's trash. Come on.
Yahoo Sports, some people are saying in the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Come on, Yahoo Sports trash too. You got to use like ESPN or something better than that.
So just want to report on my DBGEI trade. A bit of a boo-boo by me. Kept my stop a little bit too tight. I only gave it, you know, like 20 pennies risk. Ended up getting shaken out, sadly. It's moving back to the high side now, breaking through that 50, that $half area. So we'll see if it continues to hold above VWAP. If this presents more opportunities, that's fine. But the one that's doing well is the shop short. By the way, this is a full position, and then this average in is a half position. So I'm holding 1.5 position, 1.5 times my regular position at the moment, looking for that break below the 62 to take our first profit taker. But, you know, this one's, it's kind of giving back the goods.
No, give me fill.
Yeah, it's giving back the goods on this one. Apple, what's up with Apple?
I'm just trying to get the fill close to VWAP once again, 145.50. They pulled up there, they didn't give me the fill, and now they're pulling back down, sadly. We saw the market go above 4K today. We saw it go up to 4.18, I guess that's one way to say it. 4018, almost 40.20 coming back into play today, and then right back under 4K. Now we're trading around the lower days for the S&P 500 market. So if the market's at the lower day and Apple's pulling back to VWAP, I think that's a pretty decent short for us to look for. But something that stands out for me is the UVXY. It's the bottom right chart. You probably can't see it properly. Let me expand it for you. There you go. UVXY up 3.6%, but struggling around this $8 area. If UVXY pulls back towards VWAP right here, towards 796, or even the 100-period EMA, I think the market could easily bump up to 4005, or even that 4010 that Sean was talking about, where it previously could bump up to, but it did get rejected off that 4005 area where the 100-period EMA lies on the 5-minute chart for the S&P 500. Clear weakness in the market today. Hopefully that weakness doesn't bleed into Brazil because I have money on them.
Yeah, we're watching that. We won't be spoiling the scores, but we'll...
trust me, if Richarlison scores, I'm screaming, Golazo! I need him to score for me.
That'll be on you. I won't be updating you. I won't be giving you guys the scores, but I'll tell you that a match event has occurred, and then you can choose whether or not to discover it. I've also been looking at another stock here, AXSM on the NASDAQ, but bit more of an expensive stock, $75 stock. The spread on this one is a bit wide, 20 pennies, 30 pennies at times. This one had a big boy move off that 58, let's say 58.10. Look at this, it almost top wicked at 80, missing 80 by about 30 pennies, 79.70 I guess is the high on AXSM. 79.68, by the way, in case you really want to know what it is. Pulling back ever since. Here's the reversal candle at the top, a bit of a bottom, retracement a little bit. Now we're probably going to retrace back into VWAP here. So this may be an interesting short-term short candidate from 74, 75-ish down back to VWAP, which is currently at 73.30 or so. Interesting trade on this one, up 32% on the day. But again, you could find yourself on the wrong end of this one and get hurt real quick. Number one, because of the sheer price. So scale in accordingly. Number two, the spreads on this one are a bit yeek. So yeah, careful with this one. Back to shop, still looking at my short here, flirting around the exact same levels. I'm just waiting for this bottom to come out here. It's just going to be a matter of exercising patience, but clearly a bottom being made. I want to reiterate why I continue to like this trade is that we continue to see lower highs and not really lower lows, but a flat bottom low. The key indicator to me here is a continuous lower highs, tightening in that range to that 65, I want to say low. We're printing 67s now on the bid, so we're very, very close to that level. Maybe when we get back from Brendo at the big desk, we'll have broken 65. Brendo.
media so far on a Monday. Still a very mixed board here. I mean, marked red, board mixed, so we're heading in the right direction, hopefully. This is what people are talking about right now, though. This MICS, Neil mentioned this early on this morning, continues to not only grow in size, but gone from the light green to the dark green for that Mike's. HLBZ on here, Metamaterials been on here for a couple of weeks, back to green for both the NASDAQ listing and the OTC listing. DWAC here, that COSM from last week. This Mullen, very, very negative so far today for Mullen. Same story for the SPY. AMC, Tesla, they've flipped. Tesla was red early on, now green. AMC, the opposite direction. So still pretty mixed as far as sentiment goes, guys, on social media.
Yeah, definitely mixed also in the market today, Brendo. Some doing well, some not doing well. Shop was doing well, but now not doing as well. We get two outs here through the break of that 65 level, the first being 62. Then I said, what the hey, what's life without whimsy? And I take out some more at 63 or so. Retracing back as expected now into the 70s, but I still like the general direction of this one. With respect to an out, before I send it back to Pradley, you know, having a cost basis of 86, you know, so I can risk 14 pennies, no problem. In fact, I can risk a bit more. I would say I'd give it to this top, this 38.07. Obviously, it depends on when you've gotten in, what your cost basis is, right? If you're holding the short for like Sean is from up here, then you're obviously, you know, that these micro movements do not really matter to you. If you're more scalping like I am, they do matter more. So I'll give it to around the break of 38 and maybe a little bit above Pradley.
Right on. Just trying to fix what's happening with our earpiece over there. Something's leaking. Hopefully that fixes it. Neil just mentioned Bitcoin at 16,000, so I don't want to hear that number coming into play. Obviously, we did break 16K all the way down to 15,487 back on November 21st or so. Down here where my chart, where my screen is showing you, you see a big little heat map coming in. For anyone wondering what that heat map indicates, basically shows you a big buyer or a big seller. If there's a heat map on the opposite side, on the ask, a big seller or a big buyer indicated by the discoloration or the darker the color, the bigger the buy order or sell order. So it looks like it's not at 16K. We're almost at 15.5K over here on BTC. So Bitcoin sadly still looking to crumble and fail to the downside, which is not something I want to be seeing being a Bitcoin investor. Every time we do look at Bitcoin, we also go directly to the cryptocurrency stocks such as Coinbase, Mara, Riot, and all those other cryptocurrency companies those are all probably to the downside today because cryptocurrency at 16K, pretty obvious move where you're expecting these currency company goes towards or cryptocurrency companies to go to what direction you're expecting them to go. Coinbase near $43, man. It's like, wow. Just the end of last month we were at 80.
What's all-time low?
We're at all-time lows basically right now on Coinbase. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Well below the IPO price, at which I remember trading it. Yeah. So it's every company out there getting absolutely smacked. What is it? Even XPEV, NIO. Where's XPEV today? I think I remember reading it on Sean's sticky note. $7, and I was surprised to even see that XPEV is at $7. I would have expected to be around 10 or so, but that's just the sad nature of all these companies at this point getting absolutely beat down. I'm wondering though, at what point do these companies start becoming really good investment buy? Like, you know, NIO actually sells cars, XPEV actually sells cars, and they do deliver them, unlike half of these companies out there like Rivian and Mullen and so on.
I really think going forward though, Pradley, for like the next little while, it's going to be the stocks that are actually profitable and that are actually making money and established. And I think that the companies that, you know, that we associate with at growth at all costs, spend whatever we have to spend because money's cheap, that kind of format, that kind of system is done for the next little bit. And I think that, you know, some of these companies fall under that umbrella that, you know, they're clearly not profitable companies. Yeah, they're increasing their production with, you know, the example of XPEV. They're bringing out year-over-year increases, but it's just, you know, it's not good enough. I mean, at this time where interest rates are going high, profits are going to get tight, margins are definitely getting squeezed. So I think that it's going to be definitely a stock picker's market going into 2023. And I'm leaning definitely towards things that are profitable, things that are established, that have, you know, things in the pipeline that work with their system. You got to think about Amazon when, and this is just, I'm kind of not tongue in cheek, but I'm thinking out loud here. And the idea is Amazon is like one of the companies that you associate the most with really expanding outside their horizons, really going outside their what they're good at and investing money in there. And usually it's been good returns for them. So you got to think, you know, with respect to growth and profitability, Amazon's got to be on your radar for that, just based on that theme. That's how I'm thinking anyway, Bradley. Now let's talk about some stocks that are actually moving. Shop, yeah, it did that test at 38 and now retracing back down. So you're gonna have these tests. So if you had a hard stop there, you may be disappointed. But now we're printing again in the 70s. That retracement coming back into play. Patience is gonna have to be key here on Shop, especially as the market continues to move sideways. But the beautiful part is that it's still near those bottoms at 39.91. We're at 39.96, creating a little bit of a sideways consolidation after a move down, Bradley. So with respect to both of these, I'm kind of looking at each and trying to build a plan off both combined.
I decided not to haggle over 10 cents on Apple and just cross down at 145.40, punch into that position over there. As Sharif did mention, the market's still at the lower days. We're nowhere close to 4K. I mean, we're 4 points away from 4K. So maybe not nowhere close, but we're not able to get towards 4K and actually punch back through that to the north side on the market. So if Apple's near VWAP, if Google marching towards VWAP, and all these other positions are going north and the market really isn't, when these positions start going back down, I can really see the market going down with them and breaking that lower day around 39.95, 39.90 or so. So hence, we are reloading onto our position, putting the ammo back into our bullets so we can fire them all through the market over here and capitalize on those profits once again. And even Pinduo Duo, reloading on Pinduo Duo. Not too long ago, my Google position did get stopped out because of not Google, was it Meta? It was Meta. But Meta position did get stopped out because of I had a script order. Sometimes a script order gets triggered off of a dark pool. So it got triggered off a dark pool over here. My order was sitting in the north side, and sadly triggered, stopped me out, flip long. I had to punch out of that long because I do not want to be long at these ranges for Meta. When the market's not really pulling up, I see Apple pulling up, I see Google pulling up, and Meta's not pulling up. So I don't want to be long Meta at the moment, which means Meta is a lot weaker than the rest of the stocks over here in that basket. And if this market gets ready to sell off a little bit more, I think I can see Meta selling the most out of everyone. And Apple now pulling back to the downside, 24 cents in the money on that bad boy. Google still in the money. Looks like we're not going to pull up all the way to the VWAP area where I would have liked to be short. So I'm just going to add to my position over here a little bit. Add to my position over here and see if we can ride this position back down. Now, only 17 cents in the money on Google compared to having 50 cents in the money because of where we added. So our average price obviously a little distorted from previously having that position on board. Wynn Resort still pulling back down, sadly, but we're good because we got it out pretty much at the top of the range near $79. We saw the trouble coming into the position around 79, the pre-market low breaking, pulling back to pre-market lows, rejecting pre-market lows. So I had to stop out for the break of 78. 78 broke. We got stopped out and the trade for me. Now I can see Wynn probably pulling all the way back to the same prices for a lower day and forming a base around there, at which point we can look for a long later on. I got to set up alerts for myself. Let's see what the chat's looking at. They're
all looking at Tesla, guys.
Tesla?
And we're missing the move here on Tesla. I noticed it right when I sent it back to you. Look at this move right here. We kind of made a 186 top, pulled back close to VWAP, below that 184.5, consolidated between 184.5 and 185, and then you had that explosive breakthrough 185, and now we're testing 187.5, close to. This is up 2.3% on the day. Clearly a counter trend move. I'm trying to look for anything to account for the move on my news feed here. I see Elon Musk's first weeks running Twitter have been a train wreck. Okay, so this is This is anti, obviously. So is there anything here? I see Tesla faces uncertain path after Xi Jinping's COVID restrictions. Okay, no, none of these are right. So I'm not really sure what to account for the move. Either way, Tesla making big boy moves up. Now let's see if we can play this one. I mean, how are we going to get in here? Let's have a look. Let's look at the 3-minute chart first and foremost. Yeah, so we have this base here at 184.5. You have to assume, I mean, I don't want to chase this one, but you have to assume 186 is going to be a level. It was a peak here. It was a consolidation area here. Perhaps a 186 dip, or if you're looking, possibly if the market starts failing, start looking for a 186 dip to the south side. Either way, I think 186 is an interesting level. We're barely above 187 at the moment, holding like 10 pennies or so above it. I'm just kind of getting into this one, not exactly sure how to play this. I want to look at my 4-hour chart once I send it back to Bradley to kind of get an idea of some better levels here for more on the macro end.
Yeah, this is a little crazy for Tesla. 2 days ago, we were at 166.66, which is the $500 bottom pre-split for Tesla, and now we're at 187 instantly. So it's a pretty crazy move coming in. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of buying coming in. Look at that, 1,000 shares to the north side. So part of me has me wondering whose buy program got turned on Tesla today. Did Cathie Wood go a little crazy and forget to turn on the buy program for Robinhood? Instead, she put in Tesla as a ticker in her program over there, and this stock is now going crazy. So
thin hat.
It's a little question mark, obviously, and we know the catalyst for Tesla. If you are signed up to our watch list, you guys obviously know it. If you're not signed up to our watch list, do ! watch list in the chat. You got an email every single morning, curated to you guys straight from Brendo, who puts all the news in a nice little summary for you, so you can kind of look for the right stocks to trade. Notice how most of my stocks that I traded today, Pinduoduo, Apple, Shopify, TBLA, casino stocks, are all from my watch list. This is where I get my stocks to trade from every single day. So you could help yourself by signing up for it. And there, it clearly shows like fears of lockdown. Over the weekend, the Shanghai problems, the zero COVID laws coming in, the riots that are happening in China. Everything just says negative, negative, negative. But here we are on Tesla, completely turning the day around from being 2% down in pre-market to being up almost 3% over here on the opening hours. So pretty insane reversal coming in, and a complete 360, well, maybe not 360 because 360 means it was following the market. A complete 180 from the market. Market's going down, Tesla's going higher and higher. So part of me just wants to stay away from this stock. I'm being very bearish on the market today, and it's paying me. I don't want to switch that bias just because I'm watching one stock go absolutely haywire.
Yeah, look clearly here, just from a more wide or deeper perspective, we're looking at a 188.50 top that was made really early on Friday morning, I believe, that 4:30 a.m. So that level, you know, it's a level, but you know, it may not be of that much significance, especially since not too much volume took place trading around that level. Let's move back a little bit and see what else. Okay, so nothing there from the 5-minute. Moving to the 4. Let's move to the hour chart. Okay, so right above, there we go. Right above this level, we have this wick here. That's a 189.18. Okay, 189.18. All right, so that gives us about 70 more pennies. I don't think that that's the good level here. The good level is going to have to be one of these. 196, so that's about like $10 of space. So you have some room. 192, you could say, is this level. November 16th, we had a high of 192.62. Trying to look for areas of resistance here on Tesla to try to gauge where we could possibly get in or where possibly short. I know it may not be a great idea to short Tesla, but the fact of the matter is, the market in general has been giving you opportunities to both sides. It's not just in one direction. So oftentimes with these big movers, you'll have nice retracements that you can cash in on. So that's my view. I won't get in on Tesla on the moment. Still holding shop short. Also looking for a possible dip off VWAP here on AXSM. But I think the better trade possibly would be this one to give back the to give up the ghost and basically break through that 73, and you could have a nice short into 69 and a quarter, and even maybe down into 67 and a half ish. So look, I'm going to see what this one does. If it holds VWAP, bounces right back up, I'll be more inclined to take this one long. But if we have a nice aggressive break below this VWAP level here and a continuation, then I'll probably take the first retracement to get back into that proudly.
Right on, sir. Taking some profits on Apple at the moment as it did pull back to the low of the day ranges for myself. So profitable trade on that. Reload on AAPL. So that cash register stays ringing.
Hey.
Hello? Stream Deck. Let me open that one up real quick.
What do you want to spend the money?
No, I'm just trying to hit. There we go. Okay. Cash register now ringing because Stream Deck wasn't open, and stays ringing for the rest of the day, hopefully, because the shorts are paying us. But right now, the market trying to move back up north. If the market's moving back up north, that probably means Tesla is moving up a little bit more, and yeah, making a new high day for Tesla. Obviously, why not? And Pinduoduo, hopefully, getting ready to pay us some profits on that reload. Also, Pinduoduo now only 6 cents out of the money. Apple, which was 40 cents in the money, moving back up north, so now only 25 cents in the money on Apple. And Google finally moving back down once again, so 30 cents in the money on Google. So continuing to just make these cash, ladies and gentlemen, adding that paper ASAP to our profits without actually trading ASAP though. So that's helping us on the long side. I think if I did trade ASAP today, I would have been destroyed, because look at ASAP, pulled back a little bit more now. ASAP actually down on the day, apparently down 4% now, compared to at which point it was halting to the north side and it was up a pretty big amount. Let's go take a look at TBLA also, because I know someone in the chat said TBLA broke 280. Yeah, but like what, by a penny? So I don't really consider that a break. We're still holding that ranges over here pretty strong on TBLA. Looks like there is some big buyer. I think Neil mentioned this. Some buyer has been constantly buying up these lows, not allowing the stock to break the bottom. For all we know, it could be the CEO of Yahoo himself trying to save the stock at this moment.
Yeah, tin hat conversations, baby. Tesla making that big move now. We're going to test 188. Tesla's up almost, it's up 2 3/4% on the day. We need to break through that 180 here, 188. Let's see what happens in and around these areas, but very strong, a lot of upward momentum. Can't be said about the market, the general market, very sideways at the moment. Again, here's a 3-minute on the ES. Look at this range that we're in, 39.98 to 39.92, that 6-point range. Let's have a look at the other big tech stocks. Obviously, Tesla here. There we go. I see some decent size here, sitting on the book at 188. About 400 lots, maybe a bit more, about 500 lots or so. But yeah, nothing really too big to write home about. Let's bring down the big tech 6 from the upper charts here. There we go. So yeah, Tesla clearly the only stock trending to the high side. You could say Google's retracing into VWAP, Amazon holding VWAP, Microsoft, Meta look very weak. Apple's kind of in the middle. Tesla's the beast. Tesla's single-handedly, I think, keeping this market sideways as opposed to down, because the rest of the 5 proudly, they're all pointing to the downside. So. What an interesting day, and I'd love to have a news catalyst to go with this. I wonder if this is just someone taking a big position, or if there's a catalyst. Chat, if you guys hear anything, type it in the chat. No matter as long as it's decently sourced.
All right, yes, just cycling through a bunch of positions here, seeing what they're doing, trying to see what the market wants to do. Market at the moment, very muted at the lower day ranges for NASDAQ and for the S&P 500. So hopefully it doesn't stay like this for the rest of the day, because then I don't want to just keep looking at the same 5 stocks moving sideways. So hopefully we can apply some scanners over here that are moving around, and we can clearly see that Tesla is now near 188 almost. Let's see if Tesla is going to break 188, keep on going higher past 188, or does it reject 188? So high. Let's pull up Tesla at the moment to see what the chart looks like. Okay, so we got a level around 200. Not sure if we pull up to that one today. And some of these levels don't really matter to me. It looks like we're just like in the middle of the week range, and that's not too interesting for me. So if I do want to trade Tesla, I might have to just wait for the 200 level to come into play sometime next week, or maybe even sometime this week. Who knows? There's so many questions to be coming out. We got important key numbers to come out in the market. I believe in our watch list it actually explains.
A couple of Fed speakers today too, Bradley. I was looking at that earlier. Just want to let the chat know. Today we have, oh geez, these advertisements. Is it today? Let me see here. No, I think it's tomorrow. Yes, actually at 12 o'clock. So in 20 minutes, Fed Bullard speaks, as well as Williams. Bullard obviously is an FOMC voting member. Williams I'm not too familiar with. Doesn't say anything here about Williams. FOMC member Williams speaks. No information about him, but I know that Bullard is. So possibly some market moving stuff coming in at the noon hour. Well, not exactly at the noon hour. You know how this stuff works. Usually they have a prepared speech. I don't know if they're taking any questions today or typically how they do it. I've never really seen these interviews, just kind of heard the after effects. But we might have some market moving stuff. Followed very closely. Here we go. Now back to Tesla. Close to that 188 again. It's really testing those levels. Again, not too much size sitting there on the level 2 now. We're printing 99s. Are we going to see 188 soon, Bradley? Wow, we're really getting in there. Okay. So this one, I guess it'll take its time. Let's have a look at some other short. Geez, shop just broke to the high side. Looks like that's a trend change. Okay, go back to Tesla real quick here. It blows through that 188. What was that high on Tesla there? 188.25. So 188 and a quarter exactly there on Tesla. So if you guys took that 188 break, you guys are printing. There is a general market trend moving to the high side now, probably buoyed and the catalyst being Tesla. Look at this. Now we're trending a little bit higher. 3 green 3-minute candles in a row here on the ES. Let's see if we can break that top of 4,000. We're super close to it. 39.99 is now 1 point away. Tesla leading the way, Bradley.
Yeah, so I was talking about the watch list over here, explaining exactly what key data we're looking for. So more key economic data to come later in the week for further clues on how the Fed will fight inflation. PCE data and November consumer confidence are key economic releases to come this week. We'll also be looking at earnings from CRM and Five Below. Pinduoduo shares rallying after beat in its quarterly estimate. So once again, if you're not signed up to our watch list, you're making a very big mistake for yourself. Sharif did mention the market's moving up. Tesla breaking 188 and now almost up 3% on the day for Tesla. Don't really care about this one because Pinduoduo is now about to give us some profits. Let's go Pinduoduo. 20 cents in the money. Not too much to scream about, but you know, we were out of the money for a little while on Pinduoduo. It was our best stock on the day for a good point until Apple came over and took over that spot. But now Pinduoduo, if you can keep climbing up to the north side, you could easily take over Apple as the best stock of the day. So let's see if that can do that for us. Apple is still hanging out near the pretty much the low of the day ranges as the market has yet to take over 4K to the north side. But with the way Tesla is moving and if Meta starts to catch some traction around the lower days over here, if Google is also able to continue rising to the north side, and if Apple able to move back towards VWAP, then I can see the market actually having a chance to get above 4K maybe, move to 40.05 and then reject back to the south side, at which point, you know, continue hammering the short trades for ourselves, which will be fun. People in the chat saying, hey, look at oil, look at XOM. So let's go take a look at XOM today. I did try a short on Oxy previously in the day. Did not work out for me. But right now, holy, Oxy or XOM with a nice little volume candle
Oxy
coming in.
well, yeah.
Oxy also most likely with the volume candle ripping way past where I was
Probably
shorting it.
related.
Sean did mention, Brad, if you're shorting oil, you want to keep looking at obviously the oil ETFs, but he did say $70 on Oxy looks better for a short. So I'm just going to wait for 70 to come in. We're going to punch that short on Oxy today if that opportunity shows up. I believe I do remember reading about oil stocks at one point today. Here they are. Exxon and CVX. These and other energy stocks fell in the pre-market as WTI crude touches its lowest level in 11 months. Exxon lost 1.8% in pre-market. Chevron dropped 1.7% in pre-market. But right now, both of them are apparently moving up. And the news is OPEC will seriously consider new cut at next meet, Eurasia. So OPEC will consider cutting production.
OPEC plus, yeah?
So cutting production obviously means less supply, and the demand's always going to be there. So more price to the north side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting move there by OPEC plus. Probably a response to the decreased demand coming in as a result of the Chinese lockdowns. OPEC trying to maintain a certain price, you can tell. And it's gotten really political there at OPEC plus. But obviously, Chinese lockdowns having a major effect on demand. And I guess they're trying to look for price stability, at least from their side of things. Tesla really approaching that 188.50 that we pointed out earlier. That was, I believe, the high made really early on Friday morning before we went on weekend. So let's flip to the 5-minute chart here. There we go. That's where we're getting that level from. Let's see if we encounter any resistance. High of day is right at 50 today. 188.50 is a high of day. Retracing back now into the 20s. So that level coming into play. The other level, you know, it's got to be like $2 above. Flip to the hourly chart real quick to have a look at this level. I mean, you could say this level here, 190.09. I think that's probably going to be an interesting level. Let's go ahead and put, there we go, at 190. So I think the better level was 190 as opposed to 190.09. Nice whole dollar level there. That's probably in the next area of resistance previously, and that goes to what date? In case you're wondering, that goes to November 16th. So not too far of a level. Flip to the 3-minute chart real quick. Yeah, now retracing a little bit off that 188.50 Bradley. Fix this chart. Why does it do that? You silly program. Okay. Let's flip back to Shop Got. I added to my position here on Shop Short. I added at 38.10. So looking for a move back below 38 and a hold below 38. Currently it's holding above it, so not really looking that good for this ad that I had here. I'm still positive on the stock as a result of the profit taking that I made down here. But yeah, my what's my cost basis? I'll tell you guys in a second. It 37.94. So currently 10 pennies technically out of the money on my remaining portion. But that's what I'm thinking at the moment. I'm thinking continuing to hold for Shop. My out will be the break of 38.20 to the high side.
Yeah, I'm just going through a bunch of metrics over here for our Discord. I'm getting pretty happy because the numbers are looking better and better. We are growing increasingly in the member base and the active base, and I would love for a lot of you to show up in there and get us eligible for the Discord partner program. So for that, we will need more communicators. We do have a pretty good retention rate. I believe you don't need too much of a retention rate, but sadly, we are not passing for the eligible partnership program on Discord. So for that, do !Discord. It's absolutely free. It doesn't cost you any money. It's just a place for you to hang out with your community members in the chat. So you guys can all share trade ideas with each other. We got a bunch of people talking about futures, about cryptocurrencies, about stocks in general. Also, we have a lot of people, in general, posting pictures about their dogs and hedgehogs, and even about sports betting and so on. So if you want to have some fun over there with the #1 trading community on YouTube, you can also sign up to our Discord and have conversations over there after 4 o'clock, because sadly YouTube will be done for us at 4 o'clock. Trying to find some positions over here that we can trade. Looking at Tesla having a little bit of a pullback around 188.50. Has my fingers itching to punch into a short. I'll just take a small little position, give it the high a day. I'm not going to take too much size on this trade. Tesla is already too much of a gamble for me to punch into on a normal day-to-day basis, so I don't want to be doing that. Let's see if Tesla can pull back over here. I'm actually going to throw a stop out right now. 188.61, 188. I'll just do 189. Just give it a nice little cross for it, and that's how my size I have. Let's see if Tesla can end up being a winner for us, as the market is only 1 point away from that 4K level on the S&P 500. Much rather short 4,005 on S&P 500 than 4K because I can see the market moving up a little bit more if it wants to. Apple now sadly only 15 cents in the money and Google only 3 cents in the money. So both of these stocks are trying to move up. Not sure why Pinduoduo is trying to stay rejected by the VWAP. So come on, Pinduoduo, get back up there to the north side to 76 so I can take my profits.
Yes, sir. Tesla giving us that resistance at 188.50 as predicted. Now moving back 187.75, so 75 penny move. That would have not been a bad short had I taken it. Too bad. Callouts don't make you money. So 188.50 acting as a level for now. Let's see where this one retraces. Did you take that short, Pradley?
Yeah.
Hey, Pradley took the short. Possible level of support here, guys, at 186, just based off this peak here. So if anybody's looking for profit-taking levels or dip trade levels, if you think Tesla will retrace back to highs, 186 possibly, but that 188.50 paying. Not much going on in small cap world. I'm looking at my scanners. I don't see much. DBGI was one that we were following earlier today. It's hovering around VWAP, not doing much at the moment. Let me look quickly here. AXSM, I believe. This one we were looking. Yeah, this one has done nothing. Remember we were talking about doing a dip trade off this one or possibly a flat bottom breakdown for a short through 73. This one hasn't given you any opportunities. This is a 3-minute chart. Flipping to the 1 minute. Look how long we've been consolidating in and on that side, and it's all declining volume ever since basically 10 o'clock. Lower, less volume, less volume, less volume. So this one, yeah, you know, I get the feeling, I knew it was going to crash. Great. Let me just load it up real quick. And here we go. Go take it over for a sec, Bradley, while I fix this chart.
Not only is Tesla positive, so is Amazon today. Looks like that whole Cyber Monday, Black Friday sales, Boxing Day sales for Canadians. I know for your Americans don't know what Boxing Day is. You're probably confused. Boxing Day, what's that? That's the day after Christmas for us. December 26th is basically Black Friday in Canada. So those deals are coming in hot, boy. They're spicy. Those deals are be blowing up on my phone every single day, making me want to spend my money, but I've been pretty good with it. I haven't spent a single dollar on all these spicy deals that's been showing up and enticing me to take spend some of my hard-earned money over here. So no thank you, Amazon, but clearly a lot of people are taking advantage of those deals coming in, buying some things. I did have to, however, buy some protein shake, and it was 20 bucks off, and I was very happy that it was a Black Friday deal for protein shake, so I'm pretty excited about that one. Probably should have bought more. It was 110 bucks when I first bought it, but a couple of days ago when I bought it, it was like $97.
How many servings or what how many kilos or pounds?
You're asking me too many questions, man. It's like a diesel box. It's like this box.
Oh, wow. You get the diesel. Yeah, it's a bit more expensive. I used to get that. I used to have a buddy that worked at Nutrition House, and he would give me that employee discount. But I get it from Costco now.
Diesel?
No, I just get a different brand from Costco.
What brand do you get?
I don't even know. Whatever Costco has at the moment.
Is it cheaper? Is it good?
It's not bad. It has branched chain amino acids. It has a bit of creatine. So it's got, guys, Tesla giving you that dollar off the top. That 188.50 ended up being a level. Printed down, I believe. Where do we get down to here on that wick? 187.53 we made our way down to. So now a dollar off that top. Tesla retracing a little bit, but this is a micro trend if I'm being honest. So let's see if this one continues. We're approaching that 7 period on the 3-minute chart. If we break below that and close below that, maybe we'll be on the lookout for a possible trend change. But Tesla keeping the market up. Now what's the market doing? Yeah, it's still holding below 4,000. We've been doing that for the better part of like the last, I want to say, where are we at right now? So yeah, the last 15 minutes or so, it's been testing that 4,000 level. Maybe not breaking through it because Tesla did it's a little retracement there off the highs. Some buying coming back now into Tesla, breaking through 188 to the top side. Are we going to see a test and a break of 188.50, Pradley?
Yeah, I mean, I was, 40 cents in the money on that short. Didn't want to take any profits, and I'm probably going to pay the price for that one now by being too greedy. We're just going to have to wait and see what the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ do. NASDAQ on the right side of my screen, you see it's exactly at VWAP, but the S&P 500 slightly under 4K still, not able to pierce 4K to the north side. Maybe 4K rejects, maybe 4,005 comes into play and then we reject, maybe 410 comes into play and then we reject. Lots of maybes over here, and I'd much rather just watch the market, figure out what it wants to do rather than put some money into it right now at where we are, and then let my profits run away from me and then see what I want to do. So I don't want to do that. Thankfully, all of my positions that we're in are in the money, 40 cents in the money on Tesla. Since I did say I was being greedy earlier, I'm not going to be greedy now. Let's take some profits at that 40 cents and hold it for a bigger move downside if that one does come into play for us. Google only 7 cents in the money. Apple once again 20 cents in the money, and Pinduoduo once again 18 cents in the money. Typed in too many D's for the Pinduoduo over there. There we go. Let's actually take some more size out on Pinduoduo because I have a little bit too much size than I want. Only 15 cents in the money on this one. Let's take the profits out just in case if the market flushes, Pinduoduo flushes with it. I don't want to get stuck with that trade. And Tesla's still trying to go down for us, which is good. 50 cents in the money yet again on that position. A couple positions that stand out for me on the scanners are going to be Warner Brother Digital or Discovery. Sorry, Warner Brother Discovery is the name. Currently with 5 million shares traded on the day, getting destroyed to the downside, down 3.4%, and looks like we're going to try and find some buying around 11 maybe, but this daily chart over here stands out real quick because looks like we might have a bottom instead at 1050 instead of 11. So if we do pull back to 1050, I'd much rather try a long around there. So we'll leave this position alone. The relative volume also only 0.59, so not enough relative volume for me to even look a position. What is going on with Activision, Brankles? Activision. Activision reportedly Microsoft to offer EU remedies in the coming weeks to avoid formal objections from the EU in regards to Activision bid. Remedy to consist mainly of 10-year licensing deal for Sony. Okay, that's not a bad deal actually. They're basically saying even if we team up with Microsoft, we're going to make games for Sony also. That way there is no battle clause, no compete clause coming in. And if you allow this to happen, then maybe the deal will actually go through. So Activision over there coming out with some positive catalyst and absolutely launch. And the reason why I was asking Branko is because today morning, I was actually coming into work talking to Brankos about Activision. I said, you're going to be mad about this. The new Modern Warfare 2, which recently got released, they're thinking about giving away that game for free now. And I was like, oh, you're going to be mad. You just paid $89 for this game.
And they should refund everybody's money.
I don't think they're going to do that. They might give you like an exclusive in-game item for your gun skin or whatever. But then they might release the game for free. That way, instead of like 100,000 people playing, 1 million people play, and then only instead of 100,000 people buying the skins, now 1 million people can buy the skins. So it makes more sense, obviously, for the longevity of the game. But it sucks that they're completely scamming their loyal players who paid for the game, pre-ordered it, and did all that. And then within, 3 months, they're going to make the game free? That's not cool.
Yeah, that's kind of like a short turnaround. People are going to have a memory for that one. Guys, we're still flirting with that 4,000 level, not really breaking through it here on the ES. I'm long Amazon. I got long 39.11. I feel like it's the strongest of the bunch. Obviously, saving except for Tesla. Tesla retracing though, but Amazon kind of keeping that market afloat a little bit. We'll see if this one ends up panning out. I feel like if we break that 4,000 to the high side, we could have a little bit of a move here on Amazon. Tesla, what's Tesla up to here? I forgot to mention, I took a piece out of my Amazon here through the break of 22 for like an 11 penny winner. So small little out there. Flipping back to Tesla. Yeah, it's retracing, I guess, but it's kind of too early to tell if this is going to be just a 5-minute pullback or a continuous or a continual reversal. Basically, just retracing back off the big move off that 175, almost $10, $9 there, Bradley, from the open to the high of day. Yeah, almost $10. That 55 keeps getting tested to the downside. So let's see if Tesla starts weighing down on the market here. That won't be good news for our Amazon longs. But Watch it. Yeah, by the way, wanted to mention, got strong-armed out of my shop short there, so took a bit of profit, but I got to tell you the truth, it's a negative stock now because I added in here, I added another half position at that 38.10, and this one, I literally got stopped out at top wick, so a bit of bad luck for me. Maybe I should have put my stop a bit higher, but I did have it based on certain levels. So now it's retracing back down with the general market. So things going, looks like they're testing south again, Pratt.
Yeah, buddy, that's the direction I need them to go. Obviously, that's where I am positioned in. Looks like a nice little pop in. Bitcoin recently came in. I see the chat talking about it. Bitcoin popped from 16K to 16,300 just now. So it looks like some longs may be coming into Coinbase and other positions. Coinbase not really moved too much off that move over there for BTC, but we'll see if it does bleed into it. We're also looking at a couple of our positions which are in the money. Tesla was 50 cents in the money, but now only 30 cents. Google's still not moving to the downside like we wanted to, but at least it's not out of the money for us. So that's a good thing, as the S&P 500 pulling back down from that 4K area, and NASDAQ looks like it wants to reject VWAP too. So continually watching our positions and the overall market to see what trades can show up for us. While we're watching for these trades, let's go to Brendo for happening now.
Hey guys, into the lunch hour we go. Still a red board. We are trying to find some support here after that move back to the downside took us right through to basically lows on the day. Russell 2000, the weakest of the group right now, 1.05 to the downside. The S&P 0.8, 0.75 there for the Dow. There's the NASDAQ composite 0.7, 0.55 for the 100. So not as bad as we saw in the pre-market. Speaking of, if you were with us, we were discussing Shopify, Apple, and Tesla, among many, many others. Apple and Tesla on the China story as far as COVID cases and lockdowns and potential manufacturing delays. Shopify coming off that pretty impressive, apparently, numbers from Black Friday. NIO, speaking of strength that ended up coming into Chinese ADRs, this one's still up 2.2%. Back at an interesting level here. If you go back to last week, both Thursday and then pre-market on Friday, this 1030, 1040 area ended up being support. NIO still holding on to 2% to the upside, guys.
NIO, NEO, NIO, NIO, XPEV, all these stocks today. Yeah, EIO says Sean. I like that. Yeah, so someone in the chat also saying, I'm going to need some nachos for all the dips that I bought today. Hopefully doesn't hurt you on that one. The market might go south, so just be a little careful. Yeah, can we get nachos for lunch sometime? Yo, put the food request in, my boy. And also tomorrow's Tuesday, so Taco Tuesday tomorrow. We haven't had that one in a while. We haven't had Taco Tuesdays in a while. Now my mouth's watering even thinking about tacos. I haven't had tacos in a while. Bullard? Bullard's saying something, and the market's crashing right now. Market's pulling back down. Tesla 70 cents in the money. Apple 23 cents in the money. Google.
Money.
Rates will have to keep on going up into the new year, and that's going to be the catalyst for this market to give up the low a day right now. Hold on to your shorts, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a bear, it's going to pay you right now. We're going to jump out of Pinduo Duo long, 15 cents out of the money on that position. No longer do I want to be holding that trade. Tesla now dropping $1.50 in the money on Tesla. Apple 60 cents in the money. Let's go, baby. This market is paying us for being short buys today. Woo, baby, let's go. Spin the cash register, money, all of that. Google now instantly in the money, 40 cents instead of being only $1 or only 10 cents in the money on that one. Let's take more profits. Google coming down hard, Tesla coming down hard, Apple coming down hard. We're gonna jump out of Pinduo Duo. I told you Meta will probably break that low if this market breaks the low, because all other stocks did move up to VWAP. So Meta over here doing exactly as we predicted it should do. Maybe punching into a meta short here might not be a bad thing to think for around 109, but it's so hard for me to punch in at the low days.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom, I come back to Bullard speaking, or was it Bullard?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bullard speaking, and it's tanking market. So what I do, I punch into my Amazon long, and I average down, and I'm almost at break even, because that was a bad lit out for me. So there we go. So I'll flatten out there. That'll be like a 10 penny loss. It could have been a lot worse on Amazon. Caught that bottom, bounced right back up. So, hey, you know, that's those are the breaks. I should have been more present to the fact that it was 12 o'clock. I had spoken about that just like a few minutes prior to that. I advised you that Bullard would be speaking in addition to someone else by the name of, what was it, Williams? Yes, Williams. Not sure who Williams is, but nice 188.58 top on Tesla, still holding out, to be honest with you. That would have been a great little short. I'm kind of really lamenting the fact that I didn't get
What did he
short.
say now? Now the market's ripping up. This guy just flip-flopped on us in a second. Now the market's back above 4K. We're going towards VWAP 403 coming in. NASDAQ above VWAP. And we're ripping now. All of my positions that were in the money deep are now out of the money. Thankfully, I jumped out of Tesla. Now Apple 15 cents out of the money. Now Google 9 cents out of the money. What did you say out there, Bullard?
I have no idea. Well, we should probably like have some way to like stream it in or something and figure out what he's saying, maybe read the closed captions. But yeah, these are like huge market moving events, Bradley. I'm really not surprised. You know what isn't moving though? The score on this Brazil-Switzerland game.
Soft. It's the halftime just finished. They will score like they did last game, which is like into the closing 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And hopefully though, because if they don't and they tie, I'm gonna lose my mind. How do you lose to Switzerland, or how do you tie to Switzerland?
Switzerland's not a bad team. Like really.
Where are they
well
ranked
organized
on the FIFA rankings?
I don't really go by that. They're not going to be great. They're going to probably maybe 25 or something like that. But they're a very organized team. They have a lot of guys that play at big clubs. So yeah, they're not going to really fear the moment. This is normal for them. Most of them play in Europe anyway. So.
Rank 15, okay.
Yeah, I said 25.
Yeah, but
50.
Brazil #1, baby. Brazil. Go for it.
Yeah, Amazon, moving right back up into my entry point, retracing a bit now. The market really showing you it's completely indecisive. I mean, this looks here like an earnings release where it wicks up, then it wicks down. A lot of people interpret it one way, or the program buying goes one way, then maybe humans step in and see it a different way and buy it up. Who knows what the reason is, but giving you a lot of volatility. In a period where we haven't had too much volatility, Bradley, we've been range bound for the most part, right? I mean, we presented with some range trading, which you can definitely do, but not really too much for the momentum breakout trading that we're typically used to seeing for the last 2 years.
These feds should not be allowed to talk during market hours, man. Like, that's kind of nonsense if you ask me. Like, they just come on whenever they want, move the market with their words. Oh, inflation this, oh, inflation that,
Yeah.
market this, market that.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth hushed during 4 o'clock, and then after 4 o'clock, say whatever you want, okay? That's just because sometimes I get caught in those moves over there. But thankfully, that move is for our favor today. We're back in the money on Apple and Google. I was not worried about that move above 4K. The market came with. Most likely that was shorts covering their profits that they were holding on to from all day. They saw a random move coming in. They're like, okay, that's my flush right there. Okay, the little John, okay, coming in. They're taking them profits over there. People jumping in along with those stop coverings coming in and moving the market slightly back up to VWAP, and for NASDAQ slightly above VWAP, but we were not worried about our shorts. We're still holding, and now we're back in the money for both of those positions. Tesla, thankfully, we did jump out when we were $1.30, $1.40 in the money. Don't want to be gambling with Tesla too much. It's way too strong on the day. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon only pulled down 30 cents or 40 cents from the high of this move over here and died off around VWAP. So not sure what Amazon wants to do. I'd much rather keep on shorting stocks that are already negative on the day. If the market's going down, then much rather looking for shorts in positive stocks like Tesla, Amazon, and other positions out there. Let's go back to Activision to see what this bad boy's doing today. Looks like we did get a breakout, a little bit breakout. That might even be a dark pull candle actually. So let's go verify that move over here on our other platform, and looks like that move was actually legitimate all the way up to 75.63. That was a legitimate move, so it wasn't a dark move candle, and that volume kind of supports that move with it. So we moved all the way above the pre-market levels, and then we pull back under pre-market levels and trade under here. Well, I'm not sure if that catalyst has any substance for this one to go any higher than this. We might just keep trading under 75 for the rest of the day.
Yes, sir. I'm seeing NutX trying to make a move here, up 20% now on the day, having traded 2.5 million shares. Looks like it got to a high of, sorry, I think I just missed. Yeah, it's traded, 2.5 million shares, up 18%, and it just made a 147 top. So, not much happening in small cap crapper world, but just want to update the viewers there. The market really breaking through now. Looks like we're getting a decided move through that pre-market low of 39.92. Was technically 39.91. You know, I mean, I'm really not counting this wick here on the release of Bullard's news. Technically, it's 39.85, but the better level was at 92, 91 area. Now making a decided move below that. So market looks like it's actually trending in the downward direction. Bradley, are you in short or are you long on stuff?
I'm
why
short,
would I even
baby.
ask?
Downward dog move all day.
Downward dog, that's
even
great.
on a long day, we're downward
Have you ever
dog.
done yoga?
What's that?
Have you ever done yoga?
Nah.
Neither
I would do like okay, I'll shut up though, whatever.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, Amazon really heading to the south side now. The reason I'm mentioning Amazon is because we were in a trade earlier into that, but that one is moving south in a hurry. Tesla as well, now 186.50, $2 off the highs of that 188.50. So that 188.50 coming in as a real big boy level that did end up holding up, despite the fact that it was made at 4:30 a.m. on last Friday. Not having done too much volume whatsoever at that level, ends up coming in. I guess maybe the program buying or traders or whoever did see that level and respected. So 188.50, a major big boy level on Tesla. Let's see what Shop is up to. Yeah, this one's hurting the most, guys. Getting shaken out of Shop here through the break of 38.30. Look at this retracement all the way down now, 37.80. Today, a bit of a tougher day. You know, this range-bound trading really isn't my cup of tea. I really like that breakout decisive trading, and we'll have to put up with what we've got, Bradley, but it has not been my day to day.
Yeah, I just gotta keep working with it. Work. Taking more profits on Google at the moment as Google pulls back to $96, about 30 cents in the profit for that one. Apple 40 cents in the money. Let's take some profits, well 45 cents to be exact for those of you who are counting by looking at the blotter to the downside of the screen over there and then actually doing the math off the fly. So 45 cents to be exact on Apple, 28 cents on Google, taking more profits on those bad boys. A lot of money being poured into our accounts today. Thank you to the help of Apple, Google, Win, Pinduoduo, Meta. Tesla was a winner, but we didn't take too much size on that. Look, I wasn't too confident on that trade, so I didn't take too much size. I wouldn't tell you, I only took 15 shares, so like I only got $1 per share on that winner. So not much of a winner on Tesla, but a positive trade. It could have been taken with more size if we were confident with it. We were just not confident, so stayed away from it. Oxy is going to be our worst stock of the day today. I want to go see where that stock is going to now. Now it looks like it's actually holding up above 69, and crude futures, I believe, are CLX22 on NM. It's not XO.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Z22. Anyone in the chat know what the crude futures are? Maybe you can help me out. I can quickly pull it up over here. CL.
Crude futures? What exchange?
Not exchange. What's the contract? ZX? What, A? It's okay. We don't know the answer, but I can pull it up over here on Trade Ideas. It's going to be a little bit delayed for me. F? How's that after Z, Cash? Come on, Cash. We need to send these exchange people back to school. Apparently, Z or F comes after Z for these exchange makers. So let's go to Z, CLF22 NM. That doesn't pull up anything. I'm going to stop trying. Anyway, 76 is currently where the crude futures are. They do not like that price. They want it to be above 100 maybe, and hence OPEC coming in, disrupting the market yet again.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, for people also interested, the way I do it is I go on TradingView and I type in U.S. oil. So when we go to TradingView here, all you do is in the, oh God, I hate these things. Bradley, where do I enter the stock? I hate when they change the layout.
I just have their app, so I don't use their website. I have their app installed, and that's how I
work. It's so
frustrating.
I can't find my way around. I feel like an old man. Okay, markets, and then we'll go stock. All right, we'll see what this one does. There we go. So we get a search bar. Perfect. In the search bar, type in U.S. oil, and that will give you West Texas Intermediate, WTI. Always a little bit different than Brent. Brent always a little bit higher. WTI was a little bit lower. I saw parity there once, and I never really understood why. I spoke to Sean about it. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's switch to the 1-minute chart. Looks like we're making highs, 77.20. This move after the initial news consolidated sideways, and you have that flat top breakout. So a bit of a continuation pattern forming here. Let's flip into longer time chart. Okay, so that we definitely have resistance level. Are you okay? What happened there?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
That scared me, and then he wants me to say, don't worry about it. We definitely have an 80 top there coming up, but there is another decent level, I want to say, at that 78 level. So about 80 pennies from where we're at the moment. I would say 78 is a really good level, and then 80 is another interesting level. So look out for those ones on West Texas Intermediate, Bradley. What's up?
Richarlison almost scored, dude.
Oh, okay.
Almost. He was like an inch away from touching the foot of the ball.
I was like, I should have known why you were freaking out.
It would have been so nice.
Related.
It was so close, so close. Whatever. We still got a lot of time left over here. All right, the market's still pulling down, but we're not really pulling down the way I would like the market to pull off the negative catalyst that Bullard just came out with on the market. So maybe, it's not that big. Then someone in the chat already mentioned that Bullard says something along the words. I'm going to paraphrase it if I can't find the message. Let me see if I can scroll up a little bit. Probably can't find it. Lots of messages in the chat. But there it is. Markets are underpricing the risk that the December FOMC is more aggressive.
Okay, I agree.
They're
so
underpricing that the FOMC is going to be aggressive.
No. So they're saying that the risk that they will be more aggressive. So instead of having a 50 basis point hike that the market is pricing in at the moment, what was it last time? We were 80-20 or something like that, right? Or 75-25. That we may actually see a 75 basis point hike. I kind of get the feeling we won't. I feel like we will get 50. What are the odds makers saying right now?
So
one
month
worse,
ago,
one
month ago we were at 48% for a half and a 43% for 75. Then we went to 80% for a half. Then we went to 75% for a half, and now we're at 70% for a half and 30% for a 75.
Okay, so that's 10% difference than what we saw last week, I think. And that may not even reflect the statement Bullard made just now that had the effect of tanking the market. But speaking of the market tanking, bouncing off that 39.85 bottom, moving back up, printing 39.95 is now below 4,000, albeit. But it's a range-bound trading, guys. We are not in an exciting time, and we have to start learning. I guess I'm speaking to myself, in addition to the audience, how to range-bound trade, at least for the moment. So identifying these levels, putting buy or sell orders around those levels, and then just kind of sitting there and being patient and playing the ranges, because I feel like momentum is really starting to die off a little bit here, save and except for your random few stocks that show up on your scanner in the morning.
All right. Waiting for A, Richarlison to score, B, for the market to do something fun for us. The market right now moving back up north. Not sure if Bullard is saying something nice at the moment, allowing the market to move back up like the way it is. So now Google, which was 30-40 cents in the money, absolutely flat on that position. Where am I typing? I'm typing in a Discord chat. Let me get rid of that. I'm going here. Google, there we go. So Google currently moving back up. I threw another order to get more shares short on Google. Same thing on Apple. If that level has been paying me money all day, I want to rinse and repeat that level until it stops working. And we have banked enough win on the day already to try these levels, but with less share size. So I'm not going to hit this level with that much share size again and again and again. Every time the market pulls back to the same levels, I'm going to take less size just in case the market does manage to break that. We're not giving away everything. We're giving away a little bit and still staying positive on the day. Beautiful opportunities over here on this market on this wonderful Friday, November 28th. Can you believe that? November is almost
Friday?
Sorry, Monday. Did I
It's
say Friday?
Monday.
I say, yeah, this wonderful Monday, November. Listen, every day is a Friday when you're having fun, right? Every day is an absolute Friday when you're having fun with the show, with the chat, with the markets. Every day is a party day for me. But this Monday, November 28th, November is almost coming to an end.
I know. Can you believe it?
I got 2 more weeks on the show with you guys, I believe. Yeah, 2 more weeks on the show.
What?
November 9th will be my last day over here, and then I'll be back in December 26th. We're going to have a lot of fun in the next 2 weeks until I fly off to India. And bless you, my friend.
Yeah, no, I'm going to miss you around here, dude. Definitely,
Stop
for sure.
the cap.
Yeah, you know how I've been doing the show since mid-August?
Yeah.
Holy cow, and we're almost in December, so time has definitely flown by. Raydell in the chat says, Feds Bullard saying as follows, Q4 GDP estimates are trending positive. Recession is not inevitable. If that's factual, thank you, Raydell, for sending that. So that could be a possible market buoy at the moment here. We are seeing a bit of a balance, but still, again, below 4,000 at the moment. So not much to speak of. Excuse me. But yeah, these comments are always market moving, so always keep an eye. And especially the voting members, their comments are always a bit more important, obviously, than the non-voting members for obvious reasons. Shop bouncing off that 37.80 bottom now, looking to trend above 38 again. 38.30 is the area that it made its way up to last time. That's where it stopped me out. Sadly, let's see if we can break through that range, or we're gonna have more of an inside trading day, range-bound trading that we just spoke about a moment ago. Let's flip to oil, see what oil's up to quickly, because we were looking at that. Which screen do we have oil on, Bradley? There we go. We got it over here. And then we have this handsome gentleman that presents himself.
You know what that is?
Yeah, he's some rock climber or something like that. Reload. Okay, so I don't know how to get rid of that.
You should see his documentary on Discovery.
I've heard about him. Yeah, okay, so oil continuing. Oh, that's 15-minute chart. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. I should have figured that's why you're freaking out. Oil continuing to trend to the higher side, guys. Oil stocks are in play. 77.40 now is the high on WTI. So we may have to start looking at some oil stocks here, Bradley. Like, why are we not? Let's flip to Oxy real quick. OXY. What's your problem, Bradley? OXY on the New York. Did it get taken off?
I don't know. I'm pissed.
Okay, well, is yours delayed or is mine ahead or yours ahead?
Mine's delayed.
Okay, so here's Oxy. Oxy not continuing the move that we're seeing on the actual U.S. oil. So look, this is the 1-minute chart, and we're continuing to see an ascent rise, whereas Oxy, we're having a micro pullback here. So Oxy not moving in the same way. Let's look at ZOM before we send it back to Bradley real quick. This is a bit more of an expensive stock, so you'll have to take fewer shares. Same thing on this one. It's trending sideways, and even you could even say down ever since the move here announced by OPEC Plus. I guess the futures are really the way to trade it here, but we don't have the ticker for that. We'll get that shortly.
CLF23.NM.
You got it?
Yeah.
Wait.
So for some
CLF.
reason, CL dash
CL.
backslash.
Okay, backslash.
F23.
23.
Tab NM.
Tab NM.
NM,
okay.
yeah.
I have to find where that is.
Just type N multiple times until you see NM.
It doesn't change.
Tab NM. Tab NM.
NM.
There
we go. Okay, so we'll look at these ones. We'll have this running for you guys. Yeah, this is much more reflective. Look at this. So you have the consolidation sideways that you have on the futures here, and then you have the ascent north up to 77.40. So this is definitely the better stock to trade if you have access to that for the futures, Brad.
Brand new position alert. I did say I'm not going to short Meta around these ranges, but Meta dumped off not too long ago and now pulled back into the same range when the market pulled back towards VWAP for the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 pulling back close enough to 4K, giving us an opportunity to try a short on Meta platforms. Previously, we were short around 110.50, and we got out for a good $1 per share winner on that trade. No longer in it, but now getting right back into that. 7 cents in the money now on Meta. All of our positions are in the money. money. So we're waiting to see how deeply in the money can they go with this market maybe pulling back down for our favor. Let's see, is my chat frozen? My chat hasn't said anything for the last 10 minutes now, so maybe I could refresh. Yeah, there you go. I just refreshed the chat, and now they're actually moving around. Let's see. Sorry, Prad. No goal VAR. No, shush. I'm not going to talk to you if you keep saying that. It is allowed, but just not the person that I want it to be. Either way, though, goal's a goal, baby. Let's go. Let's see what's going on over here. Pull what? Pull. I'm not sure what you're trying to say over there. We're going to keep scrolling the chat to see what the chat's trading at the moment. Chat, if you have anything that you want us to take a look at, you know what to do. Put the stock in the chat and we will take a look at it. Yeah, people in the chat talking about the free solo guy. That's the guy in that picture, Sharif. You should watch that documentary, 100%.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's a beautiful documentary. Meta platforms right now moving back to the south side. 14 cents in the money already on Meta, but Google not in the money yet. So let's see if Google can pull up, give me a fill, but then pull back down, and then we can enjoy with that trade. Looking at the scanners at the moment to see if any trades pop up for ourselves. Not really looking to be any stock on the long side, so I'm going to glance over to the short scanner. Let's actually pull the scanner to the screen for you guys to take a look at. This is the Trade Ideas scanner. For those of you who are wondering what scanner we're using, you can use code tradertv.30 until the end of today. That's the Cyber Monday deal coming in for you guys with the partnership of Trade Ideas and Trader TV Live. Get 30% off using code tradertv30. And you can get the link in the chat using _trade ideas, which Barry vs. Bull already did that for you guys. So here on the scanner, we're looking for some trade ideas to see what can we look to put some damage on. Coupang going to the downside 3 times already today. Ecom going to the north side. DBGI, I think you were talking about DBGI. That's a stock that's won 7 races to the north side, and ICAT has won 3 races to the south side. So let's go take a look at some of these positions, such as CPNG. CPNG, I'm guessing that's Coupang, should be Coupang. Yep, Coupang, another Chinese stock, which is absolutely getting destroyed apparently. Let's see, it's down 3.22% with 2.7 million shares traded, 0.72 relative volume. This is the 15-minute chart, this is the 5-minute chart, and this is the daily chart. According to the daily chart, we're in absolute range of a whole multiple weeks now, actually. Ever since the earnings day, we popped up and we just kind of stuck in that range. So not too interested in that range. I'd much rather try for a long around 18 if that level ever comes into play, or a breakout of 20 long if that ever comes into play. I'm actually going to throw these 2 lines over here for myself, so I don't have to redraw them later on in the future. So I'll be looking for these levels to come into play for myself on CPNG.
Yeah, the chat lighting up here about Coupang, saying it's like the Korean Amazon. Yeah, I got a buddy who's invested in it. Let's read what CPNG. I've been watching this one for retail play for a while. It is technically known as a Korea-based company principally engaged in providing of e-commerce service. The company mainly provides home goods and decoration, apparel and beauty products, fresh food and grocery, sporting goods, electronics, restaurant order and delivery, travel and everyday consumables, and other products and services. So exactly what we would classify as a South Korean Amazon, proudly. So this one, it's been on my watch list for a while. I like it. I'm short Amazon again. My out will be 94.80. Not again, I actually went long the first time. 94.80, it will be my stop out. I'm looking for a move back into the lower areas of the market here, and I expect Amazon to follow. If I'm wrong, 94.80 will be my out, but I'm looking to take profit closer to the 50-period moving average here at 94.20. Let's go ahead and put like some profit taking in and around that area, 94.22, and we'll wait on that one. We'll see what this one does, but I like the market trend downward here. Even possibly Tesla, we could see Tesla giving up some of its earlier gains. I'm looking for that 186.50 break, not just a perfunctory break, but like an actual move down and close below it, below 186.50 on Tesla. Looking out for that trend, possibly. Looking at futures contracts now on WTI, West Texas Intermediate. This is a 1-minute chart. We are very close to daily highs on this one. I can't trade it at the moment because I haven't set up my keys for this NM exchange. What is NM anyway, Bradley?
It's like a what's that? Commodity exchange, I think. That's where like the coppers, the palladiums, and everything.
Let's go.
NYMEX? Yeah, I think it's NYMEX.
Okay.
You got the Chicago Mercantile, the NYMEX, and the Mercantile, whatever.
Yeah, okay, NYMEX,
and then you got the other ones.
Okay, so we'll have, I'll have to set up my keys for that one because I don't have it at the moment. Mark Knight saying Lucid popping on scanners. Let's see here what Lucid is up to. I see it done 10.8 million shares on the day. In terms of price action, I really can't agree with you there. Really an inside day for Lucid. I won't be touching that. Geez, 1019 high, currently at 1003 with a 992 low. Not much to be had there. Maybe you want to trade that one as like a buyout style, but definitely no momentum there.
Yeah, something that stands out for me about Lucid is ever since the earnings day, the next day after earnings, we kind of bottomed out at 11. Then obviously we broke that 11 bottom, went to go hang out with the $10 instead. I think that $11 to $10 range is something that's going to stand out for me. We could try some longs around 10, even though we did dip under 10 in pre-market. Even off the open, the low is around 9.95. We could try for some longs around 10 maybe, but you know, the market's not really supporting the long thesis today, so I'm not too interested about the longs at the moment. I'm not too interested about the longs at the moment, and we're gonna leave Lucid aside for now. Maybe Lucid can come back onto the border on the watch list when there is a long move coming in onto the north side for ourselves. So staying away from this one at the moment. We'll see if Tesla can add some fire to Lucid at some point today, or even some other EV stocks such as Rivian. Rivian is something I haven't taken a look at for a while now. Let's go take a look at what that stock's doing. Down 2% on the day, breaking 29 off the open, which was around the pre-market bottoms, breaking 29, going to 28.60, and now pulling back to that 29 area around VWAP. Might be something to look for a nice little short attempt on Rivian, but I do know that I have to pay for shorts on the stock even now after the lockup period has expired. I think it has expired, right?
I have no idea. On Rivian, yeah.
I think
because remember Ford dumped its shares?
Yes.
Yes.
Not so, all of it, but most of it.
Yeah. I remember
so
they waited
the lockup
for the lockup
period is a donezo for Rivian, and for some reason we still have to pay for shorts on this stock. So not going to worry about paying for shorts at 12:30 of the day. It's right after lunch. Well, halfway through lunch. I'm not going to worry about the short trade now. Maybe tomorrow, if we do pull up to 30 or something closer to that on Rivian, we could look for that trade opportunity coming in.
Yeah, guys, more of an inside day again, and the market really reflecting that. I mean, I can't recall the last time we had this little intraday movement on a futures chart, let alone on any of these big cappers. The small cappers have almost been none to speak of. At least any sustainable ones that go beyond 10 o'clock, 10:30. So this is the way it is. It's going to be like this for a while, I guess. And yeah, so I don't know why you're clapping your hands. Oh,
I'm not.
Is Richarlison out of the game?
Yeah.
Oh, so Pradley. Oh yeah. In case you're wondering, Richarlison has been subbed off according to Pradley. It looks like they brought in Gabriel Jesus. A gunner, an Arsenal man. You know, not really scoring at the moment with Arsenal, but definitely giving you a lot off the ball. He's kind of the guy that punches outside his weight class. Not really the tallest or the thickest guy, but he'll go head-to-head with many center backs and really rough them up and give them a tough time. And that fits perfectly in the Arsenal system. I don't know how great that is with Brazil's system. Brazil has more like that samba style of like beautiful soccer. It's not really
it's
that.
It's the capoeira style, baby.
Yeah,
Capoeira.
It's not like that hard-nosed English Premier League type stuff. So the chat saying soccer sucks. I can't agree with you. Sorry. Soccer doesn't suck, and there's a whole bunch of people in the world that would side with me on that one, Pratt.
I mean, I side with the chat, to be honest. It's just exciting when every single world in the no matter where you are, even if your country's not playing, you're excited about this. So I'm excited about that in general for that. But you would catch me watching a 90-minute game of like a normal sport, soccer. Not dissing on it. Don't get me wrong. I just don't have the patience for it. That's it.
Hold on.
Don't have the
but
patience
you have
for it.
patience 20, 40. So hockey.
I don't watch it.
Okay, basketball.
Don't watch it.
You don't watch basketball?
Sometimes.
What do you watch then?
Sometimes I watch basketball.
Hold on. So what do you watch?
Dude, I play video games, bro. Does it look like I
So you're not talking about, you're not comparing to any sport. You're comparing to your video games.
Exactly.
Okay, well,
Something
not a
that's
fair
way
comparison.
more interesting.
That's not a fair comparison.
Fair
Soccer's awesome, guys.
You know, it is. It is. All sports are awesome, especially on the event and scale that they're playing on today. AMD apparently in the red zone right now. See how I said that? Red zone, NFL red zone. AMD in the red zone, sadly, back into negative territory for AMD. At one point, I believe they were positive on the day, but now, sadly, AMD pulling back from being positive and being red. Let's actually go confirm that they were positive. No, I don't think they were positive at all. Maybe a little bit, but not too much on AMD, and now being 1.8% down on the day. Market's still struggling around this 4K area, the same way Brazil's struggling to give me a damn goal over here. And NASDAQ did pop up above VWAP 2 times. The first time was before the bear drop, and then after the bear drop, we got a little bit of a pump back to VWAP, and then breaking VWAP slightly to the north side, but still under VWAP for the tech basket and for the S&P 500. So we got 3 shorts on the board, all 3 in the money. It just sucks that 2 of them are only 3 pennies in the money, and 1 of them is only 14 pennies in the money. So nothing really too exciting is happening for us at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. A little patience for the markets to bring in the volume for us, to bring in the trades will keep us protecting our money that we've already made on the day, but also will possibly give us more profits in the future by looking for the right opportunities. So at this time of the day, don't go out there dancing with the JP Morgan algorithms and the Goldman Sachs algorithms. Focus on protecting your capital and fight the right target. Pick and choose your battles.
Yeah, no question about that. Very well said. Tesla, moving back closer to that 188, finding a bit of a bottom at that 186.50, retracing now closer to days highs at 188.50 from, that goes back to Friday morning. So not much to speak of today, guys. A bit of an inside day. I'm not trading anything at the moment. What do we got here on the side scanner? Not showing me anything. Looking at the high scanner, that one isn't showing me anything either. So, oh, I see something standing out here, and that is Polestar. It's down 10%. PSNY. Let's pull that one up. Flip from over here. Wow. Okay, oil continuing to make newer highs. I can't trade this because I can't create the keys. I tried to, but I couldn't find that exchange. I'll ask you in a second. Maybe when we go up to Brendo when they're back from the TV meeting. But yeah, look at this, guys. 77.72 now, I guess, is the high on crude futures at CL / F23, and it's on the NM exchange. I forgot what that is. It's quadruple sevens now, Bradley.
7.
This one moving, but the overall market not really. Tesla though breaking through that 188, looking to test 188.50 highs, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Looking for what the stocks are moving at the moment. My scanners are pretty dead, to be honest. All stocks are kind of in ranges where I'm not too excited
says,
for.
I bet Prad loves cricket. You don't really like cricket. I mean, that's very stereotypical.
I mean, I used to like cricket when I was a kid. Me and my family used to sit there, watch cricket, the Indian.
It's a multi-day game, right?
No, it depends on what series you're watching. So there's a test series, which is a 5-day long game.
Okay.
But it's not like 5 continuous days. Obviously, there's breaks after a certain period. And then you have the 1-day international, which is pretty long. It's like almost a whole day, kind of. But more importantly, these days, a more popular variation of cricket has come out, which is T20s. And it's basically instead of 50 innings, you have 20 innings, and you got to do whatever you can at 20. The border's a little bit shorter, and it's a more fast-paced game that way. So those ones are not like all day. And they get pretty exciting, man. Those games get pretty exciting, but like, I don't really sit there and watch cricket because they happen like at odd times during the day. They happen late in the night, early in the morning. And my dad and my brother, I catch them talking about it all the time. I'm just not too interested in it. But for those of you who do watch cricket, and if you are Indian, Virat Kohli apparently had a really big game. He's like one of the best cricket players out there in the world right now. He's Indian, the captain of India, I believe. Okay. And he's smacking the games, apparently. He's smacking it. So shout out to my boy Virat Kohli, obviously. Does Prad need a hug? I don't think I do. Does this PNL seem like I need a hug
No,
today?
it does not.
No, it doesn't. So trust me, I don't think I need a hug at all. I'm big chillin'. And as some might say, yeah, I'm bullin', but I'm not repping no gang, but I'm big chillin'.
I actually heard Drake's new album on the weekend, so I
Yeah?
know what you're talking about now, yeah. Because you were singing it when I came back from Egypt, and I had no idea what you were talking about. I don't know how the chat feels about this, but a lot of the songs I end up liking that I add to my playlist, I hear initially on social media. Most specifically, I hear it on TikTok, and I'll hear it like as a background to like a video or whatever, and the song will be catchy. And now you know how you can click the name of the song, so you can find out what the name of the song is immediately. How many people have been influenced by their music taste by songs that they hear through social media? I definitely have. So I think that's where I ended up running into it at the time. Tesla, 188.50. We're getting back to that. What was the high of this wick here? Yeah, 188.40s we just printed, guys. So Tesla looking to get back to high a day, but the market consolidating sideways, flat, while Tesla's retracing back to the high side. So Tesla showing its relative strength on the day. The market is down 0.8%, yet Tesla is up almost 3%. So this one continuing to give you opportunities. It looks, look. There you go. I'm just telling Prad for something because clearly something has happened on here. Keep your eye on there, and I'll continue. And I'll continue to talk. Anyway, so the chat lighting up with news of the game. I won't mention what has happened, but I'll tell you that there is a news-making event in the game versus
Did I not say in the last 10 minutes?
Of Brazil versus Switzerland. Bradley, looks like you called that one.
I said last 10 minutes. Hey, I know my team way too well. Even after they lost to Germany, was the last two World Cups ago? Not yet. Okay. Last 2 World Cups ago, they lost to Germany. So, hey, they're going to come out this year and win it. I was actually doing some research. Not many teams that won back-to-back World Cups. Italy did it, and then Brazil did it, and then that's it. They've only won back-to-back World Cups twice. Yeah. And if France does it this year...
Did you say France?
France.
Woo,
yeah,
because
France is France and justice is justice.
Look at this world citizen over here.
Come on, bro.
Jeez.
You know me. Because France is France and justice is justice. If anyone knows what movie that one's from, hey, shout out to you over there. Market is pulling back down. We did not break 4K. I'm still happy with my shorts on board.
Look now.
And NASDAQ did pull back down off of VWAP. Oh, that's a beauty. NASDAQ did pull back from VWAP over there. Yeah, but he doesn't have blonde hair, and his name's not Richarlison, who's now sadly out of the game. So, down goes $2.5 for me. Anyways, AMD over here still pulling down south. Market's pulling back south. 2 positions out of the money. That's going to be Meta Platforms and Google. Google 4 cents out of the money. Oh, no, I'm never going to recover from that one. And Meta 6 cents. Oh, man, I'm going broke. Not happening. We're still making money on these trades. Apple 14 cents coming into profit at the moment. Looking back at our scanners.
Tesla, baby.
Tesla, wow.
What a short. I took it right at the top there at 188.35, breaking right through that 188 level. That was easy money.
I'm gonna punch in with
Best trade of the day so far. I'm already de-risking a little bit. Half the position out. I just made 30 cents on that. I saw that. I'm like, look, it's 188.50. You're really close to 88.50. Take the short here. Give it 10 pennies of room. If it breaks through the 50 level, cover. You'll have risked 10 pennies. I just made 30. Yeah, it's continuing to head. Oh, now it's retracing a little bit. I got to watch out. I don't know if I'll let this one go against me. My in is 188.30. So this one, I want to take more below 88s. Let's go. I took 2 pieces out already, but looking for a third Brad.
Is that Casemiro?
That's Casemiro.
Casemiro. Let's go, baby. We're still watching the market. Currently, Meta Platforms is struggling around the 109.50 area. So I'm loving that is struggling because obviously we're short around that area for Meta Platforms. This market still down 0.9% for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ only down 0.59%. Usually the NASDAQ is down more than the S&P 500, but today it's a little bit of a opposite move coming in. Something that I want to test, Sharif, not sure if you do back testing or maybe in the chat somebody does back testing, is how many days has the S&P 500 been down more than the NASDAQ?
Oh,
and the
good
day
question.
actually turns out to be red. But something I have noticed is when SPY isn't actually as down as the NASDAQ,
Okay.
bigger reversal comes into the move. And the
what?
overall, bigger reversals come into the market those days. Like if the SPY is deeper into the red than the NASDAQ, not that big of a reversal happens in the market. But if the SPYs are deeper in the red than the NASDAQ, then the reversal chances in the market are very less. Probably because SPY is 500 stocks and NASDAQ's only 100 stock. But that's something that I want to test. This is something I've noticed. I haven't tested it. I would love to test that.
There we go. Taking out the last piece, break even. So profitable trade on Tesla. It broke through that 30. That was my entry. I didn't want to give it any more room, even though I could have taken out everything in the single digits. Didn't do that. That's one of these trades where you just got to follow your rules, and whatever ends up happens. But good short on Tesla, alive to the movements of the market. What happened to my level 2 on this screen? Okay, let's try to discover where it went. There we go. Yeah, right back down to single digits. I get shaken out. Tesla retraces back down below 188. Hey, that's so frustrating, but it's okay. Profitable trade nonetheless, but 188 acting as a bit of a level here. Tough to break below it. There we go. Now we're printing in the mid 95s. Wow, into the 90s. Sucks to be me who punched out, didn't want to take an L on any portion of the trade, so I miss out on another 40 pennies. That'll teach me. I'll leave that one for a minute. Bit of a double top brewing here on the futures, or possibly a consolidation starting. The futures for WTI, that is, after that big move off the OPEC Plus announcement. Now we're getting a bit of a consolidation sideways in between that 77.60 and 77.80 range. So a bit of a 20 penny range happening now. Let's see if this one prints lower or continues to make higher highs. Looking for something to develop on this one, Bradley. Maybe we can trade it on XOM or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the market wants to do right now. I mean, like, we're so glued to the VWAP on the NASDAQ market. S&P 500 just stuck in that 39.95 area between 4K and 39.95. Some of my shorts are now going away from me and deeper into the red position. So Google 15 cents out of the money, not liking that one. At least we've banked enough money on that position to give it a little bit of a wiggle room for us. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, giving it that wiggle. AMD popping up on the scanners one more time to the downside. Looks like AMD wants to sell off a lot more than the market is at the moment. So if the market now starts pushing back down, we could possibly see AMD go right back into the whole range of $72 over here. This is the daily chart that I'm looking at. Notice how AMD has been kind of stuck between 78 and what is this, 72? So we could see a move right down to 72 on AMD, at which point I would much rather try a long down there or even a short off of this break if the market does show us some weakness. Maybe 76.50. Let's just throw that order out there. 73.49. 73.4. Let's do that much. Let's see if we can get a break to the downside on AMD, breaking 73.50. I'm also taking less size at this time of the day. You know, it's coming to the end of lunchtime. Maybe volume does show up, but during this time of the day, volume slowly goes lower and lower and lower. It's not as much volume as the open has in the market and compared to how much the close has. So breakouts during this time of the day usually don't really have that oomph, that pressure, that extra power to go in a certain direction that you're looking for unless a news catalyst comes out. We've already had the news catalyst come out on our positions today. They paid us already. So let's see if AMD over here can continue with the bearishness on itself with that negative catalyst. Currently waiting for 73.50 to break for us. A little bit of a size on 73.50, not too much, about 163 lots. 163 lots, guys, once again, is not a lot of size. So 163.00 times 73.5. That's about $1.1 million. So that's not a lot of money for the overall market. The market moves in trillions and trillions of dollars in a day. So $1 million for AMD, absolutely zilch. And actually, let's go take a look at how much volume AMD's done today. 24 million shares done today. So about 16,000 1,000 shares don't mean anything for AMD, just so you know. But people in the chat saying I'm seeing a little more weakness, that's good because I am also seeing a little more weakness. The market's currently trying to pull back down. So our shorts that were slightly out of the money, that's going to be Apple and, Google and Meta are once again absolutely flat on the position for me. Let's see if they can move back even lower. And Apple continuing to stay weak for us. The constant short of VWAP. Constant short of 145.50, paying us multiple dollars on the day as the NASDAQ market breaks 1,700 to the downside one more time, and the S&P 500 finally manages to break 3,995 and is going back down. Let's go take a look at Tesla because I looked at the chat and someone said Tesla short fire. So yeah, baby, Tesla double top coming in. That 188.50 standing true one more time for you guys to take advantage of that level. Hopefully you guys are short like Sharif is and taking advantage of this Tesla move coming in for you guys as the market now pulls back. NASDAQ under the 100-period EMA slightly, and the S&P 500 has been under VWAP, 100-period EMA, and the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart for almost 2 hours now.
Yeah, Tesla definitely looking like it is short inclined. And, you know, in a day where it's so much more relatively strong than the other market, you know, it may be more inclined to give up some of those profits. I mean, it is up 2.6% on the day. The market is now almost down 1%. We're in another short in Tesla right now. We got short 78. So there we go, printing in the low 70s, looking to take some out in the early 68s. If this market continues to the downside, we'll scalp some out there. But here's the important level that we're looking at on the ES itself, that 39.92 level. That was the pre-market low. It got breached here, but it was, you know, just a momentary breach, about 6 minutes or so. So this one, I'm looking for that level to be breached again, to move closer to that 39.85 possibly, and even make newer lows there off the Bullard News. There we go. Now an aggressive move down in the market, testing 39.92, but Tesla not really responding to the move down as well as some of these other big six stocks are. There we go. We'll take a piece out there through 72. So we'll de-risk a little bit. Another profitable winner on Tesla. If we get some 60 prints, we'll start taking out some in the 60s as well. There we go. I'm seeing 69s. I'm seeing actually 69s. There we go. We'll take another piece out there. Very profitable trade on Tesla. So far, we get 50 prints through that. That's a big boy trade. We're going to spend that money and we're out of the entire trade. Huge trade there to the downside on Tesla. That's 2 for 2 on Tesla today. Liking that trade. Seeing that 39.92 bottom go, and Tesla correspondingly moving in the same direction as the market. Pumped about that one. It has been kind of a slow day, so we'll take these range trades when we can get them. But Tesla paying the bills as Bradley comes back. Yeah, it's paying the bills. Very happy with this trade. Retracing back now into the 60s.
What bill, your bus fare?
Huh? What?
What bill? The bus fare?
The bus fare. Come on, that's a good trade. That is almost okay. So I got in at 82s and I got out at 28. That's 60 pennies. Come on, Bradley.
That's a good dollar.
Almost a dollar. The market continuing to head to the south side, Bradley. We broke through that 39.92 that I had pegged there, and looks like we're looking to test day's lows, Bradley, at 39.85. We're currently at 90 now.
Yeah, buddy, look at the market pull back to the downside. So the shorts that we have on board, we have 4 of them, as you guys can see on our position board, updating for you guys constantly. What happened? Did it go for another one?
What?
Oh, no. Oh, it's the same one. Okay.
No, it's the same one.
We're now 40 cents in the money on Apple as Apple flushes right back to the low a day, baby. We still have a lot of size left. We've been reloading Apple all day at those same levels non-stop. Rinse and repeat that level. Even Google's flushing. Woo! Even Meta's flushing for us. And guess what? The market rejecting VWAP. The NASDAQ pulling down. S&P 500
Finally,
going right back
action.
to the low a day. Some moves coming in, baby. I like to move it. I like to move it. We like to
move it.
That's right.
There we go. I got that one for you. Okay. We're not completely lame here, guys. We're just trying to have fun. Yeah, Tesla.
Maybe a little.
Oh yeah, we were probably a little
Not
bit.
completely,
Yeah.
just a little.
Not going to admit it openly. Let's bring in the big chart 6 here so we can have a look at some of these levels as they pertain to the individual stocks. Looking at that Tesla, look at that double top. Bradley, look at this double top at 185. Bradley, that I called that level, man.
Double top skis.
Look at that beautiful double top. Some clapping going on in the background. Some people taking profits here. You love to see it. You love to hear it. Love this movement on the market. Finally, some volatility, man. Jeez. Okay, so it looks like Apple really the kind of the big laggard on the day, down 2%, and it is just breaking through 145 at the moment. Looks like the low of day 144.74, so 144.75. Microsoft doesn't look all that great either, Bradley. A big descent off that 243 high. 242 is the low on the day. We're currently printing 242.20. So not that far away from day's low. I'd say Tesla strong. Amazon is strong-ish. Meta is weak too. I totally skipped over Meta. Meta's down almost 2%. So you got Meta down 2%, Microsoft down 2%, and likewise with Apple. Conversely, you have Tesla up 2.5%, and then Amazon up 1%, and Google somewhere in the middle there down 1.3% on the day.
Taking some profits on Google right now. Spin that money, baby. Let's go. Google 24 cents in the money. Let's spin the same thing on Meta too. Meta 20 cents in the money. Apple 60 cents in the money. Let's take some more profits out on Apple over here. And AMD 13 cents in the money. What did I tell you about that AMD trade? If this market pulls back from VWAP and AMD's hanging out at the low of day, 73.50 break short, is going to be cash money, baby. So pouring profits in our pockets right now. We're just doubling our net from where we started the day with. So let's go. Profits coming in, and we're enjoying it. Apple 50, Google 20, Meta 20, AMD only 5 cents. So not ready to take profits on this one just yet. Let's see if the NASDAQ holds up at the lower day and then bounces back. If it does, then I'm most likely just punching out of AMD. Don't want to be holding AMD, watching the market move back up north. But if the market continues to go south side a little bit more for us, then I want to hold on to AMD also, which is now completely red on the day instead of being positive at one point. So AMD down 2% over here, and the profits keep on rolling. Every single stock that we've made money on today, we're continuing to make money on. Only 2 real negative stocks on board today, which is going to be Oxy and Shopify. Let's go take a look at what Shopify is doing at the moment. Shopify has been has been really struggling around this $38 area, not able to get above 38, but also not able to really break 37.50 to the downside. So no trades coming in for Shopify for me. Gonna have to stay away from this trade for ourselves. And congratulations to all the fans of one soccer team. And if you're a fan of the other soccer team, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Wow. Tesla continuing to print through now, breaking that 187 to the downside. Could we see 186.50? There is a bit of a bottom on this trough here. 186.70 is where the close is, but the wick goes down to 33. So that area here, this, like the bottom part of the M, if we break that, that kind of confirms the double top that we already see materializing here on Tesla, and then we could get a nice little retracement, at least maybe into VWAP, currently at 185.20, or we could see the whole dollar reach itself at 185. So if this market continues to the south side, look for that neckline break here of Tesla and a continued move down south below 187. Currently retracing back above 187, but you know, to be expected. Amazon not looking as weak, despite the fact that we've seen here on the 3-minute chart 3 different peaks, all with lower highs. So clearly a down move on Amazon, mind you. It's just, where does this one break down? And if it breaks down at all, I mean, that's the play here, right? Otherwise, we play the range. I'm trying at least to identify the area where this one really becomes, for the lack of a better term, parabolic a little bit, you know, where we're going to get a standout candle where that moves 50, 75 pennies or so. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. The fact that we have 3 new lows over the period of the morning, basically since the open, this one looks like it's headed to the south side. So I'm thinking possibly a 94 break would be, if the market cooperates and continues to trend south, 94 break looks really good on Amazon. But if I'm more inclined if I actually can be choosy, I would not trade Amazon as a short because it has been relatively strong. Perhaps maybe Microsoft, Meta, or Apple, Bradley. But Amazon, the reason I was just speaking about it is because I've been trading it.
No, I agree with that. I actually stayed away from Amazon shorts the whole day because it is positive still. So don't want to be bothering with that one if there is relative strength in it. Taking more size out at the bottom of this trend line as Google keeps creating higher lows. So don't want to be gambling with this trade too much. Taking my profits where the market's offering it to me and going to hold some for the bigger dream if the dream comes into play. So let's take some more size out actually at this level and only hold 40% instead of holding 60%. I think that would be the smarter thing to do.
Tesla
we're going to do the
printing.
same thing with Apple at the moment. Apple, we're going to take another 20% off. Hello, market? There we go. We're going to take another 20% off on Apple over here, see what we can do with that trade. And I want to take some more off on Meta also because we're holding more than 50% on Meta at the moment. And we're holding 100% on AMD as the market did go to the low a day. AMD did flush a little bit, but didn't really do what I wanted it to do, which is go all the way down to $73 or even $72. So not much of a move being offered to me on AMD over here. So not really too excited about this trade at the moment. The market's still showing us weakness. NASDAQ still continuing to go to the downside, and S&P 500 also continuing to go to the downside. S&P 500 sadly down 1.17%, and NASDAQ also about to be down 1 full percent. Praddy, positive articles and Barron's on the Amazon. Yeah, positive across the board for Amazon. I mean, look, the whole Black Friday, Cyber Monday deals, people buying up everything that they've been wanting to buy. I was talking about buying protein shake for a discount. I was pretty happy about that, and I was getting excited to maybe splurge a little bit more on myself, buy some electronics, but then I was like, I don't need anything. Why would I go out there?
Are you looking at this Tesla?
Let's
what
go.
A beautiful, beautiful short south. I kind of lost my words there. I had to take a step back. 187 was really like the break we were looking for. 187 because that was like the break of the neckline. You could also say that 187.70. We're at the 50 period now, but really nice retracing down on Tesla. The fact of the matter is a 3-minute chart here on Tesla does not correspond to the 3-minute chart that we're currently seeing on, well, it does a little bit. I don't want to say it doesn't. They're off by a little bit. I think that there is some continuity here, so I'll retract that statement. But this one continues to look to the south side. I think that we may find some support at 186, given this peak at right here that we made around 10:15 or so. That was the peak. Retraced back south, consolidated, then broke through. So looking for some support at 186. Not taking it long there by any means, but just wanted to point that one out. Oil now retracing off that mini double top that we saw there at 77.80 here on the oil futures, retracing back 77.30, kind of holding that 50-period moving average. So oil having a good move up for the time being. Basically, we're in a bit of a consolidation mode, Bradley. Not much else to update you guys on. Those are the stocks that I've been looking at. What happened to my Tesla level 2 there? There we go. Tesla level 2 back. Let's see what the chat is up to. Bear long whimsy. Okay.
I forgot my earrings today.
What happened? You forgot your earrings?
Yeah.
It's okay.
No, I took them off on the weekend, and I'm not touching my ear, and they're not there. I feel naked now.
Well, you can feel better based on the fact that a lot of your shorts are printing. So
I can buy more earrings.
you can buy more earrings.
I can buy more. I'll just go buy more right now.
There
Screw
you
it.
go.
But you know what I would like to instead of earrings is the pump on the like count. So ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have not hit the like button yet today, we're at 2.1K likes. Let's see how big of a volume candle we can make on the like button. Let's all of us hit it at the same time. Ready? At 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button, all of you. Brrr, run that number up right now. Let's see how big of a volume candle we can bring over here. We're going to pump that like That's the only thing we pump on this channel. We don't pump stocks. We don't pump a bunch of other garbage like those YouTubers do. You know, they get into a position before you, they pump the stock and they use you as the exit liquidity. We don't do none of that. We show you trades how we do it and then our mentality behind it. But the one thing that I do want to pump is that like count. So let's get it up to 3K if we can. I would appreciate every single one of you who have already hit that like button. And for those of you who have not already, please scroll down on the phone if you're watching on a phone, or if you're watching on the desktop or a smart TV, whatever it is, just see how to hit the like button on your platform. Help us out with the overall volume of the like count coming in. And for those of you, about 32% who are not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Help us out. We're now currently at 363,000 subscribers. Let's go, baby.
Yes,
we
sir.
love seeing that number increase every single day. And I would love to be part of this show still. If we get to 500K and then 1 mil, that would be an amazing milestone for myself to get to. Obviously a big milestone for the show and a big milestone for this community overall. Also want to talk about a couple other things such as being a Trader TV Live member. Right now, there is no extra added advantage of being a Trader TV Live member. It just supports us. You're giving us about $5 a month, and all of that money is being put right back into production. You see a green screen videos being shot with Sean and Neil and Brendo every single day.
Yep.
You see new hosts coming on showing their perspective. So all that money, all the donation, super chat, that everything you guys give goes directly back into the show. So if you do want to support us, that's one way to support us. You could also send us a super chat, which I will go through in a bit after. Last but not least, we have a merch store for those of you who are interested in repping Trader TV Live merchandise. Looks like AMD just stopped me out of my position, so we're going to leave that one alone. I did tell you how I didn't like that short, so I'm glad that I got stopped out on it. Coming back to the merch store, they'll do ! merch in the chat, and you'll be able to go directly to the store where you can purchase some of the hoodies and the hats and everything that we wear over here at Trader TV Live. If you do end up buying anything, make sure that you take a picture, put it up on Instagram or Twitter, tag us so we can share it with this family.
Yeah. I'm just responding to my cousin who's watching me right now and noting.
Hi, Sharif's cousin.
Pointing out
What's
that
your
I'm
cousin's name?
Yusuf.
Yusuf,
that
what's
I'm
up, bro?
mispronouncing. He was basically saying what you
Tesla?
said. Yeah, he's like, it's Tesla, not
Thank
Tesla.
you, Yusuf. Thank you.
Yeah,
Here,
I'm like, we
fist
already
bump.
had this
Fist
discussion
bump.
on the show already. We're not going to go through that again. Anyway, guys, I want to point out a couple of things. You know, a lot of the viewers are new, right? I mean, we can't assume everybody in the chat today is an old viewer. So I want to ask you, and I'll do this as well. Just like tell us a little bit about how you came into the trading journey. I know it already, but I think that a lot of viewers, because they are new, they get there's a benefit to be had to explain your journey to them and stuff like that. So, especially on this Inside Day, I think this is a good opportunity. So why don't you tell me just a little bit about that?
Hey, I mean, everything in my opinion was just the right time, right place.
Right.
I was just lucky, man. I was just a lucky kid who everything aligned for when I was at the worst in my life. I was really down bad. And I was trying out some new things. I was trying to learn how to trade. I blew up my first ever $1,000 options account that I saved up money on. And then I found out a thing called prop trading. I applied for prop trading firms in Toronto. Actually, I only applied for one because I only found one, right? So I applied for it, came into the interview late, was very upset about coming to the late, honestly. And because I came in late, I couldn't interview with the person I was supposed to interview with. It was supposed to be Greg. And instead, Neil interviewed me, and I figured, hey, if I'm going to show up looking like I'm homeless, right? and if I'm going to show up late, the best thing I can do is just be 100% blatantly honest about every single question he's going to ask me, which is what I did.
Okay.
So I just kept it 100, as the kids say these days, kept it 100 and kept it a G. And thankfully, you know, Neil ended up liking what I had to say, gave me a chance, and then that chance ended up you know, maybe surprising them, surprised me for sure.
What made you want to do options trading to begin with? Was it just
it's just a dream that's being sold to everybody about market. You know,
ads?
There's so many people, ads out there. You got the garbage traders out there on YouTube who are saying, oh, join us, pay us $300 a month, and we're going to train you how to trade and everything. So, you know, just that dream of being my own boss, sitting at home, doing my own thing, not listening to anybody is what made me buy into. And I see Tesla's dumping right now for you.
Tesla is dumping. Now it's really starting to look like we're going to test that 186, guys. That's the level that we pointed out earlier. We may find some support here at 186. There we go.
Wow,
now I'm seeing
Sean's saying we hire anyone. Okay, Sean, I see how it is.
Yeah. So we're getting right back down into that 186 level, guys. Let's see if we find some support in around that area. I'm looking at the level 2. I don't see, well, it's a little bit below my view at the moment, but I didn't see too much size. There we go. I see 92 lots at 186. Let's see if that one holds, Bradley, but definite level coming in there. No, I see now 180 lots, a bit more than 180 lots coming in at that 182. And it just breaks to the downside. Lot of momentum, a lot of power heading downward. I don't see that same kind of power moving the overall ES down. This looks like it is Tesla specific, if I can be honest here. There we go. I have the 3-minute chart on both. And Tesla definitely looks more relatively weak at the moment, Bradley. So that 188.50 top proving to be a hell of a call on Tesla for the short.
Yeah, the Tesla is apparently just absolutely crushing it. Look, was it Yusuf?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yusuf, your cousin's not gonna learn anytime soon. So maybe when you see him next time, is he from Egypt? Is he from
stubborn,
here?
yeah.
Is
No,
he's
from here.
He's from here?
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
next time you see your cousin, just whoop him for me because I can't. He's clearly too strong for me.
Me.
Yeah.
He can't whoop me.
He's got other cousins who can help you, eh?
You guys are funny. No, you can't whoop me.
Damn, he's calling you out, Yusuf. He's saying you're weak. Yusuf, come on, let's hit the gym. You and me will
I
hit the
didn't say
gym and we'll
anything
take
like
this
that.
guy
I
on,
just said
okay?
he can't whoop
Yusuf,
me.
he's saying you ain't got no guns. Currently, though, Tesla pushing the downside.
You're really exaggerating that.
Yusuf, he's
That's a
saying
gross
Yusuf.
over-exaggeration. I know, right?
Yusuf might come deal with pride. No, Yusuf, I'm on your side over here, brother. I'm on your side. The market's still pulling back down. And Sharif, I actually punched into that Tesla short along with you, but I punched out because I don't want to be like leeching a trade off you. So missed out on a nice little short over there for Tesla. Congratulations on that short. Now Tesla's still up 1.7%. It was almost up 3% at one point, but that double top that you called out, 188.50, still standing true like an absolute wall and not allowing Tesla to go higher than that. Apple 60 cents in the money on Apple right now as we're still hanging out near the low a day on this bad boy. Google still 30 cents. AMD did stop us out and Meta still hanging out near 109.50. Sorry, I said 190 almost. 109.50. BlockFi files for bankruptcy. Why does that sound like sorry? Ticker? The ticker for it? Oh, it's an exchange. Oh, it's not a ticker. Okay, sorry. FTX, so kind of like FTX and like cryptocurrency or whatever. BlockFi is filing for bankruptcy, so that's not a good thing overall.
wow.
More cryptocurrencies coming out with bad news. Sean just posted a tweet over here. Let's go take a look at this. Just covering the Apple trade here from the morning.
Jeez.
Day's bottom may hold, but if I'm not, I'm going short sale again. So, oh wow, we have the same trade on Apple, Sean. Instead, you only had one entry, which makes it look better. Obviously, I had multiple entries into a loser, but pretty much the same outs. I'm still holding some at the bottom over here. I reloaded a lot at the VWAP multiple times, and the Apple was my #1 trade on the day. So having a lot of fun with Apple over there. And here's Meta. Meta also a pretty good stock for me. Sadly, didn't take as much size as I wanted to on the original entry, but thankfully we were able to get back onto this position near 109.50, and once again in the money on Meta platforms.
Yeah, that 186 level on Apple coming into play.
Tesla?
I'm sorry, excuse me, on Tesla. Yeah, breaking through that 186. How far low did we get there? Yeah, we got 80s. We got some 80 prints there. So that level, you know, but it's bouncing in and around that level. So I don't want to make a call on it yet saying, oh, okay, we've broken that level. That level is no longer of importance at the moment. No, I think we're still hovering in and around it. Let's see what it does. The next level below that, though, you have to assume is going to be a VWAP retracement, which is currently at 185.22-ish. Yeah, that's going to be the level below that. Not much of a gap between that level and the 186, just a mere 60 or 80 pennies or so, maybe a little bit less. So That is what I'm looking at for Tesla at the moment. But the futures looking like they're forming a bit of a flat bottom breakdown, that move that I love these days, which is that aggressive sell-off. You get like 4 or 5 red candles, one of them, you know, sometimes is big, and then a period of sideways consolidation, and then you get like a real aggressive break below that, the bottom part of that consolidation area, and then you can continue to get new lows. That's what I'm looking for on this one, unless we get some sort of positive catalyst. Maybe, I don't know, this Williams speaker who, you know, apparently took the stage about an hour and 13 minutes ago. Maybe nothing new coming in from the FOMC guys. Do we have any more FOMC people speaking tomorrow? I'll have a look there when I send it back to Bradley. I have an events calendar that I use. All right, let's speak of some stocks other than Tesla. Now we're seeing a decided retracement here on the oil futures at 77.84-ish top. Now we're getting a retracement back down into the 20s, breaking the 50 period. There is this level of support here that's shown up 3 different times. 77.15 or 16. You get that trough here, you have another retest here, and now we're right back at those levels. So let's see if we hold these levels or we continue to make lower lows. Below that, you have another period of consolidation here that you have to assume is going to act as a level of support. It's between 76.90 and 77. You have multiple wicks reaching up to 77 there, but the better level, I would say, is 90. So oil retracing off that OPEC plus news that shot it to the upside. I know that I've been seeing some cheaper gas prices at the pumps. I know your area was cheaper than my area, because when I came to your barbecue that day, it was like 4 or 5 cents cheaper in your area than in my area. So I saw 140s today. So I haven't seen 140s in a bit. In fact, we were up, when I came back from Egypt, we were up into the 170s, and I was none too plussed about that.
So there is a good thing about Brampton. Let's go, Brampton. For once winning over here, usually always taking L's, so that's a good thing. That's usually always taking L's.
Sean hitting the fail button over there as he eats down his salad. Yeah, it's lunchtime here, boys.
I want to talk about tabla, TBLA. For those of you who are Indian, know that tabla is actually an instrument of music. But if you are short, then you are playing the right sound for TBLA today. Continuing to go to the downside.
Tabla means drum in Arabic.
It's a drum in India too. It's like an Indian
cool.
drum, TBLA,
Tabla.
TABLA. I don't even know how to pronounce it.
TABLA.
Tabla. Yeah, it's a drum also in India. So currently, the beat of the drum is to the downside for TBLA. Sadly, still up 44% though. Not too far to the downside. Holding up at the 100-period EMA. We did have a short at the break of VWAP to the downside. We only got 10 cents out of it. I wasn't happy with how it was holding the bottoms over here at $2.80. So we jumped out of that trade. A positive trade nevertheless, but we missed out on a bigger move to the south side on TBLA, which is currently still up 44% and bouncing off the 100-period EMA as the market's moving back up. Yeah. So we saw how Sean took profits on Apple. That caused me to take more profits on Apple for myself. Didn't want to hold some size over here. If the big boss himself is taking some size off and de-risking with the hopes that Apple might hold up around these areas, the smart thing to do is for myself to do something similar. So taking some size off on Apple, taking some size off on Google, and holding Meta platforms still, but we did take some size off on that one too. And we don't want to be holding the size if the market does manage to whip right back to VWAP to the north side, taking our shorts with them. And some of these shorts are pretty much at flat areas. Like Meta platforms, only 10 cents in the money. That's pretty much flat. That's not in the money for me. So not too excited for Meta at the moment. Thankfully, Google and Apple are both about 40 to 50 cents in the money for us. I'm writing a nice move up on GOEV. What are the projections on it? Projections? I mean, you're asking for the future. Sadly, I don't know the future.
You are Prostradamus or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't know the future like that, man. If I knew the future, trust me, I wouldn't be sitting next to you. I'd be sitting in Bahamas with a nice pina colada in my hand and punching trades without a fear, right? So sadly, I'm not from the future, so I can't be expecting anything out of the market. Well, what we can do is go look at some levels, GOEV, on the long-term chart to see if anything stands out. The fact that the stock is above $1 and has been holding above $1 might give us a good long if we pull back there, but I'm not interested about punching a long in the middle of these ranges over here that we're currently at.
That Tesla bottom breaking here a little bit. We're seeing lower lows continuously for the better part of, let's see here, 11:30. So almost going on 2 hours since we created that, since we started forming that double top. Looks like the bottom wick there is 185.70 or 69. We printed a little bit lower there. But what I like to see here again is this retracement. This is the retracement, and then the consolidation sideways, and then the break of that consolidation level continuing down. I think we'll break through VWAP here. I think the better level will probably be that 185. I think the price action will probably be better than indicators on this in this instance. So that's what I'm looking for on Tesla. The market acting more sideways than Tesla is. I feel like Tesla is more inclined to decline, if that makes any sense, whereas the market is just a bit more sideways at the moment. Let's flip, yeah, so let's get that one out of the way. Let's see what the other big cappers are doing. Amazon, yeah, retracing now into that 200 period moving average. This one, it's also showing some more relative weakness than the market currently. I mean, just based on the amount of red candles we've had in the last 5 minutes, which is 5, versus how many we've had on the futures here, which is like 1 or 2. Yeah, Amazon looks like it's also trending to the downside there. 94 level comes into play real soon, I think. We're 94, excuse me, and a quarter. So the chat wanting me to look at coin. So we'll have a quick look at coin. Here we go. It looks like we're forming a bit of a base here on coin after popping up right at the bell, making that big move off that 42.70 area, going up to 44.90, so a bit of a $2 move. It's given back everything now. Coin down 4% on the day on, I guess, more bankruptcy news. Was that the catalyst for the movement on Bitcoin?
Apparently someone in the chat said that's like old news still, so I'm not sure how relevant it is to the market today.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, well, I noticed last night when I turned on my computer to do prep for today was that Bitcoin was on its way down. So I was not surprised this morning to see that it was continuing to head down. Amazon looks like a really good short right now. Looks like we're going to start testing 94 real soon. A lot of red coming in on this one, but the 200 period, I just want to mention, looks like it's been respected quite well here on the 3-minute chart today. You have an instance here, there, and then we're currently at it at the moment. So let's see how the 200 period acts on the 3-minute on Amazon.
Something that I want to, oh, come on. Get back in there. All right, there we go. And there we go. Something I want to point out is by this time, markets were closed on Friday, Sharif. And by this time on Friday, TQQ already had 100 million plus shares traded. Right now, we only have 88 million shares traded on TQQ. SOXL, only 58 million shares traded. Somehow Tesla is between the 2-3 times leverage ETF. Usually it's 3 times leverage ETFs at the top, and then you have your stocks after that. But Tesla with 61 million shares traded on the day, up almost 3% once again. And TBLA with 57 million shares. So a little bit light on the volume still for the market. Market's still dealing with the inside range over here on the day today. I think as Brendo in our watch list mentioned, we got important key numbers to come out from the market. The market might be waiting to see how those key numbers come out and how the Fed and Powell and everybody else responsible to tame the inflation, how they will be doing so. So a lot of reasons for the market to not really flush too hard to the downside, but also not rip to the north side, kind of stuck in the ranges at the moment. And key inflation data will help us see which way the market will go to. It's very disheartening though, seeing the market have lower volume every single day going
it's not something we're used to. I mean, especially if you've, personally, I'm speaking about myself, my trading experience goes all the way back to early 2020, and you could even say late 2019, but that's not much at all, especially compared to some of the the people here on this floor. So the market that I've seen is one that's had volatility up the yin yang. I mean, and to find non-volatile, involatile. What did we say it was last time? Remember we looked this up. Involatile times in the market. Non-volatile, involatile.
Non-volatile.
Remember we looked this up and I think the chat helped us out with this one last time. In any event, less volatile periods in the market. It's definitely a change for me. But it's not like something that we can't really handle. I mean, then I think during these periods, people that trade ranges well will flourish, because I think that a lot of ranges will present themselves. So to be able to identify levels possibly and then play to the highs and the lows of those levels. And you know, it's good that these periods come in, because it teaches you how to adapt as a trader. I mean, the fact of the matter is you're not always going to have the same market conditions. So unless you know how to trade in all sorts of different conditions, can you really call yourself a complete trader? Under my definition, I don't think I would consider myself one unless I really can. So, all right. So
I want to ask a question to Sean and Neil based off of that. With the amount of experience you two have on play, do you think you've seen every single cycle the market has to present? No? You're still
no.
learning with the amount of years you two have? All right.
Well,
See,
tell them what he's saying. Tell
There you
them what
go.
he's
No,
saying,
you
because
go
they
ahead.
can't hear. He said the market's always prepared to do something it's never done before. So it's basically one endless learning cycle. And you know, maybe it's good when things repeat somewhere along the line, because then you can base your trade off actual experience. So yeah, I mean that's just the matter. Now with respect to price action, Amazon bouncing off that 200 period, at least for the moment, so that 94.20 coming into play. Tesla taking a bit of a pullback here, actually retracing back upward, off the lows, the recent lows that it made here in the 185.60s. Now we're in the 186.20s. But I think that if the market continues trending in the same way, this is kind of like a short to pop event on Tesla and perhaps some of these other big cappers, at least for the moment. It's about 130, 124. So we may start seeing volume start to come back here if there is going to be any, Bradley.
Yeah, market moving back up, so I punched out of all my shorts. Gonna stop over here with 30 minutes left on the show over here. Hopefully we do see some more opportunities for me to punch into, but I'd rather not watch the market move back up north and take the last few shares that I have left on the market over here, go back to break-even points or even to the sour points on some of my trades. So moving away from them, taking my profits and protecting the profits at the moment. A couple stocks that are popping up on the green side. It's going to be MTCH, Match.com, launching to the north side apparently. And I also did see Grindr popping up on the scanners earlier on in the day. So let's go take a look at both of these dating app websites. I guess they are a website. I don't know if Match.com or Grindr.com have a website, but we do know that they're both apps. And Grindr not too long ago took off to like $70, but sadly pulling back to that SPAC price of $8, $10 now coming into play for GRND. MTCH, on the opposite side of that, at Match.com up about 1% on the day, recently winning a race to the long side, which means it just made a new high a day. So 47.79, 49.80. Coming into play for MTCH. Let's go see how much volume the stock is doing and how much relative volume it is. So only 1.28 million shares traded, relative volume of 0.63. Doesn't excite me to punch into a long on this trade, but if volume comes in and if the market goes back up the way it wants it right now, we see the NASDAQ market curling back up. We see the S&P 500 trying to move back above 39.90. If both of these does happen to play out, maybe Match.com actually has a chance to break out of 47.80, go test $48, and then maybe even break out of 48, go to 49, which is the range high of this last few days over here. I'm guessing that's Friday and that's Thursday. So Friday and Thursday high 49 might come into play on Match if we do manage to break out of 48 and the market reverses back to the north side. Let's go take a look at Activision, ATVI, to see if it did exactly what we planned out for it, which was a most likely rejection of 75 for the rest of the day. So Activision consolidated around 74.60, popped up to 75, and look where the rejection's coming in once again for this stock. which had not too long ago a positive catalyst. For those of you who might have missed out, the positive catalyst for Activision was that they were basically telling the EU board, who was pressuring for this deal to not go through. The EU board pressuring the deal for this deal to not go through. So Activision comes out and says, hey, if you let the deal go through, we're going to sign a 10-year deal with Sony. That way, we're not disrupting the market with like antitrust laws and monopoly clauses and so on. Something that I want to quickly go through this website over here. Brankos brought this up. If the deal falls through, they make $3 billion from Microsoft.
Oh, is that the
Activision?
So that's like the what's it called? If the amount of money that they get if the deal doesn't materialize?
Exactly.
That's in the contract?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's
so
really
there's different dates over here. So between said date and said date, it's $2 billion. Between said date and said date, it's $2.5 billion. And after this date, it's $3 billion. So Microsoft's going to have to spend some real coinage if they let this deal fall through.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, how many of the recent games is Activision do they own? What? I'm not asking for a percentage of the market, but like in terms of you're a gamer, you're a self-described
They own a pretty
gamer.
good chunk of the market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like StarCraft 2 is a pretty big game still. I mean, probably not as big as it used to be. World of Warcraft still makes a lot of money. Call of Duty makes a lot of money. I still play Hearthstone every now and then when I'm watching a movie. I'll have a movie on my second screen. I'll play Hearthstone on my main screen.
These are all legacy games. I guess they're making
games,
money off in-app purchases,
yeah,
right?
in-app purchases. I mean, Hearthstone is basically a pay-to-win game. You gotta spend money if you want to have the best card. It's a very rigged game.
Win,
Obviously,
wow.
you could play constantly, but the person paying can cut their experience by half. So they don't have to play as much as you're playing to have the same deck or better cards than you do. And that's
So
how Activision works. They make a lot of these games that are pay to win almost, right? So people who don't want to work that hard, they just dish that coin and they have equal stats.
Yeah, it's so interesting. This business model really has revolutionized that industry. It's made it a recurring income model as opposed to just like a one-off. Super interesting. That was definitely not the way it was in my day. And like with everything you see that, like Microsoft Office, the Photoshop, Adobe suite of products, everything was like a one-off purchase before. Now it's a subscription. Like we got to keep them paying. Yeah, it's super interesting business model. I wonder how it does during recessionary times though, when money isn't as available. These recurring models.
Just ask Sean. Sean has a kid. How often does your kid ask you to buy like in-game skins and everything?
Oh, so they get Robux every month.
The game subscription, but like buying in-game skins, like.
That's what Robux is.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Robux is
If tough times hit, would it be one of the first things to get cut?
what my wife's spending account.
No, these
Your kids.
like Robux.
Your kids' spending account.
I like how he threw that one in there. He said, "What? My wife's spending account?" Yeah, so that's I guess what I'm asking.
Gaming is discretionary.
Yeah. That's I guess my concern. I get maybe the question is moot because according to like a lot of these experts, if we do hit a recession, it's not going to be too prolonged or too deep. So I mean, because you have argument amongst experts at the moment of whether we will enter a recession. If that's the case, then one has to assume a little bit that if we do, it's not going to be like the worst blowout recession, and so maybe these questions are moot in that regard. I guess that's what I'm trying to think at the moment. But yeah, super interesting how they've been able to change that business model.
The one reason why I brought up the question earlier to Sean and Neil about the markets and have you seen every cycle and everything, I was going to say maybe if you're traded for 4 years, you've seen every cycle. But with Sean and Neil coming out with that answer they just came out with 10 years of experience for both of them separately, and they're saying they're still seeing new things come out. And Greg's mentioned this before to me, that this market environment hasn't been like this before. The rates like this, I haven't lived like, and so on. So the point,
we've been at almost zero rates since 2008.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to get down to is basically, no matter No matter what you think you know in the market, you just don't know what you don't know. It's just simply that easy. You simply don't know what you don't know. And that little factor can take you out at any second in the market. So always keeping yourself up to date as to what's going on throughout the day. Thank you for Sharif mentioning that Bullard was talking at 12 o'clock. And we saw the move market 12 o'clock move. Keeping a track of what economic data comes out on that certain day. What Fed speakers are talking. Who's going to move the market? Why would they move the market? And if you're watching the level 2, time of sales, you see big orders coming in, big sells coming in. Why are they doing that? Always keep questioning the market. Never. This is something that I had a problem before. As soon as you punch into a trade, you immediately see dollar signs flashing in your eyes, right? You're thinking about all the profits and all the money and everything. But now, 2 years into my journey, the first thing I think about is not even about punching the trade. I first think about how much money can I lose on this trade. And then I appropriately risk my position, and then we're looking for other variables in the stock market and the overall markets to see if the market's giving us the exact same trade we wanted, or the market's giving us other answers than what we're looking for, and then obviously price yourself accordingly. So lots of things to always keep a look at. Brand new traders always look at, this is how much money I can make, the dollar signs. But more importantly, let's shift that mentality a little bit and go to how much money can I lose on this trade and how do I minimize that risk? I think Neil said this best once. After a certain point in your trading career, it's about how much money can you protect. It's not about how much money can you make, it's how much money can you protect.
Absolutely.
Sorry? Greg said that to you? Okay. So we'll give that to Greg then.
Okay, yeah, no, I gotta agree, because on some of the days where I've given back a lot of what I've made, it's been more like aggressive revenge trading, and that you could have stopped after the first loss if you had followed your rules, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, having that mentality of knowing when to draw the line, keeping your losses small and your winners bigger over the long term. That's just the name of the game, obviously. I'm looking at Tesla here, and I'm seeing a bit of a flat bottom starting to brew. Let's zoom in on this one a little bit. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. I'd like for a break below that 185, mid-60s, 185, 65,
market going down.
185, 64. The market is primed. It looks like is setting up for a breakdown, the market that is. So Tesla also setting up that possible flat bottom. I mean, here's the market right now. Look at this. This is what we got. We got a 39.83 low, and we're printing 84s. So not only are we really close to day's low, but the chart pattern to me looks quite promising. That's just from my take. If that's the case, if we do get new lows, maybe perhaps below 39.80, then one has to assume we'll see a corresponding move on Tesla. Now, sometimes they don't move together, but in this case, I'm willing to bet that they would, and that's what I'm going to base my trade on. So we've been in a bit of a range on Tesla, below the 50 period here, 186 to the high, 186.40 to the high side, and 185.60 to the low side. So a bit, almost of 80 penny range. But if we break below that 60 and possibly through that $0.50, that 50, I think that will be a nice little continuation downward on Tesla, perhaps maybe even going flat on it by the end of the day, Bradley. Could you see that, Tesla flat by the end of the day?
No.
Good. Either way, I think we got more downside.
Yeah, I'll be surprised to see a stock that's so strong today actually turning negative or even flat at some point. I'll be very surprised to see that happen. Market did move to the lower days, but we're seeing green candles come in again for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. So waiting patiently to see what's going to happen over here. Brad, not a decisive. That's a pretty decisive no, trust me. I can't see the Tesla stock turning around completely, but hey, I could be wrong. Don't trade out of what I expect the market to be.
Well, we were up almost 3%. Now we're 1.63%.
Yeah.
So we've given up almost 1.5%, and not that long. So
But like buying that came in today was not a joke, man. I saw the prints that were coming in.
Yeah,
they
it
were
was
like
weird.
1,000, 3,000 shares punching on the ask and above the ask.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were not worried about what price they're getting filled. So if they are still here on this market at the same prices they punched those 3,000 share longs in, and they're sitting at the same bids that we saw them punch into,
They'll keep it up.
I am not worried about them keeping it up at that point. So I think it all depends, obviously, on the market. If we have a little bit more negative catalyst, maybe Bullard for some reason decides to go back on the mic and says something crazy again, then obviously there could be a bigger move. It's very catalyst dependent. But for how we're doing right now.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
now
go for
we
it.
just broke through 50 on Tesla. Look at this, getting super low on the print here. What do we get? What is that? 185.35. That was a huge move down. And that you don't see the exact same move on the market. So that was a secular move by Tesla, and the market not really corresponding with it currently, at least. But there we go, breaking that 185.60-ish level. It broke to the downside by 30 pennies. Retracing now, as expected, of course, back into the 185.70s. But here comes the buy again. Thank you, by the way, because you added this new color to my tape. And as soon as I see blue, I know that we're getting underprint and to expect some downside. As soon as I see purple, I know we're getting purple, excuse me.
Yellow?
Orange. Yeah, yellow's mid. Orange, then I'm getting a higher print. So this one's actually helped me a lot, especially with these small cappers. Not that there's been many small cappers lately, probably.
No, sadly not. But we did have, Tabla today? Tabla was fun for sure. We played the beat of that drum for a little bit, and we had a lot of fun with that one. Market's trying to move back up at the moment. I'm still watching Activision. If we do get a 75 retest, I think I want to try that short. If we do pull back to that level, got to be patient, obviously, to see what happens. Also, volume is fading off. Not ideal if you want SPY to break out. Very good point, Logan. I said that earlier, obviously. With the fading off volume going into the closing of the day, obviously, with closing coming in 2 hours, 2.5 hours from now, volume should return around 3 o'clock. But if volume doesn't return after 3 o'clock, then you might as well kiss your day goodbye. Like this day market already did not have volume to begin with. Only 91 million shares traded on the TQs today, and it's already 140. Are you kidding me? But thankfully, Tesla gave you guys plenty of opportunities, and Tesla brought in some volume over there. 64 million shares on Tesla today. The 67s are wick bottoms, but the 50 period is hell. What stock are you talking about, Neil? About Oxy. Ooh, I did have a trade on Oxy today. Let's actually go check out Oxy. Oxy pulling back over here from the 69.40 area. I wanted to short Oxy. I did get beat up on it. It's my worst stock of the day. Shopify, my second worst stock of the day. And AMD, my third worst stock of the day. But thankfully, we're killing it on the other side over here. Most of our trades are winners. Only 3 negative stocks for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positive stocks. So 70% win rate, baby. Kashish, cash money rolling in.
Dan Zachary asking in the chat, Sharif, how can you recommend books for trading? I think he means which books. So I have a couple. The main one that's for actual technical analysis would be Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. I've read that one a couple of times. And I made notes on half of it. So
Trading for Dummies?
I actually read that one. Don't laugh. I actually read that one. That one was a while back, though. The John J. Murphy book was more recent, within like the last year. Also, for the psychological aspect or the more non-technical analysis related aspect, I would definitely recommend Trading in the Zone. That is, who's the buy again? Trading
Mark
in the Zone?
Douglas?
Mark Douglas, that's right. That's an awesome book, and that one really doesn't teach you much in terms of how to trade or any technical analysis, but more about how to think and how to prepare your mind for trading and the rigors of trading. And like, there's so many unnatural things psychologically that you have to adopt as a trader that most people aren't born with, and most people don't develop through regular experiences in life. So these are very specific things that you have to kind of develop. So those are the 2 books that I would recommend. There's obviously a lot more advanced than that. There's also courses online, et cetera, that you can look into. But in terms of a starter, those are the ones that I recommend. Sharif, have you read any advanced techniques in day trading by Andrew Aziz? Amazing book. I learned so much. Thank you for that recommendation. I'm going to copy and paste that, KL. I'm always interested in learning more. It's just really, to be honest with you, it's my time. The time available for me is so limited these days. But with winter coming upon us, I do tend to stay more indoors, and as a result, I definitely get to read a bit more.
Is that the jersey today?
No, that's a warm-up jersey.
So
they have a warm-up kit and they have the playing kit. Yeah, so they don't get their
dirty.
they don't get it wet. It's all sweaty and stuff. Proudly asking about Ronaldo's kit that he's currently wearing on the pitch right now.
I was gonna say, if that's the jersey, that's an ugly one. They should not wear that.
185. 40s now, guys, on Tesla. So it's not just a wick bottom to 30s. We're now actually getting prints in and around the 40 area and sustained prints. Now we're down 1.4% on the day. Can Tesla stay green?
Why is the Canadian tier stock info not showing up on any platforms? Not sure what platform you're using, Black Dog, but it could be that you just don't have the entitlements or the rights, permissions to see the Canadian Stock Exchange on your broker. So you just have to call your broker.
I have to pay for it with IBKR. I have to pay for TSX stuff.
Yeah, so you might have to call up your broker. Ring, ring, ring. Call them up. Look, they work for you, so you have the right to call them up and bother them with anything that you want to. So call up your broker. Ask them about how can you get the TSX privileges on your own trading platform. Might cost you a little bit, obviously. So go figure that one out on your side. It actually costs more than New York and NASDAQ. Don't doubt it. The market sucks.
Guys, Tesla 185.20s. This one is flushing down. Where's that toilet? Do we have the toilet on here?
No, it's on the other side.
No, we got to get the toilet on here. Jeez.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Look at this. Gee, 185 now is holding. We break through 185, guys. We are heading south. I saw 184.80 prints there. Did I not? What I see there? Yep, in the high 80s. So 184.80 bottom now. Currently holding above 185 for the time being, but only in the single digits. Proudly Tesla. What a south side move. Tesla. Just joking.
Yusuf, get him, bro. Yusuf, I'm with you, Yusuf. If you're still watching, look, we'll jump your cousin one day, okay? Just for saying Tesla. But
I got it up recorded here, so I got the evidence. It's all on video, and once it's on the internet, it's not going anywhere.
Sadly, if that ever does happen, the first target for the cops is going to be me now, even if I didn't do it.
Yeah, even if you didn't do it, I was going to say. Yeah.
The market's pulling back down. We're actually breaking the lower days for the overall market, so part of me is sad because we don't have shorts anymore on board. Apple making a new lower day would have been even bigger of a short for ourselves if we held on to that. Google most likely doing the same thing. Look at Google go down. I want to go regret about Meta a little bit. Yeah, you know, all of these shorts would have been more in the money as the market is breaking the lower day. NASDAQ now properly down more than 1%, and S&P 500 down 1.25%. Something that I do notice right now, talking about the overall market, as the overall market's breaking the lower day, UVXY is actually nowhere close to the higher day. I mean, okay, maybe 5 pennies away from the higher day, but UVXY is actually not going to the north side and breaking past the higher day for me to be excited about this move to the downside. You would expect UVXY actually somewhere closer to the highs or actually breaking out of the highs for this market to break the low. So maybe the market actually has an ability to move back up again and trade in this range even after breaking that lower day if UVXY actually pulls back to the downside all the way to VWAP, or at least pulls back to somewhere in these ranges. When UVXY gets ready to go up north, then I can see the market actually breaking down a little bit more, even though, yeah, Apple made a new lower day without me in it. Is it Tesla or is it Tesla?
Here we go again.
It's Tesla.
Tesla. I don't know. I'm not going to change, guys. Anyway, having a look at my side chart here, some of the stuff we were looking at earlier, not really coming into play at all. I mean, these were all really great shorts. KTRA, TBLA even. Look at this one. It's like trading like a buyout at the moment. DBGI, even this one was the big halter. Look at it, giving up the ghost off that 950 or 935 high, now in the high 792 print there. PDD, this was the earnings winner from this morning, had a big move pre-market. What time was that move, Proudly? Let's find out here. That was a 6:30 a.m. move. On how much volume, though? Okay, 123,000 shares in the first 3-minute candle, followed by multiple 100,000. So there was definite liquidity if you got in here, and then the move continued into the 6:45. So that's a trade that I do a lot. I haven't been doing it recently, but I have an earnings trade that I execute pre-market and aftermarket. And this one would have fit excellent in that regard. But ever since that move, essentially, guys, we've been holding above VWAP. The range has been super tight. There was really some good initial volume on the open, about almost 2 million shares coming in there off the bat. But ever since then, super tight consolidation. But what I definitely want to see is how PDD trades tomorrow and the day after. It's a subsequent earnings winner, and whether or not we'll get a possible retracement down or a continuation. But this one definitely will be active for the next few days. It's already been active, if I'm telling the truth, for the last week or so, given that we keep having these conflicting reports coming out of China. Chinese ADR is positive one day, negative the other, and PDD among them, among the most active with BABA, and the likes of, XPeng and NEO as well. So lots of possible continuation trades here with PDD, I think, for the next few days. AXSM, that's the one that I was watching. It was a big early mover. It's a bit of a pricey small cap crapper. Look at that. It had an open of about 65 or so. We got up to 79 before forming that reversal candle. The good thing about this one, and why I'll be watching this one in tomorrow, it held VWAP, so it really didn't give up the majority of its earnings, of its daily gains, still up 28% on the day. So this one can either be a nice short to give some of those gains back tomorrow, or a continuation, no bias. Let's see what it pans out. The fact of the matter is, I'm looking for it to be active. In what direction? Really don't care, just as long as it gives me opportunities. So I'll be looking for PDD and AXSM tomorrow. Shopify also was an earnings winner. Or was it an earnings winner?
Today?
Shopify, yeah.
No, it was Black Friday,
data.
Cyber Monday.
Data?
Yeah.
Earnings data. Retail data.
Retail data.
So this one, So this one, I'm not really sure how this one will pan out. I'll keep Shopify on watch, but I'm more inclined to keep my eye on these other two tomorrow, guys. All right, let's talk about Tesla quickly here before we send it back to Bradley. That 184 level looking like it might be a level here if we continue head to the downside. Currently straddling 185, but from the downside, guys, we're not holding above it. We're retracing to it from the downside. So that shows a bit more bearish momentum, Brad.
So I got this one over here, Tesla pronunciation in English, and it says Tesla.
Uh-huh.
So we actually have the audio queued up over there from Lucas. So Lucas, let's hear it.
Tesla.
Who's this
Tesla.
person?
Tesla.
It's an AI voice. I don't care what it has to say. I'll say it however I want to say
Sharif,
it.
AI lives matter, bro. Come on. AI is going to take over everything you're going to do. How can you say that? Now AI is going to listen to what you have to say.
That's exactly why I'm saying that. It's exactly why I'm saying that.
Exactly why I'm saying he's gonna pick fights with the AIs. iRobot's gonna show up to your house, and iRobot could probably take you. You know,
oh yeah.
Yusuf and I probably can, but iRobot can take you.
Did you ever watch that Will Smith movie?
Yeah, it was a great movie. I enjoyed it.
Movie.
A lot of people hated it. I enjoyed it.
I'm like
why are you saying with the angry face? You didn't like it?
You didn't like it, eh, Neil?
I liked the movie.
Techie side of it.
Yeah.
I didn't really like some of the acting premises. Oh, so you're basing it on the book.
Man,
can I mention one thing?
Neil's
just
one
to
of
build
those
on,
people who
just to build on Neil's point.
Book.
My dad just finished reading the Godfather book, and you have no idea how much is left out of Godfather 1, the original Godfather, that was included in the book. There is way more character development for a lot of these characters. Luca Brasi, the assassin, Sally, the guy that sets up Don Corleone to get shot with Barzini.
Oh, spoilers.
There's so many different character developments for these characters that are completely omitted from the movie. So when Neil says that the book was better, I'm okay. saying that the book is not the same. It's a collection of short stories.
Hey,
That's
if you
what
want to
he's
lend me
saying.
the book,
From the
for
book.
sure, I'll take it and I'll read it. I, Robot was a very, very fun movie for me to watch, and that's where I see the future going to. And currently, talking about the futures of the markets are still at the lower days, but trying to go back up. I'm watching Meta go up, I'm watching Google go up, but sadly, Apple is not actually doing that. Apple continuing to go to the downside, making a new lower day. Imagine I held my short still from 146.50, and we're at 144.50 right now on Apple, down 2.43%, still going to the south side. UVXY trying to climb up. We'll see if UVXY can do so successfully and allowing the market to go much lower. People in the chat talking about book is always better than movies. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Look, it's hard to summarize 50 million pages into 1 hour of movie time, okay?
Oh, no question.
And for the directors who do it and do a good job, congratulations to them. This market's dying right now. Apple's selling off. Apple's really going down. Apple does not want to go up. Meta is continuing to go up, but Apple just continuing to destroy itself to the downside. So for anyone who's short Apple still, congratulations to yourself.
What a move downward on Tesla, guys. Now it's only up 0.8% on the day. This one was up well over 3%. I kept asking Pradley whether we would see a negative sign beside that percentage on Tesla. It looks like, it's becoming more and more likely.
Not happening.
Not saying that it's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's not inevitable, but we are at the lowest we've been at all day today, Pradley, on the ES. We are now printing 39.80s. We were as high as 40.18. So, if I'm telling the truth, it's still a range-bound day. We're still about, 40 points from the high and from the current low, but the day's not over. We're about to send you over to the Big Kahunas, Neil and Sean and Brendan. They're going to be taking you through
is gonna hold.
The afternoon show, which, if history is any indicator, usually has a lot more volume and a lot more volatility. So we could be seeing lower lows, Pradley, on the ES.
39.50 is going to be the bottom on the ES today. I'm calling it right now.
What is?
39.50.
Jeez. Okay.
39.50 is going to be the bottom of the market today. It's going to bounce off of there. And if it doesn't, oh well, because I'm not going to be here worrying about it. I'm going to be in the gym worrying about my muscles instead.
In
the what?
In the Gaim.
In the Gaim. In the Gaim. Yeah, who's Jim?
Yeah, in the Gaim.
In the Gaim.
Guys, 184 coming to play on Tesla right now. Well, I'm seeing 02s, 03s print here. I'm seeing about a little over 200 lots on 184. Yeah, a little bit more. I see 158, 61, and 10. So, yeah, about like 220 lots or so on 184. Is that enough to hold this beast from continuing to make newer recent lows? Obviously, we're not making lower lows on the day, but we are on the ES, and that is what is propelling, I believe, Tesla to the downside, Pradley.
Yeah, market's still going down. Apple continuing to break the lows. Apple's struggling a lot more than Google, Meta, Microsoft, and all the other stocks over there. So Apple, we already know the weakness behind Apple, or the catalyst behind Apple. It's the riots that are going on, the Foxconn problems that are happening right now in China, the zero COVID law policy coming in and disrupting the overall market, and companies who are in those areas, such as Tesla. Well, you saw Tesla today booming to the north side, but right now pulling back down. WYNN, we had a nice little long on Win today, and Win still around the same $79 area after a nice little pullback to $76.50. So looks like this stock is still trying to hold its positive catalyst and its gains from previously in the day. Let's go take a look at LVS, another stock in the same basket, such as Win Resorts. The Macau licensing coming in and helping most of these stocks stay green on the day. Looks like LVS actually sold off quite a bit compared to Win Resorts, but they all ended up holding at the 100-period EMA on the 15-minute chart.
You should go to Macau when you're in China. You'll be pretty close. How close is Macau to India?
I don't know. Do I look good with geography? I have no clue where Macau is, my friend.
Macau is
no clue where Macau is.
How is that? Wow, Tesla just broke through 184 like it's nobody's business, guys. I saw 183.80 prints there. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Now we're in the low 90s. There we go. We're getting 80 prints again proudly. Wow, Tesla may go negative today, guys. Tesla, we are 39.74 now on the ES, really printing downward. I don't know who's saying what or what is going on, but definitely we got a lot of catalysts to the downside.
Finally, Google pushing back to lower day. Now all the stocks that I was looking at are actually pushing a little bit more to the downside. So here's S&P 500, 39.75. I said 39.50 will be the lower day on the market. Sean just mentioned to me that he punched back into the Apple position on the break of lower day. That's actually beautiful trade. I mean, look at the market going down. Apple still pushing down.
No, I'm just wowing the general state of things, nothing specific.
Okay. Yeah, market's still pushing down, Apple's still pushing down with it, and the weakness in the market still bearing weight on overall positions over here. So if you're short, hold on to him. Hit that bang as here. Let me do that one real quick. Bang for Sean over there on that monster winner. Already 50 cents in the money on the lower day break. Let's see if... 145. Oh, $1 in the money now. Woo, baby. Slam dunk coming in for Sean over there on that shorts. Now 144 on the bids coming in. A little bit of size, not too much. About 420 lots. Wow, 420?
Proudly, we are down 1.5% today on the ES.
Yeah. Apple has about 420 lots on 144. Let's see if Apple can break that. Let me pull up the calculator. 420, add 2 zeros on that, and then do times 144. That's about $6 million on the bid for Apple. Once again, that's not a lot of money. The stock's already traded millions and millions of shares on the day. So 420 lots, which is 42,000 shares, is not much.
Yeah, guys. I had something lined up to speak about, but it's slipping my mind at the moment. But the obvious play at the moment is this Tesla short. Is this market move 39.72 now to the downside on this market? How many more ticks do we keep printing, guys? Just want to shout out to this game starting here before we send it over to the big kahunas. Uruguay versus Portugal. I know it's not said Uruguay, it's Uruguay.
Portugal.
I got it in case the chat wants to correct me, and it's Portugal. It's going to be a hell of a game, I've got to be honest with you. This is going to be one of the...
You got to say it like France, Portugal,
Yeah, I can't believe
Uruguay.
this guy came out earlier with the France, and he snuck it in there like it was like nothing, it was normal, you know what I mean? But he Franced his way into a joke. So, yeah, Bradley. Anything to finish off
guys,
with? We got another minute left
few
before we
things
send it
over here.
over.
Last minute, we're at 2.5K likes. Thank you, everyone who pumped it up to 2.5. Last minute left to help us pump it to maybe up to 2.7, 2.6. If you have it in you, help us out over there. Hit that subscribe, hit that like. Keep in mind on the closing show, it's a brand new show. Unlike Friday, we're not doing a continuated show, so it's going to be a brand new show. The like count starts all over again. Make sure that you're hitting the like button on that show too for Sean to throw on some banger trades for you guys and send more PNL your way. Obviously, every single day, Monday to Friday, Sharif and myself will be here, and we will see you most likely on Tuesday, tomorrow. around 11 o'clock. I almost got, I still think it's Friday today.
Yeah.
I still think it's Friday today, even after the weekend happened. I don't know why. I'm still in that party mode. It's not, yeah. But yeah, guys, have fun on the closing show. You want to say something?
Yeah, that's it. No, I said there's no work tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow's Saturday. We will see you guys tomorrow.
No, Tuesday we'll be back.
We'll be here bright and early, 11 a.m. Happy trading.
And an exciting afternoon. Welcome back in, guys. 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left on a Monday that's getting worse by the minute here. That was fun, wasn't it? That short-lived rally we had to kick off the day. Anyways, back to the downside we go. A lot of this coming from Apple's move right now. Elon Musk tweeting a few things currently regarding Apple apparently threatening to withhold Twitter from the App Store. So Elon putting go to his Twitter feed. It's kind of funny. Put up a road sign that said "Pay 30% or go to war," and then the car trying to make the off-ramp. So it's Elon causing, it would appear anyway, it's causing this move to the downside for Apple shares right now, dragging the overall market with it. 1.4 now for the S&P, 1.14 for the Dow, 1.29% for the NASDAQ in negative territory. So getting ugly. 2% still for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Crude oil with a nice bounce on that OPEC note. If you missed it, throughout the midday, they came out saying they're going to consider further cuts to come to production. CTLT in the pharmaceutical space, that was up early on this morning, continues. Win 4.5%, still holding on to positive territory. Everything else at this point back downside now, including the industrials group leading actually, along with some of the banking sector, both pretty much all. You can see not a single name here in the green. There are a few that are basically break even, but industrials and banks leading as far as downside movement. Currently, software names still holding on to positive territory, a few of them anyways, but look at this semiconductor movement right now. Almost 4% for Micron, 3% plus for ON Semi, NXPI's here, QCOM's here, AVGO, Broadcom's here as well. So getting quite ugly in the tech group as well. Hardware equipment makers also to the downside. Real estate stocks, material stocks, energy stocks also getting hit.